Chapter 944. Xiaobei's ingredients were not delivered from Chang'an. There was not enough time, nor were they delivered from Luoyang. Xiaobei had transferred them from Shanzhou. Shanzhou was next to Guizhou, which was also Hongnong's capital. Compared to Hongnong, which had a river that entered the Yellow River, Shanzhou was located beside the Yellow River. Between the clouds and the water and Bihai Silver Sand restaurant faced each other. There was no shortage of ingredients inside. Even if they had to provide food for Hongnong, they did not need the restaurant's high-end ingredients. Xiaobei sent an order through the radio. Yesterday afternoon, the two restaurants in Shanzhou sent people to deliver the ingredients to Old Willow Village at the fastest speed. The ingredients arrived early this morning, followed by a few sous chefs who were tired from riding horses. The head chef did not come and had to stay in the restaurant. The children did not know that the ingredients were not easy to come by. They had almost emptied the two restaurants' reserves, and the two restaurants had to apply for more from other places. The children only knew that Xiaobei was very loyal. If she said that she would treat them to a meal, they would be able to eat immediately. Let the chefs rest first. There are many people, so we can only eat at night. Let's eat at noon. Xiaohai saw that her sister wanted to arrange lunch for the children, so she stopped her. Yes, it's tiring to come all the way here. Let's rest first. We'll deal with it ourselves at noon. Xiaobei hurriedly ordered the servants to make arrangements. She even patted the belly of a big-bellied sous chef. You must have eaten a lot. Xiaobei is wise. The sous chef readily admitted. Who didn't eat secretly when they were chefs? When a master taught his disciple, he would specially set aside a dish for his disciple to taste. Xiaobei revealed an "I'm very awesome" expression and turned to help move the goods. Some of the goods were fresh, such as specially fed pigs, reared pufferfish with low levels of poison, fat autumn crabs, and hazel grouse used to make soup. They were also flying dragons that were transported from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The children also came forward to take a look. They had not seen many of them, so most of them could not recognize what they were. A child asked Xiaobei, "Sister Xiaobei, what's that shrunk into a ball?" "Let me see. It's called a sea cucumber head. It's dry. It's from last year, or the year before that. The new sea cucumber head this year doesn't taste good." Xiaobei had eaten a lot of good food, so she recognized it at a glance. "Little sister Xiaobei, what is this?" Another child asked. Xiaobei leaned over to take a look. "The abalones that I said I would treat you guys to are not easy to deal with. Looking at the size, there should be 6-headed abalones, and there are only 20 of them. The rest are abalones with more than 10 heads. How are we going to split them?" "Xiaobei, why is there a cut on the abalone?" "It's convenient to dry. The 6-headed abalone I'm talking about is 6 abalones per catty after drying. 6 fresh abalones per catty is not worth much." "Xiaobei, are those big pieces of beef?" "Let me see. Oh, it's roe deer meat. It's used to stew the hazel mushrooms. The hazel mushrooms have been marinated. And the one beside it is shark's fin. I don't know what kind of shark's fin it is, but it's not the heavenly 9 fins. Xiaobei, there are toads with red bellies. My brother calls it forest frog. The most delicious part is the toad oil. It's probably braised or steamed. It doesn't taste good when fried. The crabs are so big. I heard that the crabs in Lake Tai are delicious. Are they from there?" "No, the crabs in Lake Tai are in a row of wooden basins next to it. There aren't many of them. What you're looking at are big sea crabs. They're not worth much. My family raises them. I wanted to bring some drunk crabs over, but there are too few drunk crabs in the restaurant. My brother doesn't want us kids to eat too many crabs." Xiaobei, I know this. It's called kunbu. Grandpa Muramasa bought it before. It's very expensive. It's used to make prescriptions. It won't be expensive in the future. When our village makes money, I'll go to Jili province to buy it. The cost of breeding and transportation is covered. But you're not allowed to sell it. You can only eat it yourself. Xiao Bei was surrounded by people and kept asking questions. Even so, she was not stumped. She could name every dish and even a few recipes. She must have eaten it often. The children looked at Xiao Bei with even more admiration. Sister Xiao Bei, does the current emperor really eat these? A child looked in the direction of Chang'an and asked uncertainly. Xiao Bei nodded twice. It's true. The difference is that the person who cooks it is not the sous chef I transferred. It's the imperial chef from the palace. Then the emperor must be eating the best, right? No, I'm the one who eats the best. The imperial kitchen doesn't have as many dishes as my family's restaurant. I mainly have a good brother. Uncle Emperor wants to eat the dishes made by my brother, so he has to find my brother. I'm with my brother every day, and my brother is always trying his best to cook good food for us. Every few days, my brother will take out a new dish for us to eat first. When we're done eating, he will send it to the palace and the restaurant. There are also a lot of expensive snacks. My brother doesn't let the emperor know. Xiao Bei said proudly. The children were full of envy. It was good to have a capable brother who spoiled them. When Xiao Bei showed her skills and the children were looking forward to eating delicious food at night, a group of people appeared at the opposite end of the iron chain bridge in Old Willow Village. Compared to the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe who had directly crossed the bridge, the other side seemed to be very honest. Not only were there people, there were also carriages with horses and donkeys. The group stopped there. A round-faced man in brocade walked out of the crowd. He did not dare to cross the bridge directly, so he stood at the end of the bridge and shouted. Is that Zhang Xiaobei, Lord Zhang Xingzai? Are all the children of Hongnong County here? Who are you? The guard on this side of the bridge asked with a gun. Great Tang people, don't shoot. The voice from the other side was obviously frightened. Identity. The guard was unmoved and continued to ask. Shanzhou, Zhou City, Linhe Street, Yu Yiqiu, the head of Yu's Qingmiao Trading Company. The other side immediately replied. What are you doing here? The guard asked again. Sending cucumbers, garlic sprouts, spinach, and cabbage, plus a batch of literature and ink products. The other side answered. Come here yourself. The guard was still vigilant. Okay. The person on the other side walked towards the bridge by himself. A gust of wind blew, and he was fat, so the bridge shook. He was so scared that he squatted down and used his hands to support the bridge, giving people a feeling of being blown by the wind and rain. With great difficulty, the self-proclaimed Yu Yiqiu climbed over the bridge. He put his hands on the bridge pier and gasped for breath. His face was pale with fright. One of the guards at the end of the bridge leaned over. His voice was not as strict as before. We need to search him first. Understood. Search, I understand. Our Xiao Bei is precious, we can't be careless. If someone really wants to harm Xiao Bei, I will be the first to disagree. Yu Yiqiu was very easy to talk to. He raised his arm and stood there motionless, waiting to be searched. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and let them check if there was anything in his mouth. The guard was very serious. He pulled out a stack of papers from the cloth at Yu Yiqiu's waist. He opened it and looked at it carefully. It was a copy of the Yu family's Qingmiao Trading Company. It even had the seal of Shan Province. It seemed like the business was not small. Otherwise, it would only have the seal of the county. Brother, there is more. It is between the second and third paper. Yu Ichio did not forget to remind. The guard followed his instructions and turned it over. Inside was a piece of hard paper with oil prints. The picture was of a rising sun shining down from between two white clouds. Below it was a field with rice seedlings planted in the field. Each seedling had a small face. Looking at it from the side, there were 3 kinds of light seals that were constantly changing colors. There were 2 words written on it, Morning Sun. There was also a portrait of Yu Ichio. It was very realistic. There was a steel seal at the bottom right corner. Boss Yu, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to Xiaobei. The guard's attitude changed. His tone was not so stiff, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. Of course, of course. I am not in a hurry. The vegetables are covered tightly. The weather is not cold. I won't freeze. Yu Ichio felt honored that the guard's attitude had changed. When the guard arrived in front of Xiaobei and the group of children had already stopped talking. They were looking towards the bridge. Who? When the guard came closer, Xiaobei asked curiously. Shan Province, State City, Linhe Street. The boss of Yu family's Qingmiao Trading Company, Yu Ichio. He said that he brought vegetables and a batch of stationery. In addition to the state government seal, there is also a ticket to participate in the Morning Sun operation. It has been checked. It is real. The guard did not speak nonsense and reported concisely. Xiaobei was very surprised, then let him come over. Oh, don't come over first. First, send a message to Shan Province. Verify. Since it is a merchant from the Morning Sun operation, I want to talk to him at close range. Yes. The guard accepted the order and went to the bridge. He began to gossip with Yu Ichio, but did not let him come over. Someone else sent a message to Shan Province. Shan Province's response was very fast. They confirmed the message and described Yu Ichio's appearance. Okay, go over. Try not to move your hands and feet too much. Otherwise. The guard moved aside and warned Yu Ichio. I understand. Otherwise, if there is a misunderstanding, I will kill you on the spot. Thank you. This is worth it. I can finally see Xiaobei's appearance with my own eyes. Yu Ichio added with a flattering smile on his chubby face. The so-called close range was different from Shuichiro Watanabe. There was no restriction of 10 steps, and there was no need to kneel. Xiaobei also did not change his official uniform. Yu Ichio walked in front of Xiaobei and stopped 2 steps away. He put his hands behind his back and smiled even more sweetly. It wasn't easy for a man to smile like this. Xiaobei also smiled, but his smile was more beautiful than Yu Ichio's. Hello, Boss Yu. You are a merchant from Chaoyang operation, right? Yes. Xiaobei, you are really beautiful. My granddaughter is 1 year old this year. In the future, she will be half as beautiful as you. I am satisfied. I brought a lot of vegetables. I heard that there are a lot of children here, so we can't lack vegetables. They are all covered with cotton quilts. Not even a single garlic sprout will be damaged. Yu Ichio held his stomach and said with a smile. Xiaobei also smiled and nodded. He suddenly asked, Can you tell me, how did you know I was here? The surrounding children nodded and agreed with Xiaobei's question. Yu Ichio took a step back. Because Xiaobei's words were full of suspicion, he had to avoid suspicion. I often go to Blue Sea Silver Sand, and I am familiar with the shop assistant on the 3rd floor. Yesterday afternoon, Blue Sea Silver Sand suddenly gathered a lot of things and left. Between the clouds and the water on the opposite side. That is all your business. I was just about to eat, so I was puzzled. What happened? I casually found a reason with the merchants I invited. I came out and asked Xiaofan. He said that you were nearby and needed ingredients to cook. There were also a lot of Hong Nong's children. I know about Hong Nong's matter. Half of my officials in Shanzhou were arrested. Hong Nong's Chaoyang operation merchants must have suffered a heavy loss. I thought, Shanzhou's children are children, Hong Nong's children are also children, right? In autumn, there is still a lot of money left in the family. In addition, there are a lot of vegetables. The vegetables in the merchants can't be sold at a good price. It is considered off-season. Last time, your brother made a lot of garlic sprout, and now it has become a signature dish. I thought, since there are a lot of vegetables in the family, I will send some. I told Xiaofan that I will send the vegetables in the family to you. In the end, Xiaofan did not agree. He said that he was afraid that I would poison it. I am wronged. Even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to poison you. Even if I did, you can't detect it. Who doesn't know that your family is the best, right? I think it is not easy for Xiaofan. Fine, I will send it myself. I asked my younger brother to answer the merchants. I went back home to pack up and formed a team. I came with your team. On the way, when we passed by the provinces Babao Zhai, I wanted to ask Old Chen to accompany us. His family is also involved in the Chaoyang operation. Guess what? Old Chen is sick. He is on a drip in the clinic. I thought about it. No, I couldn't force him to come here. What if he died on the way? I comforted him and wanted to leave, but he stopped me and asked me to go to his son and bring him some stationery. It would be perfect for the children to study. Look, I've wasted some time and walked slower than your group. I've only just arrived. I'm in the first group. I know Old Chen's mouth. He's a loose cannon. I reckon that the others will all know about it soon. The people who will deliver the other gifts will also arrive one after another. That's all. I came here personally to ask the children what vegetables they want to eat. I have a lot at home. I will ask someone to send them to the village later. It is the off-season. Food is cheap in the off-season. If the children eat well, I will accumulate good karma for my family. Yui begged Luoluo to say a lot of things, but the meaning was clearly expressed. He also forgot what the guard said just now. When he spoke, he gesticulated with his hands and feet. Following his movements, his fat body shook back and forth, and it was quite rhythmic. His smile was still flattering, but Xiao Bei's smile changed. It became more sincere and sweet. He tilted his head and listened to him. He asked, "Uncle Yu, why don't you make more sauerkraut while there is a lot of cabbage? There are also garlic sprouts. They grow slowly in winter. You can make them into canned food." I want to. Last year, I made sauerkraut, but it always turned bad. I don't know how to make canned food. Not everyone can learn how to make it. Speaking of this, I regret it. I thought that it would not make money, so I did not participate. No matter, my family's vegetables are selling well in winter. I bought a lot of land to make greenhouses. Now, the cost of greenhouses is lower. I have many cucumbers and spinach. They can be sold for a lot of money in winter. Yu Qiu's regretful expression disappeared. He seemed to be a cheerful person. Otherwise, he would not be so generous and fat. Then what do you do after you earn so much money? Xiao Bei did not understand what she could do with a lot of money. She was confused about her family's money. She was not confused about the million strings of coins she spent. She was a little sad and a little sweet. But if it was 100 million strings of coins, she would not spend it. She only knew that money was important, but she did not understand how important it was. Give her 10 million strings of coins, and she felt that she could do everything. Yu Ichio rubbed his stomach and laughed. When I have money, I will open shops in other places and earn more money. Then, I will participate in more Chaoyang activities. In addition to a 1-year-old granddaughter, I also have a grandson who is not even a month old, my eldest grandson, and my eldest grandson. After I earn more, I will leave it to them. When my granddaughter and grandson are older, they will go to school. The teachers there will treat them well. Even if they are stupid, they will teach them well so that they will not be bullied. When others talk about them, they will get this. Yu Ichio gave him a thumbs up. Just like you, Xiaobei. Wherever you go, who dares to look down on you? You are a good child, but your identity has nothing to do with you. It was created by your brothers and sisters. Now, I will do it for my juniors. Xiaobei nodded in agreement. She was still very reasonable. She said, Uncle Yu, your money is clean, and you are willing to take it out to help others. You are a good person. To be honest, I don't want to earn clean money. In the beginning, I also wanted to cheat people, but I was afraid of your brother. My family's business is big. If I really want to cheat people, it will not be small. It will be easy to be targeted by your brother. The officials are afraid of you because the 9 of you are righteous. In fact, the officials are afraid of your older brother and sister. The merchants are more afraid of your older brother than the officials. If you find fault with the officials, there is still a place to reason with. If the merchants cross your older brother's bottom line, losing all of their family fortune is a light punishment. Let me tell you, you might not understand, but if your elder brother wants my company to donate all of our vegetables, I must give your elder brother a definite reply within half an hour. I don't dare to delay until noon. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Your family's medical school has a saying among the people, if the king of hell wants people to die at midnight, if I say 5, it will be 5. The merchants also have a saying to your brother, if the judge writes a ghost, there will be no soul in Xiaobao. People who do business hope to be remembered by your brother because they are righteous. There are also people who are afraid of being seen by your brother because they are crooked. Yu Ichio continued to display his talkative ability and told Xiaobei the truth. Then what about you? Xiaobei laughed and asked. I dared to come today because I am not afraid of being remembered by your brother. In fact, I hope that your brother will remember me as firmly as possible. Yu Ichio patted his trembling chest. Xiaobei also made a few gestures on his body and found that he could not tremble. He shyly said, Okay, I will tell my brother that there is such a person who sells vegetables. His name is Yu Ichio. I don't know whether he is good or bad. I only know that he at least acts like he should. Thank you, thank you. Xiaobei, I will definitely act well. Thank you. Yu Ichio was at a loss. You are welcome. As long as there are not many rotten vegetables in your vegetables, I will recognize you. Do you know why your pickled vegetables always rot? Xiaobei blinked his eyes and asked. Yu Ichio shook his head, I don't know. If I know, it will not rot. In fact, it is very simple. The jar that you use to pickle the pickled vegetables first needs to be boiled with boiling water. The cabbage that you choose cannot be rotten. The salt that you use needs to be boiled with boiling water. Then, add a lid to cool it down. After the cabbage is put in, don't let it come into contact with the air. The stone used to press the jar needs to be fine. Also, it needs to be brushed with boiling water. When you are pickling the pickled vegetables, you need to scoop out the bubbles and foam as early as possible. The room should not be too hot. If you find a bit of a stench, immediately change the jar and add some wine. I am not clear about the technology of making canned food. Next time you come, I will tell you. Okay, it is not easy for you to come here. Stay for dinner tonight. Xiao Bei told Yu Ichio the secret of pickled vegetables and made his own judgment. He asked Yu Ichio to stay for dinner. Yu Ichio's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and tried hard to recall what Xiao Bei had said as if it was a joke. He believed that Xiao Bei would never lie to him. The canning technology could be obtained later, and the pickling method could not be wrong, because Xiao Bei did not need to lie to him. Hearing Xiao Bei invite him to eat together, he said with some uncertainty, "There is no need for dinner, right? I can find a place to eat by myself." "Then it's decided. Uncle Yu, you go rest first. Someone come, take Uncle Yu to a comfortable place." Xiao Bei decided. Yu Ichio left. The vegetables he brought were also transported to Willow Village. Someone made a rough estimate. Yu Ichio brought at least 50,000 jin of vegetables. Not to mention the price of the vegetables, just the transportation cost was not small. There was also that sick old Chen. His stationery was also very timely. Xiao Bei had people send electricity to Shanzhou, so that the medical center there would be better for old Chen and waive his fees. Of course, old Chen would not care about the medical fees, but Xiao Bei had to show his attitude. Xiao Bei and the others were often with their brothers and sisters. Otherwise, they would not know how to do things like this. Even if he was a prince, sometimes he could not know his place. Following that, just as Yu Ichio said, all kinds of goods were sent by the merchants of Shanzhou. Various sizes of clothing, meat, firewood, utensils were sent to Old Willow Village by horse carriage or donkey cart. Every merchant took out the invitation card for the Chaoyang operation. The merchants who did not have the invitation card were too embarrassed to come and deliver things. This was because Xiao Bei had sent a message to the merchants of Shanzhou through the radio. The merchants who did not participate in the Chaoyang operation would not receive their goods for the time being. There was limited manpower, so they could not carry out a thorough investigation. The merchants understood. Xiao Bei meant that the merchants who were afraid of spending money and did not take out money to participate in the Chaoyang operation were not qualified to see Xiao Bei this time. Xiao Bei did not trust them. In an instant, the merchants in Shanzhou discovered that a single invitation could actually become a golden signboard. Lil Bei was giving you face by accepting your goods. Because the Zhang and Wang families didn't lack these things, no one forced you to send them. However, Lil Bei would have people record the names of the merchants who sent them. Zhang Xiaobao found a place to fish and began to hang the bait. He still did not know what his sister was doing. If he knew, he would sigh. This era was really good. The merchants did not dare to interfere with the government. They knew their place. Bai Go was as leisurely as usual. He followed the rod, put the bait, shook the float, and then waited for a fish to bite the hook. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied by his side. His face was also indifferent. He knew that he could not show his fear. Grandpa Bai was not here to fish. How many times had he experienced the same scene since he was young? It was not easy to fish with Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai came all the way here. How could it be as simple as catching a few fish? It was time for a battle of wits and courage. Bai Go's luck was not bad. The float moved. He shook the rod and a 3-inch long grass carp came up. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about whether his float moved or not. He took a deep breath. He knew that the business was coming. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Bai's prestige is still the same as before. Good method." Bai Go picked the fish and put it in the net. He smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, what do you think this fish is?" "It's coming." Zhang Xiaobao thought. He tried to guess what Grandpa Bai was going to say. He said, "Grass carp. I'll fry it for you later. Do you want to make soup? What do you think?" "No hurry. It's just one." Bai Go put the bait again and threw it into the water. Well, I'm not in a hurry. What can I do? Do you think I'm scared? Zhang Xiaobao smiled reservedly. His eyes swept across the water and the sky. The float in front of him suddenly moved. Zhang Xiaobao nimbly lifted the rod. It was still a grass carp. By rough estimation, it was half an inch longer than Bai Go's. It was hard to tell how wide it was. He took it down and put it in the net. He adjusted the fishing line, put the bait again, and threw it into the water. Xiaobao, are you a grass carp too? Bai Go asked knowingly. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if nothing had happened. Yes. Maybe there are many grass carps here. It's normal. Bai Go smacked his lips and said in puzzlement, Xiaobao, why do I see that the fish we catch are all small? Is it? I don't think it's small. How big can a grass carp be? It's just a bubble. It's not a big river. Zhang Xiaobao's mind turned quickly. He wanted to avoid the topic. You mean it's not small? Bai Go was surprised. It's over. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this question, he immediately regretted. It was the same word that Grandpa Bai used to describe him. It was impossible to guard against it. Indeed, old people were shrewd. Xiaobao, is it a yes or no? Bai Go asked. Zhang Xiaobao was using his hand to grab a blade of grass beside him. Odd numbers meant yes, even numbers meant no. Yes, no, yes, no. When he grabbed the last leaf, it was yes. He then replied, what Grandpa Bai said makes sense. It's not small at all. Xiaobao, in your opinion, is a grass carp not small? Is it young or old? Bai Go did not see the blade of grass that Zhang Xiaobao had pulled and continued to ask. Grandpa Bai, I was in a daze just now. What I meant was that the grass carp is still young. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Grass carps were not accurate. He quickly denied. Oh, I understand. Xiaobao, you have been too busy recently. You are always in a daze. You mean that it's young, right? Am I right? Bai Go followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked again. Zhang Xiaobao touched the blade of grass that was pulled and wanted to cry. There was only one blade of grass beside him, and all the leaves were gone. If he had known earlier, he would have pulled half of it. He nodded and admitted. Grandpa Bai, you are right. It's small. It's really small. When Zhang Xiaobao was replying, he really wanted to change the topic. For example, the futures that the Japanese had created, or the prototype of warrants. He believed that he could definitely fool Grandpa Bai, as if it was a game. But now, that had nothing to do with it. Now, he was fishing. Bai Go suddenly showed a pained expression. He frowned and said, Xiaobao, look, you also admitted that the fish you caught are small. It's not too small. It's edible. I will wrap it with noodles and fry it. It tastes good. Grandpa Bai, have you eaten cumin steamed fish before? Zhang Xiaobao tried his best to change the topic. At this time, Bai Go lifted the rod again. It was still a grass carp, and it was only 2 inches long. He also kept it. As he was baiting, he turned his head and asked, No. Tell me, what kind of fish do you want to make? Do you have any requirements for the size of the fish? No. Zhang Xiaobao answered against his will. Okay, that's good. I am afraid that the big fish will be treated differently from the small fish. Tell me, if the fish were human, according to your cooking method, would it be eaten by both young and old? Bai Go did not intend to change the topic at all. He followed whatever Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was really here to fish and relax. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was facing a formidable enemy. He knew that the only explanation for Grandpa Bai to do this was that the topic was still within Grandpa Bai's control. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was gambling, "It's not like that. If the fish is too old, the taste won't be good." "Yes. Xiaobao, when you said that, this old man sighed. The fish is too old to make the dish you said. It's also troublesome to be old." Sigh. Baigo sighed again and again. Zhang Xiaobao regretfully pulled out the grass beside him. He followed Baigo's topic and said, "Grandpa Bai, you are still young." Chapter 945. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Baigo's words. He shook the fishing rod and let it float up and down in the water. He said to Baigo, "Grandpa Bai, do you not want to stay in the academy anymore? Are you unhappy?" "Yes, I am happy." Baigo retraced the line and threw the hook into the water. "What do you mean by happy?" "It's too happy. There are other academies in other places and the head stewards are always busy. Once your academy is settled properly, the stewards don't have to worry about it anymore. Just like your business, the rules are very detailed. Even those who don't know how to manage can manage it well by following the rules. I find time to teach you every day and have a good life." Later on, a bunch of old men came down from the imperial court and wanted to teach. It's good to have an old man in charge of other people's academies. But your Jianjia academy is better. There are more people than classes and you can't squeeze in. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Grandpa Bai was the kind of person who couldn't find anything to do. He was so bored that he was annoyed. He then suggested, "Grandpa Bai, how about this? I'll arrange for all the old men to go out and let you have time to teach. There are many academies in Tang now, but there are not enough teachers. For example, in Hongnom County, the teachers in the small school don't even have the status of a high scholar. Even after studying for years, they can only memorize the Analects of Confucius. They can only explain a few things and then turn around and teach the children who can't read." Baigo listened to Zhang Xiaobao quietly and understood. Nowadays, schools for children to teach were all over Tang. Schools were not short of money. Merchants were greedy, but not only were they greedy for money, they were also greedy for benefits. According to Xiaobao, if there were benefits, they would dare to do it. In the end, the children were happy. In places where there were many merchants, the children's meals, clothes and utensils were compared. If you were in charge of 5 days of meals and made fat fish head to nourish the children every day, I would eat braised pork every day. Who was better than who? If not for Xiaobao's strict rules on the children's meals, the children would have become fat pigs by now. The local merchants were rich, and the schools were better than the other. There were not enough teachers, so those with a bit of knowledge dared to sit in the classrooms. According to Xiaobao, he intends to send the other old men to other academies. This. Baigo thought about it and denied it. "Xiaobao, that won't do. You don't understand us old geezers. In the past, when we fought in the imperial court, even if we didn't fight to the death, we were close to the point of swords and weapons. If it weren't for you and Cuckoo, we wouldn't have interacted with each other. He hadn't fought enough in the imperial court. What should he do? Now that I'm at your place, you can continue to fight. Even in a game of chess, you have to fight for supremacy. If you arrange for others to leave the academy, who would be willing to do so? The main thing is that other academies are not as good as your Jianjia academy. If you go elsewhere, it will be a fight between academies." Knowing that it was not enough, who would walk the path of certain defeat? Rules can be learned by your father. You can't learn from the confidence behind Cuckoo. The beautiful surroundings can be created as long as you have money. However, you can't create the awe-inspiring and strong character of Jianjia Academy. Many students are proud to be able to enter Jianjia Academy. Now, no one in Jinjia Academy is here to waste time. They all feel that they don't have enough time. In the past, they competed about status and spending. Now, they are competing about ability and knowledge. It's too vulgar to say that they are rich. No one dares to say that they are rich in your academy. Bai Gou's words made Zhang Xiaobao feel embarrassed. Although he knew that the academy that his family had set up Grandpa Bai had a bad reputation, he had to be humble. Of course, he also knew that the reason why a famous school was famous was not only because it occupied a large area and had good teachers, but also because of its foundation. For example, West Point, Cambridge, and other schools that were valued in China in the past and named Shuimuzhan and Tsinghua Academy. It seemed that in the future, his Jianjia Academy would also become Jianjia University. If it continued for 1,000 years, who would dare to refuse to accept it? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao laughed to himself. Until Bai Gou repeatedly called out, "Xiaobao, a fish has bitten the bait." Zhang Xiaobao finally woke up from his dream. He looked at the water. Indeed, the fish was biting tightly, struggling to move the float up and down. He quickly held the bottom of the fishing rod with one hand and used the other hand to test the strength. A foot-long fish was pulled out of the water. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to throw the fish to the shore, the water splashed everywhere. A black shadow jumped out and went straight to the foot-long fish. Bai Gou was shocked. His eyes widened instantly. Before he could see clearly what flew out of the water, his line of sight was blocked by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao half-squatted in front of Bai Gou with one leg in front and one leg behind. He held a black dagger in his left hand and a grey revolver in his right hand. He held it on his left forearm. He looked at the other guards around him. They were either squatting or lying down. They pointed their guns in all directions. Following the sound of something falling into the water, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and put the gun back into the holster on his leg. He turned around and smiled at Bai Gou. "Huh, Grandpa Bai, it was a false alarm. It was a big black fish. Did it scare you?" "You scared me. I didn't see the fish at all," Bai Gou said angrily. When he saw that the guards he brought were still confused, his anger burned even more. He lectured them, Look, I was counting on you to protect me. If a team like Xiaobao fought me, this old man would definitely die with a grievance. It's good, right? In the blink of an eye, you will have to say goodbye to this beautiful world." The butler, Chongcheng, was shocked. He moved closer and whispered, "Master, I have already asked the leader of the guards to take care of them. Usually, they are not bad. There are not many teams in the world that can be as good as Jidushi Zhang's guards, right?" All right. When Xiaobao's team first came out, my guards were slightly better. Later, when they came to Shuzhou, my guards were slightly worse. Now, let's not talk about it." Bai Gou waved his hand dispiritedly. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao began to take off his clothes. He took off his clothes until he was only wearing a pair of shorts. He held the dagger in his hand and said to Bai Gou, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. I will go down and catch it. It is about 4 feet long and has become a demon. Don't say that your guards are not changing. They are not changing." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, he drew a beautiful arc in the air and plunged into the water with a splash. Bai Gou curled his lips, "My ass. If you don't practice, you will become a demon. You will not change until you die. Prepare the net for me. Do you expect other people's elites to do the work?" The second half of Bai Gou's sentence was directed at his guards. He directly regarded them as his assistants. He also understood why the emperor directly asked Xiaobei and the others to come over, and why Xiaobao and Cuckoo did not object. Xiaobei's 9 children's bodyguards, compared to Xiaobao's bodyguards, should only be stronger. Bai Go guessed correctly. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have the two fast gunmen that Watanabe Juchiro saw by Xiaobei's side. They only trained two qualified people and gave them to Xiaobei and the others. When Bai Go's guards pulled the net left and right, planning to help Zhang Xiaobao, the water on the surface of the water began to churn. There was a faint dark red color in the water. After a while, it stopped churning and spat out two mouthfuls of blood. It waved its hand toward the shore. Its elbow was bent as it pushed something toward the shore. When the water became shallow, the figure of the black fish was revealed. Zhang Xiaobao threw it into the water and no longer cared about it. He swung his left arm and walked to the shore, cursing, "Want to bite me? I broke its teeth and hit its face. The skin on its pads is broken." Bah! Zhang Xiaobao spat out another mouthful of blood. It seemed that his teeth were really broken. Bai Go saw Zhang Xiaobao was injured, so his face sank. "If you don't have the ability, don't go down and show off. How old are you? You are still like a child." "I didn't show off. I just wanted to catch a live one. Otherwise, how could I be hurt by it? Let's not talk about the black fish. Let's see if a small shark dares to eat me. Unfortunately, you can't eat fresh fish. Take it back and I'll make half-fresh sashimi for you." Zhang Xiaobao looked very regretful. In the end, he still stabbed the black fish to death. The person in charge of carrying the fish saw that the black fish's eyes were obviously not pierced by a dagger. There were only two deep holes left, and the eyeballs were gone. Zhang Xiaobao probably pierced them with his fingers. There were a few wounds on the black fish's head. Wei Wei moved a little, but it would not come back to life. Bai Go saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not seriously injured, so he pointed to the stool next to him. "Let's send the fish back and chill it. Let's continue fishing." Where were we just now? The weather was not too cold, and it was almost noon. Zhang Xiaobao did not put on his clothes. He sat down in his pants and replied, "We were talking about the academy. I said that my academy was good. I didn't ask you about the latter part, the former part," Bai Shu reminded him. "Before that? You said that there were many old men and that they were fighting for classes, so you had no classes. Before that? That's it. Before that, I asked you if the fish was too old to cook dishes. Is that true?" Bai Go said it out by himself. Zhang Xiaobao tried to recall. It seemed that time had passed too quickly. When Bai Go was about to lose his patience, he finally showed a look of realization and said, "Yes, Grandpa. You have a good memory, Grandpa Bai. That depends on what kind of fish it is. For example, the black fish we caught just now was about 4 feet long. It was definitely not young, and it tasted better. What if people are old? Can they only eat and wait for death?" Bai Go said with a sigh. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood that Grandpa Bai was suffering from the after-effects of retirement. In the past, he followed him everywhere. Later, when he went to the north, he could not take the old man with him. After a long time, the old man had nothing to do. People who had been officials for a long time were not like ordinary old people who could take care of their grandchildren. They always wanted to do things that were in line with their official status. Although between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County was good, it was not a place they could stay all year round. "Grandpas all think so?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he clumsily assembled the fishing rod with one hand and tapped it on his face again and again. "Everyone thinks so." Bai Go looked depressed. "It's simple. If you want to find something to do, just send a telegram or get someone to send a signal through the radio. I'll give you an idea. Why do you have to come here personally to fish?" Zhang Xiaobao slapped his thigh and complained. Bai Go glared at him. "If you don't come here, do you think this old man can't even walk? Tell me, what's the job? Is there a salary?" "Yes, there's a lot of money. They will take the initiative to give it to you. Our Tang Empire's tourism industry is booming now. There are many places in my house. You can go and take a group of old men there. When you reach a place, you can praise them. For example, the water is good, the mountains are beautiful. If you want to move your arms, write couplets, or compose poems, just the money to polish your pen will be 10 times more than others. Eat, drink, and play. You won't have to pay a single cent. After a while, our tourism industry will open up in Japan. There's also Shinlua. If you're not afraid of storms, you can also go there. Zhang Xiaobao did not need to think too much. His eyes turned, and ideas came out like a gushing spring. Bai Go did not care about his fishing rod. He felt that by the water, the autumn cold was heavy, which was the opposite of what Zhang Xiaobao thought was warm. He took out a flat glass bottle from his arms, shook the wine inside, unscrewed the cap and drank 2 mouthfuls. He exhaled deeply and said, "I regret it. If I had known, I would have brought Ya with me. I'm too old. I can't play tricks on you young people. Grandpa Bai, you came here and asked me to give you an idea. I gave you an idea. How can you say that I'm playing tricks? You make me so sad." Zhang Xiaobao put the fishing rod on the shelf. When he waved his hand, someone brought him some clean water. He began to wipe his body so that he could change into dry pants later. Bai Go did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's words. "If you're not sad, why do you have so many tricks? You took too long to recall just now. You even tapped your face a few times." "Did I? Oh, the black fish hit me. It hurts, so I tapped it a little to stimulate the blood flow. It's the same as cupping and scraping when you're sick. Ice chips, give me ice chips. My face hurts more when I hear Grandpa Bai's words." Zhang Xiaobao splashed water on himself and asked someone to find ice chips for him. Bai Go gave Zhang Xiaobao a look of disbelief and asked, "Tell me, what's your purpose other than to play?" "Grandpa Bai, you're wise. It's a long story. Make it short." "Well, in fact, not all places in the Tang Empire are suitable for tourism. You always praise me for being smart. I won't let people waste money to invest. Firstly, tourism has requirements for roads. It's not too expensive to build roads, and it's not all cement roads. Rich people can go over and say that they're willing to fork out money and talk to the local people. The people who are free will take the initiative to build roads. You're in charge of the money for the gunpowder and food. The people are willing to build roads in front of their homes. The power of the people, the power of the people is very strong. They will quickly build a road that is cheap and convenient. The imperial court will then fork out money to build the main road, and all the roads will be connected." Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and explained his original intention of developing tourism. "What's the second reason?" Bai Go felt that he was back in the yamen and asked. "The second reason is that the Tang Empire has many special products and minerals. When I asked people to draw the map, I had already explored it. With the development of technology, there are more ways to explore. The resources that were not discovered in the past will be valued by the businessmen who invest money after the tourism industry. We'll note it down, but not mine. If we can plunder it, we must plunder it and leave some for our descendants. When technology reaches a certain level, there will be an explosion of resources. The Tang Empire wants to encourage plundering." Zhang Xiaobao was almost done washing. He stood there and waited for the clothes to dry. He raised another finger. Bai Go closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao changed his pants. He opened his eyes and said, "Yes, but what does it have to do with us going on a trip? Help you note down the location of the resources? Something like that. When you go on a trip, bring professionals with you. Most importantly, Xiaobei is a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire, but she can't really put down her studies to patrol. My family's business is not omnipotent. When you go on a trip, help me take a look. I don't believe that you can be bribed. You just said that you've been fighting with each other. Whoever gets benefits will speak up for him. He can't afford to lose face, right? Zhang Xiaobao raised another finger. Bai Go nodded and signaled to Zhang Xiaobao to come closer. Zhang Xiaobao had just put on his clothes and came over with his eyes open. Bai Go grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and pried open all 10 fingers. He said, "Don't wait for me to ask you one by one. Say it yourself. Say it all the way to the 10th finger. How can there be so many?" Zhang Xiaobao was unhappy. Also, count in the toes. Bai Go did not let go. Chapter 946. Bai Go pestered Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him all his plans. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, insisted that life was not easy. When he was asked too much, he would answer perfunctorily. For example, the purpose was to let a group of elders find local specialties during their trip and bring them back to him so that he could consider whether he could plant them, especially the precious medicinal herbs. Such a small matter was not worth Zhang Xiaobao's attention. As for whether there were more important matters, of course, there were, but Zhang Xiaobao did not want to tell Bai Go everything. Otherwise, when traveling, there would be too many things on his mind and the elders would not have a good time. Only when there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao would ask someone to send a message to the elders and ask them to help. Bai Go saw that he could not get an answer, so he could only give up temporarily and continue fishing. Today, he caught a grass carp and consecutively caught a few more grass carps. Finally, his interest was exhausted. He said that the other fish in the water had been eaten by the black fish and went back with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Bai Go back to the yamen. At the same time, he asked someone to pull the net and catch a lot of fish. All kinds of freshwater fish added up to 300 caddies. They brought it back as an extra dish for the guards at noon. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was not the only one who ate fish. Hong Nong also specially formed a team to catch fish. When the water rushed, many fish directly flowed into the fields. When the water receded, it would be even more difficult for them to come out again. In places where the water was deep, they directly used nets. In places where the water was shallow, they rolled up their trousers and used hooks to fish. In other places, before the food Zhang Xiaobao gathered arrived, they boiled the fish into soup and let the laborers eat it with steamed buns or rice. Bai Go came in a hurry and received an answer. However, he could not rush back immediately. He found a job in the yamen as an accountant and used his remaining energy. During the day, he took an hour or so to walk around the streets where the water receded and see the bustling scene at the construction site. Every time he saw a commoner who worked hard, he would first sigh with emotion. Their families had been destroyed, and they had lost their relatives. Not a single one of them had ever complained. They were all working hard. The more this was the case, the more Bai Go gritted his teeth as he looked at Yan Zheng who was standing outside the south gate. He wished that he could use his knife to slice off Yan Zheng's flesh and cook it. However, he knew that it would only benefit Yan Zheng. Xiaobei is really smart. She's a good child. Another day, Bai Go arrived at the south gate. He looked at Yan Zheng, who was firmly tied up and exposed to the elements. Yan Zheng's hair was messy, his skin was cracked, his eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was puckered. He felt very relieved. The reason he praised Xiaobei was because when Xiaobei first saw Yan Zheng, he had his teeth knocked out and said that he would not let him die a quick death. If Xiaobei hadn't been sensible at that time, it would have been too easy for him to kill Yan Zheng with one sentence. Yan Zheng was behind the south gate and had never seen Bai Go up close. At this time, he saw that there was another person beside him who was still standing there. He thought that it was another person who had come to scold him. He struggled to turn his head to take a look. Perhaps he could gain some sympathy and leave a way out for his family. He saw an old man with a head full of white hair and a frosty beard. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He knew that he was not an ordinary person. He said in a hoarse voice that was almost inaudible, "One person's crime, one person's punishment. His family does not know." Baigo saw that the other party did not even know who he was and sighed, "Yanzheng, do you still remember me? You are." Yanzheng opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him. He suddenly realized, You are the Minister of Revenue, Crown Prince Zhang Shi, Baigo, Bai Longzhe. You are responsible for your own actions. I am the former Minister of Revenue. I was also the Hunan magistrate. When I was the Hunan magistrate, I did not encounter anything like Hong Nong. I admit that I am not a good person, but I am not as cruel as you. Don't tell me about your crimes. I don't care. Baigo had planned to scold him, but suddenly he was not in the mood. But, protect my children? In the next life. Don't mention the next life to me. I only ask about this life. I am a farmer. I can't protect anyone, let alone your children. If it were anyone else, I would not dare to protect them. His Majesty personally appointed Zhang Xiaobei and the other 9 people here. Who dares to interfere? His Majesty's edict has been sent to Japan. His Majesty's edict will come out soon. If Japan dares to not let your family come back, Wang Wan dares to gather the elites of the Tang Empire and attack Japan with the help of the gunboats. She does not care about the blood staining the mountains and rivers. However, maybe Zhang Xiaobao will be soft-hearted and can be flexible. But you have to live like you are now. Otherwise, when you die, Zhang Xiaobao will make your family suffer for you. Eat and sleep as you should. Don't let others force you. Baigo threatened Yanzheng and his family. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yanzheng's dim eyes. He shouted, I want to eat porridge, I want to live. Baigo really did not know. When they were on the train, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed the countermeasures. They would pretend to drown Yanzheng's family, but in fact, they would take them far away from the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao really did not want to kill Yanzheng's daughter. But he was afraid that if he did not destroy the whole family, it would not be a deterrent. Baigo was afraid that Yanzheng's mind could not keep up and he would die. In that case, he would not be able to show others. He needed him to live so that every official who worked in the local government could see him. In the Yamen, Zhang Xiaobao had just sorted out the files. This time, the officials of Hunan province were involved in the case. There were a total of 613 people, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the bottom. Their crimes were different, and they could be sentenced to life or death. However, all of them had to be sent to Chang'an. Some were already on the way, while some nearby were temporarily locked up. A large number of people will be sent down. No matter how light their crimes are, after Li Longji's edict, he can't continue to be an official. I plan to put the people who passed the entrance exam of Jianjia Academy in important positions. How should I tell Li Longji? Zhang Xiaobao put the list on the table and was worried. Wang Wan touched the list with her hand and shook her head. More than 600 people. It's shocking. It's really shocking. Okay, don't say that it's shocking. Hunan province is not Hunan province. There are other places, such as Shandong. There are only 600 people. In the whole Hunan province, there are no less than 10,000 officials. I'm very relieved. It's not a big proportion, so I still dare to arrest them. What I'm most afraid of is that there is not a good official, which makes me worry about whom to arrest. Of course, if we meet an international swindler, we must arrest him. He is rich, but he doesn't have the foundation of the higher-ups. I'm not afraid of him because the higher-ups can clear his name. But this time, I won't arrest the Japanese. If I do, it will make me look too incompetent. Do I need to arrest them to deal with them? I can cooperate with you to attack Japan because I don't like it, but I will never admit that I don't have the ability to directly attack a small figure who can't be found wrong. In the Great Tang, we must destroy a country when we attack, instead of fighting with words. Zhang Xiaobao's face was full of disdain. He shook his head like a teacher. Go and cook. Yesterday, Xiaobei asked people to send a lot of willow mushrooms from Old Willow Village. I want to eat willow mushrooms stewed with chicken. When Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk about something else, she quickly asked him to cook. When Zhang Xiaobao walked to the back kitchen, she said, "If the country is not good, who do you blame? Every man has a responsibility. If the country is righteous, it will not change. If the country is not righteous, it will not change until death. I'm just saying. I didn't change. Don't you know how I spent the money I swindled? Some officials are not as good as me. They changed first. Willow mushrooms stewed with chicken? Even Xiaobei can't say such a stupid thing. If willow mushrooms stewed chicken, what about hazel mushrooms and pine mushrooms? These are mushrooms that grow on real willow trees. The children of Old Willow Village gave them to Xiaobei. On average, several willow trees can produce one mushroom, and I stewed it? Wait, I'll make malatang today. People say that there are 3,000 willow branches. Willow mushrooms should be boiled to eat, stewed dishes should be eaten with the soup, boiled dishes should be eaten fresh, boiled dishes should be eaten fresh, and eaten with willow mushrooms should be eaten fresh and tender. If you don't believe me, you can boil the pine mushrooms, which are red mushrooms, to see how they taste and taste. How is this the Tang Dynasty? I'm a man full of talent, but I'm actually ordered around as a cook. The human heart is not what it used to be, it's really not what it used to be. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and pushed the door open, leaving Wang Wan sitting there and laughing. After laughing, she looked at the back of the kitchen and murmured sweetly, "I'm bullying you. Full of talent? I think you're full of evil tricks. Not to mention the Tang Dynasty, even if you run to the primitive society, you'll still have to cook for me. I'm depending on you, humph." Since they said they were going to eat malatang for lunch, they definitely had to eat it. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to make all the skewers himself. He found a few helpers to make the skewers, and he made the malatang soup himself. All kinds of things that could be used as traditional Chinese medicine were fried as seasonings. He also asked someone to extract pepper oil. He didn't use oil to fry pepper, but squeezed out pepper oil like how he squeezed bean oil. After that, he used lamb bones to make soup. When the soup was done, he used chicken to make soup. Then, he used another pot to make crucian carp soup. Finally, he mixed them together and used them to make malatang soup. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to make soup with water and seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao was busy preparing the ingredients for the malatang soup. Just then, Bai Shu came back. As soon as he entered the door, he took a deep breath and praised, "It smells good. The crucian carp that I caught with great difficulty yesterday is not cooked, right? I plan to raise it in a wooden basin and eat it." "Grandpa Bai, the crucian carp you mentioned was made into soup by Xiaobao." Wang Wan immediately complained. Bai Shu looked at the soup and shook his head, "No, the crucian carp is milky white. Don't bully this old man because I don't understand. Your soup doesn't count the color of the seasonings and chili oil. It should be clear soup." Zhang Xiaobao came in with a plate of mushrooms. He pursed his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't have clear soup?" If you don't believe me, don't eat it first. I will continue to make the soup into clear soup for you. I believe you, I believe you. This old man is hungry and can't afford it. Even if you say you're going to change the lake you and Kaiwan bought in Anshi from a saltwater lake to a freshwater lake, this old man will believe you. Bai Shu didn't care how Xiao Bao made it. As long as there was something to eat, he believed that Xiao Bao would make it delicious even if it was a simple scrambled egg with garlic sprouts. A small plate was placed in front of Bai Shu, who had just freshened up. There were tahini sauce, shrimp sauce, oyster sauce, a little bit of yellow wine and fermented bean curd, as well as chopped green onions and minced garlic. There were also rows of small bowls with various things in them, such as ginger juice for seafood, coriander and pepper paste for mutton, wasabi and soy sauce for sashimi, and so on. Wang Wan chose the seasonings herself. Zhang Xiaobao's plate was simple. There was only garlic sauce. Although hundreds of seasonings were made by him, he didn't like to eat them. He put some soy sauce and garlic because there was mutton liver in the mutton soup. Otherwise, he wouldn't put anything. If it was bland, he would put some salt. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Wan had a heavy appetite and liked to eat things with strong flavors, he would have made a seafood hot pot with clear soup. He would only eat that fresh and not even salt, or eat it raw after killing the bacteria and parasites. Bai Shu was enjoying himself. He didn't care how little Xiao Bao put in the seasonings. He knew that Xiao Bao's mastery of seasonings was unparalleled. It was the same for cooking. He didn't put in things if he could. He emphasized that the big things were invisible and the big things were silent. Ha! Who? Wine, put more ice fish. Ah! Spicy, Xiao Bao, there are only 5 days left until the fall imperial examination. You should be back in the capital, right? Ah! Bai Shu put sesame oil and chili oil in the plate and kept breathing. Beside him, someone also had to serve him wine with ice at any time. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless with Bai Shu's behavior. He said, "I'll be back tomorrow." Then he got up and went to make cucumber skin and stir-fried bamboo shoots for Bai Shu. He was really afraid that Bai Shu would have problems with the spiciness. All kinds of materials had been sent to Hong Nong. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to follow them, so the inner courtyard took over. The people of the Sinongxi temple came early and signed a contract with the local people who had land. After the new seeds were planted, no matter how much they were produced, they couldn't be eaten by the people. Secondly, they couldn't be sold by the people. They had to be handed over to the people of the Sinongxi temple. If the yield was high, they would spread it elsewhere next year. If the yield was low, they would bring it back for research. The people only had to serve and get paid. The Sinongxi temple had money. The people in charge of building the railway had already planned the place. Wherever the railway passed, no farming, no building, and no deliberate destruction or digging. There was also a large area where the market would be built in the future. They circled a large area for farming temporarily. If necessary, they could dig it up at any time. In Old Willow Village, Xiaobei and the others waited for the person in charge of taking care of the children. They packed their bags and brought many dolls to be sold in the capital. They said goodbye to the other children with tears in their eyes. Xiaobei made an agreement with the other party. When the weather warmed up next year, either the 9 of them would come or get the children to play in the place where she lived. In the future, every time someone came to pick up the dolls and send them elsewhere to be sold, they would bring all kinds of seafood. Early the next morning, Xiaobei's team rushed to the train station and met up with her brother's team. They boarded the train and headed for the capital amidst the rumbling sound. "Brother, didn't you see that guy called Shuichiro Watanabe? He's a fool and wants to treat others as fools. He wants to bribe us with 300,000 strings of cash every year. Tell me, what can I do?" Xiaobei sat opposite her brother and rolled a boiled egg on the table in the middle. showing off her cleverness to her brother. You can't do it. Our family's Xiaobei isn't stupid. Eat it quickly. You promised to eat a boiled egg a day. I heard that you didn't do it thoroughly when you were in Old Willow Village. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the egg in his sister's hand and wanted to take it and peel it. Xiaobei hurriedly stretched out her hands to protect it. Wait a moment. Let me adjust my mood and eat it with spicy sauce, okay? Brother, who told you that I didn't eat the egg? I said it was a joint report and a fingerprint. Do you want to take a look? Do you need to adjust your mood to eat a boiled egg? Throw it outside the train. I'll make you steamed egg cream. Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up and go to the dining car of the train. No, I don't like to eat the yolk of boiled eggs. I like to eat salted eggs. I'll drink some water and eat it. I can't throw it away. I won't look at the joint name anymore. Actually, I know who it is. Whoever cares about me is the one who told you first. Brother, can you think of a way to make the yolk of boiled eggs better? You're so good. Xiaobei couldn't bear to throw away an egg. She knew that there were people who couldn't eat eggs, so she turned around and gave her brother a difficult problem. She felt that it was very difficult. Unexpectedly, her brother Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much and immediately nodded. Yes, it's very simple. Cut the boiled egg and take out the yolk first. Stuff the concave area between the two egg whites with meat stuffing and cover the yolk. Put the yolk where the egg whites are fried until they're golden brown. Steam the stuffing and pour the juice over them after they're cooked. Both the yolk and the yolk will be delicious. Do this in the future and make all 9 of you together. Xiaobei nodded repeatedly as she listened. Her eyes were full of worship. For the sake of eating yolk, they could do so much. Wang Wan took Xiaobei's egg and peeled it. She said to Xiaobei, "Look at how much your brother spoils you. Xiaobei, I heard that you almost compromised with that Shuichiro Watanabe." Xiaobei took the peeled egg and dipped it in the chili sauce that was brought over. She took a bite and swallowed it. She said, "I thought he was going to take out 100 million strings of cash, not 100 million won. I was so happy at first, but who knew that a poor thing like him couldn't take it out? It made me angry. In the future, if there's a situation like this where someone really gives you 100 million strings of cash, we don't want it," Zhang Xiaobao said. Xiaobei didn't understand. Why? He gave me 100 million strings of cash to atone for his crime. It'd be a waste not to take it. Xiaobei, let big sister ask you. Did he take out money to bribe the people of the Tang Empire because he harmed them? Wang Wan asked. Xiaobei nodded. That's why we can't take that money. Look at your brother. He's never used the premise of harming the people of the Tang Empire to earn money. Wang Wan continued to teach. What's the connection? Xiaobei clearly didn't understand. There's a connection. Xiaobei, Xiaohai, all of you, remember this. Your brother has countless unconventional methods to earn money, but he hasn't used any of them in the Tang Empire. If he's really using methods that harm the interests of the Tang Empire to earn money, your brother doesn't need to borrow the hands of others. Their little tricks are not worth mentioning in front of your brother. Wang Wan smiled smugly and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke to the 9 children. Really? So the Japanese aren't powerful? Xiaobei looked at her brother as if she had found a new toy. Japanese? Your brother doesn't even need to do anything about the Japanese's little tricks. I'll deal with them. It's just a small trick. But I've never seen futures and warrants before. Moreover, the Japaneses are full of loopholes. Xiaobei, do you still remember the world in the story I told you? Wang Wan looked down on the Japanese and asked Xiaobei. I remember. They're so powerful. The people from that world have huge iron birds in the sky that can even throw things to the moon. If a few people from that world come to our great Tang, will you and Big Brother be able to deal with them? Xiaobei blinked her eyes. Her mind was filled with the pictures that Wang Wan had described to her. She was very worried. Wang Wan curled her lips and said disdainfully, "There are indeed powerful people there, but even they tremble when they know that their opponent is your brother. Among that group of people, your brother may not be the first, but no one dares to treat him as the second. Over there, if your brother were to go bankrupt, countless of his enemies would follow him and lose everything. So, in the future, if someone uses the premise of harming the interests of the Tang Empire to bribe you, we won't accept any amount of money. Our family's money needs to be earned steadily. When the land produces more, there are more livestock and poultry, and there are more things we plunder from the outside, our family's money will naturally increase." Xiaobei's blood boiled when she heard this. "Sister, so my brother is so powerful, but how did you know? We haven't competed." "Huh, you and my brother don't come from that world, do you?" Xiaobei told the truth. "You guessed right. Your brother and I come from that world to protect you guys. If we don't come, who will pamper you, right?" Wang Wan followed Xiaobei's words. Yes, then you can go to a more powerful world. Remember to take me with you. I want to compete with them. I want to stand on the sword and fly to the world where the stars are. At that time, I will have the universe suppressing wheel in my left hand, the star 8 trigrams banner in my right hand, and my feet. Xiaobei entered her own fantasy and told her brother and sister about the dream she had created. The full moon shone in the sky. As soon as the train arrived at the station, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately led their younger siblings into the palace. The palace gate, which should have been closed, was left open. Li Longji was still awake and waiting in Xingxing Palace. He wanted to get the latest news and the most accurate details from Zhang Xiaobao and the rest. After all, the news that came previously couldn't be too specific. Xiaobei represented the 9 children and was the first to speak. She told Li Longji how she received the order to rush to Hong Nong immediately, how she swam across the water and saw a child from the school. Then, she told him how Yan Zheng tried to cheat her and how she taught him a lesson. She even promoted the dolls from Old Willow Village to Li Longji. Finally, she mentioned that she had lent him 1.3 million strings of cash. Li Longji listened to Xiaobei's introduction and was furious. He said a few harsh words directed at the officials and praised Xiaobei and the rest. However, he seemed to have forgotten about the 1.3 million strings of cash that Xiaobei had mentioned. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the reconstruction situation to Li Longji, Xiaobei stuck close to Xiaoyuan and muttered, "It's obvious that he doesn't want to return the money to us. Let's bring a few more dolls tomorrow and exchange them with the concubines in the palace. Even the worst of their things cost more than dolls. I knew he wouldn't give it to us. He'll probably stay at home and study tomorrow. Don't think about coming out. How much money can we get by exchanging dolls? When we were on the train, didn't brother say that he wanted to build an amusement park under our management? That's the most profitable. After the Japanese compensate us, perhaps brother will give us the money." Xiaoyuan had an expression that said, "I understand." Xiaobei hesitated and said, "Brother, if you really give us the money, let's not take it. When I said that I would take the money, I didn't expect anyone to return it. You guys support me, right?" "Yes, we support you. But if the Japanese compensate us, why don't we take it? We have money. The next time no one pays us back, we'll take it out. Otherwise, if we encounter an emergency again, we won't have any money to use." Xiaoyuan expressed her opinion. "Alright, if they really compensate us, we'll take it. Tonight, we'll go back and sleep. After we've slept enough, we'll discuss the matter of the amusement park tomorrow. I plan to take out our small house and rent it out." Xiaobei also began to plan to work hard to earn money. That's agarwood. We can build it according to our house using other wood. As for the decorations inside, we can replace them with cheap things. Xiao Yuan was obviously reluctant to rent the house to other children. That's true. We'll think of other ways. Xiaobei lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to Li Longji. He didn't mention too much about the captured officials. He didn't need to care about them when they were sent to the capital. He needed Li Longji to cooperate and put pressure on the Japanese to send 200,000 railway workers to the Great Tang as soon as possible. He also needed to improve the tariff system so that they could engage in unequal economic trade and plunder more. Li Longji listened attentively and had people take note of it one by one. Now, under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao, he had become more pragmatic. He wasn't good at boasting about his reputation. He was willing to build up his reputation. The so-called building up his reputation was what Zhang Xiaobao told him. If he had money, he could build as tall as he wanted and as grand as possible. When he had nothing to do, he could travel and experience the magnificence of the rivers and mountains. He could go to Hainan and experience the winter and summer scenery. He could also play sea fishing and personally go to Lake Tai to fish for crabs. He could also look at the tides in Qiantang and go to the grasslands to admire the clear skies. This was his reputation. Compared to giving a lot of money to his subordinates and having them call him a fool behind his back, it was better to spend the money himself. Li Longji was fooled just like that. If someone were to ask him who was the best person in Great Tang, he would definitely say himself. The next person would be Zhang Xiaobao. The other officials were all afraid of him spending money. They had to persuade him to build a garden or go out for a stroll. How could they be compared to Zhang Xiaobao? Not only did he not persuade him, he even encouraged him and thought of ways to get money. Even if the imperial court couldn't fork out the money, he was willing to fork out the money himself. Thus, in order to go against that powerful country in the future, in order to be able to travel and build beautiful houses, Li Longji placed more and more importance on technology and money. Oh, he was placing more and more importance on the development of technology and economy. As for the construction of spiritual civilization, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about it. Great Tang had very strict requirements in this regard. If a person did something immoral and was criticized by others, their face would turn red. The emperor also knew that if an official didn't do a good job and the people in the area suffered, he would have to issue an edict of guilt. Li Longji hadn't learned the ability to be righteous and not admit his wrongdoings. In Zhang Xiaobao's heart, he was a good emperor. Xiaobao. While Li Longji was imagining how fragrant the pie Zhang Xiaobao painted for him was, he asked, "Is it because once the railway is built, it will take less time to go from the capital to the north of Hebei province, and there won't be too many guards?" "Your Majesty, you can't just think about going to the north of Hebei province. There aren't many good sceneries there. You can see the ice shallows, the fish breaking through the ice, the snow and dew, the tigers roaring, the mountains quiet, and the horses galloping." Zhang Xiaobao belittled the northeast. Wang Wan immediately played along. Xiaobao is right. Moreover, the north of Hebei province isn't very beautiful. It's nothing more than the scenery of the northern country. Thousands of miles are covered in ice and thousands of miles are fluttering in snow. The mountains and rivers there aren't very beautiful, although it has attracted countless heroes. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. How long will it take to go there? After the railway is built. Li Longji was tempted by the two people's words. Let me estimate. According to the current power of the steam engine, it will take about 10 days to go from Chang'an to Jili province. There is a place in Jili province where the sand is fine and the distance to the shallow water is very long. There are white seagulls as light as clouds and silver fish as hanging quilts under them. The reef is not beyond the horizon and pearls are in the clam everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao said casually and then said to Wang Wan, you've seen too much of it, right? Wang Wan nodded. Not far, not far. It's only 10 days. Plus the sightseeing, 1 month is enough. We can go there next time. At this moment, Li Longji wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly there to have a look. Zhang Xiaobao struck while the iron was hot. Your Majesty, the Tang Empire is yours. Isn't it easy for you to go there? You're the emperor. It's normal for the emperor to look at his own empire. 10 days is too slow to travel to Jili province. The new steam engine is coming out soon. When the time comes, even if you go to Luzhou, as long as the railway is built, I guarantee that you'll reach there in 5 days. That's right, Your Majesty. When you reach Luzhou, you'll be able to see the real blue sea and silver sand. You'll be able to see the coconut grove at night, the sea and the sky merging into one, and the fishing boats singing at night, Wang Wan chimed in. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were tempting him, but he also knew that they were not lying. The place they were talking about was indeed beautiful. That's right. I'm the Emperor of Tang. Why can't I go there and have a look? It was just money. The imperial court's treasury was getting more and more money. Even if the officials objected, Xiao Bao's family was rich. Spending some of his money would not make him poor. Especially with the radio station, where could he not govern? With that thought in mind, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiao Bao, if the imperial court can't pay for the railway, will your family? Li Longji did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Xiao Bei pouted at the side. Xiao Yuan, how can you do that? Uncle Emperor didn't mention our money, and he wants our family to pay for it. Fortunately, I can make money. What if I can't? Xiao Yuan smacked his lips. If brother can't make money, we'll have to live a hard life. We won't have so many guards when we go out. The inner court can't change shifts every few hours. We'll have to work from morning to night. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Perhaps Xiao Bei was thinking about the consequences of not having money. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He said fearfully, fortunately, life now is not a dream. Zhang Xiaobao could not hear his younger brother and sister's words. After Li Longji finished speaking, he replied, Your Majesty, if you need my family to pay for it, my family will definitely do so. However, my family and the national treasury do not need to spend money. It's very simple to raise the cost of the railway. Money is not a problem. Li Longji nodded. We like to hear Xiao Bao speak. The servants around them agreed. Who wouldn't like to hear Zhang Xiaobao say that money is not a problem? Then, go and get it done as soon as possible. Li Longji urged. Your Majesty, the matter of money is easy to solve. The Great Tang Bank has a lot of money. If you don't want the money, I'll help you with the operation. The annual profits won't be any less than the national treasury. Furthermore, when the deposit, withdrawal, and loan reserves reach a certain ratio, there's a lot of money that can be withdrawn at any time. In fact, the railway can be directly issued with bonds. Once the railway is built, the trains can be operated. Whether it's transporting people or goods, as long as there's not too much personal profit involved, and there's not too much that's harmful to the public's interests, the railway can be quickly recovered. So, Wang Wan continued, so, Your Majesty, in the future, when you look for Xiao Bao, don't worry about money. Xiao Bao is afraid of many things, but he's not afraid of a lack of money. Xiao Bao's meaning is that if the railway is built, people will die. Parents will lose their children, wives will lose their husbands, and children will lose their fathers. For a family, this is too heavy a burden. The reason why I fight so viciously is because I want to intimidate others so that in the future, I won't fight so many battles. Not fighting doesn't mean that I'm afraid. I just don't want to do it. If you force me to do it, Great Tang's men don't lack hot-bloodedness. If Great Tang soldiers arrive at a city and surrender, they will be provided with food, clothing, medical care, and education. If Great Tang soldiers arrive at a city and don't surrender, the city will be destroyed and slaughtered. Wang Wan's first words made Li Longji feel very gratified, but the second half was a bit frightening. Li Longji knew that Wang Wan valued the lives of her soldiers. She gave them a lot of compensation, so much so that some people were willing to take the initiative to die in battle. And Zhang Xiaobao was ruthless, not caring about internal matters. Thus, he said, with Cuckoo here, I'm worried about Great Tang. Didn't you say that 200,000 people would come from Japan to build the railway? Not enough? How about this, there are still the strong Kunlun slaves. I'll think of a way to get people from other places to help build the railway. My Great Tang's people can just watch from the side. How about it? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about how history evaluated Li Longji. He only knew that the Li Longji in front of him made him feel very comfortable. He was the emperor, so he had to act like one. What kind of emperor was an emperor if he didn't love the people? With your majesty's words, this subject will forge steel. Even if I have to use part of Great Tang's reserves, if your majesty can mobilize 1 million non-Tang Tang craftsmen for this subject will make a military pledge. Within a year, this subject will build 30,000 li of railway. This subject isn't worried about money, but this subject is afraid that there won't be enough manpower. Zhang Xiaobao said fiercely. 1 million workers to build 30,000 li of railway. On average, 100 people would need to build 3 li of railway a year. 3 li, not 3 kilometers, was less than 1,500 meters, or 1,400 meters. 100 people couldn't build 4 meters in a day? Li Longji did not want Zhang Xiaobao to make a military pledge. He said, there's no need for that. Just do your best. How far can you go with 30,000 li of railway? From the capital to Jili province, and from the capital to Luzhou, we can still build other places. Zhang Xiaobao did some calculations and felt that there was still some left. Can we go to Tubo? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattle drum. That place doesn't have the technology to build railways. If you want to go, it's better to take a boat. Wang Wan nodded as well. Tubo won't do. Moreover, it's impossible to cross the Yellow River and the Yangtze River by bridge. We'll have to change to a boat. Chapter 947. When Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao was adamant about not being able to build a railway to Tibet, Wang Wan chimed in as well. She seemed very disappointed. In truth, he wanted to build a railway with Chang'an as the center and extend to the entire Great Tang. At that time, he would be able to transport goods during normal times and soldiers during wartime. He would also be able to roam around everywhere. The main reason was that it was convenient. He believed that with the development of technology, trains would be able to run faster. Then, every trip he made would be like a trip to the hibiscus garden. If there were enemies at the borders, he would be able to deploy his troops from Chang'an to Lingnan. The fastest time he could take would be 10 or even 8 days. When he thought about this, Li Longji could not help but think about the problem of another country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's master, who was in hiding, had mentioned. Xiaobao, it's rumored that there's a very powerful country. Apart from being able to fire cannonballs from Luzhou to the capital, how fast is that country's troops? Can they reach Luzhou in 5 days? 5 days? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao with a "Li Longji is already daring enough" expression and helped Zhang Xiaobao to answer, "Your Majesty, it said that they can reach Luzhou in 1 day, including when they receive the news, order the troops to be deployed, prepare the weapons and supplies, arrive at the location, set up the defensive line, and complete the first wave of suppressive attacks. Don't tell me they can fly." Li Longji suddenly felt his joy fade away, and a sense of pressure washed over him. Fly? Why would they need a day to fly? I only have a rough guess. Wang Wan did not dare to tell Li Longji how fast her and Xiao Bao's troops were. A day? A day was enough for a bomber to bomb a country on the other side of the world twice. Li Longji panted heavily and gradually relaxed. He thought about it. What else can I do? Fear alone would not solve the problem. Speeding up development was the most important thing. When the time came and the military could not keep up, he could at least submit to them. Xiao Bei whispered to little Yuan, "Is there really a powerful country?" "Perhaps." Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be sure. He then said something very philosophical. "When we use a small stick to push aside a small stone to look at the ants hiding behind it, perhaps someone is thinking of pushing aside the earth to observe the sun that is like a firefly in their eyes. What about the moon?" Xiao Bei began to worry. Seeing that Li Longji had nothing else to do for the time being, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, it's already late. Your Majesty should rest early. The technical department is currently researching something that's even more useful than the steam engine. They're also thinking of a way to refine petroleum. When that time comes, our military's combat strength will be further improved." "Ah, good, good. Tomorrow morning, I will order the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice to interrogate criminals. It's time for the fall quarter examinations. You and Cuckoo should rest well for the next few days." Li Longji was so agitated that he was no longer sleepy. He could not think of anything to say, so he waved his hand and ordered someone to send Zhang Xiaobao and the rest out of the palace. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He even made a few snacks, such as stir-fried squid, grilled mutton, and other snacks that could be eaten as teeth-grinding snacks. He brought his younger siblings to eat supper, washed up, and then went to bed. There were still 3 days before the fall quarter examinations. The news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the capital spread like wildfire. Some of the candidates who participated in the fall quarter examinations were happy, while others were disappointed. Those who were happy wanted to show off their talents. Even if the top scorer had already been decided, they could still fight for second place. Because of Zhang Xiaobao's participation, the second place in the fall quarter examinations might become the top scorer in the hearts of others. Those who were disappointed were easy to understand. They did not intend to pass the examinations this time. They just wanted to familiarize themselves with the atmosphere of the examinations. Free food and lodging for a month did not seem to be enough. Chang'an was expensive. There were even some candidates who took advantage of the time to go sightseeing. They belonged to the category of people who were well off and did not care about saving money for free food and lodging. On the afternoon of the third day, near the evening, the organized academies near Chang'an sent their students to the capital. Just as the evening lights were about to be lit, a large ship sailed from the west on the waterway south of Chang'an. The flag on the ship fluttered in the wind, welcoming the afterglow of the setting sun. The words "Jianjia" could be seen on the flag. Immediately, the noise at the docks disappeared. The students did not make a sound because they wanted to see how the people from the Jianjia Academy looked like. Usually, the teacher and the teacher often talked about the Jianjia Academy. It made people feel unsatisfied and wanted to compete. Sanshui County had a waterway that led directly to the capital. Seeing that the Jianjia Academy did not take the shortcut instead of the main road, they did not know what to do. The workers at the docks were silent because this was the first time they saw a large ship on the water. They had seen many bigger ships in the past. However, no matter how many ships they had seen, they could not compare to the ship in front of them. The ships they had seen in the past were either for trade or goods. There were countless cables on them and most of them were worn out. There were officials and rich people on them, and they were as bright as spring. There were also soldiers in formation, and they were as black as iron. The ship that was approaching the shore gave people a special feeling, but they could not tell the specific difference at the moment. The color dyed the fruits of autumn, like leaves and branches. When the wind blows, the glow is warm. It is soft but not soft. It is hard but not dissatisfied. It is end but not strong. It is clustered but not tight. Before the dance, the heart is moved. It is surging without waves. In a trance, the sky echoes far away. It gives people the feeling like. A student was helping the workers at the docks analyze the differences between the incoming ships. Towards the end, he didn't know how to describe it. Beside him, there was a child holding a yellow bristle grass in his hand. He jumped over and continued the student's words. Like the Jianjia Academy, the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Yes, that's right. How is the layout of the attic on the ship arranged? How are the colors applied? It actually gives people the feeling of spring and autumn, as if it has lived through the 4 seasons and has never forgotten the cold and warmth. This is the Jianjia Academy. The student shook his head and sighed. He was not facing the sharpness, but the depth. The ship and the water were in harmony. It was both distant and near. The ship of the Jianjia Academy slowly approached the shore in silence and anticipation. It was only when someone on the ship called that the workers at the docks woke them up. They were busy throwing ropes and helping. When the ship came to a stop, a staircase came down and people began to walk from the ship to the shore. The students of Jianjia Academy lined up in 2 rows and walked down steadily step by step. Their eyes were clear and unbiased. They were neither arrogant nor pretentious. Just like the ship they had just seen, they were calm and unperturbed. The people on the shore stared at them. They saw that the people from Jianjia Academy were wearing brown shoes and bright gray robes. When they walked, they could see that they were wearing light black pants. Their hair was tied up loosely with a silk scarf on their heads. On their chests, there was a light green word Jianjia. When all the students of the Jianjia Academy got off the ship, they split into groups and boarded the carriages that came to pick them up. So this is the famous Jianjia Academy. A student stared at the people of the Jianjia Academy without blinking. When the carriages moved toward the city gate and gradually became small dots, he said enviously. Yes. Another student said, while we were worrying about whether we could pass the exam, they already knew how to be an official. It has been 7 years. Not a single person from the Jianjia Academy who came to take the exam failed, and I have never heard of anyone resigning. The only one who left his position was the county magistrate who commanded the people to save themselves on the banks of the Wei River during the heavy snow 5 years ago. He died from overwork. After that, the Jianjia Academy immediately added a class to recover a lot of energy through a short period of deep sleep. The Jianjia Academy is called the Jianjia Academy for a person. The Tao is vast, but it is in the center of the water. The arrival of the students of the Jianjia Academy made some of the students who wanted to take advantage of the fall quarter examinations lose confidence. The students who had not seen it with their own eyes at the docks heard that more than 100 people from the Jianjia Academy had come this time. With them here, the requirements for admission would definitely be raised. They were under great pressure. The scholars of the Jianjia Academy had no time to care about what others thought. After they were arranged to stay in a courtyard with 4 entrances behind the savants' restaurant, they bathed, ate, and rested for a while. Then, they received the information sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The content of the information was about the current situation in Hunan province. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listed some ideas and asked them to look at them and improve or change them. The scholars looked at the information very seriously. To them, compared to the matters arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the fall quarter examinations were not that important. This was because the two of them needed people who could succeed when faced with adversity, not people who only had good results but would say that they had not adapted to the situation when it came to concrete matters. Only when the sun was about to rise and those who had memorized the contents of the materials and had their own ideas fell asleep one by one. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao brought a few chefs over to personally cook for the students. There were a total of 120 scholars in this year's fall quarter examinations. A portion of them were lacking in various aspects, so they continued to struggle and study in preparation for next year's spring quarter examinations. Because the great Tang had developed too quickly in recent years, many officials could not keep up with the pace. Thus, Li Longji was not satisfied. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and 10 some other important officials, they decided to change a batch of officials. As a result, there would be imperial examinations every year. Some of them even had the ability to do things, but they did not understand the various scriptures well enough. Thus, they were given a chance to become an official. As for the previous officials, they would have to relearn something like the party school. The shortest would be half a year, and the longest would be 3 years. They would be paid, and the land that was given to them would not be taken back. Those who had completed their studies would be rearranged. Those who still could not complete their studies would be given a pension and allowed to retire. Thus, those who had the ability and the will to fight were not afraid of not having a chance. Zhang Xiaobao did not care too much about the details. The reason why he asked for a chef to come was because he did not want to let the 120 scholars eat from the same big pot. Otherwise, he would just take a spade and choose a big pot to cook for 120 people. It was very easy to cook one dish per pot. In the past, when he was in the labor camp to learn new skills, he had done this many times. I don't have money. The food in there is really not good. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who had come over to watch him while he was cooking. Why is it not good? Wang Wan did not understand clearly enough. Let's talk about the food first. It makes people speechless. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the dish with a spoon and then put the chopped green onions into the oil. Eat cornbread? Wang Wan was puzzled. You wish. How expensive is the corn flour? How big is the price of 2 cornbread per person? It makes people look like they are being abused. What we eat is the sponge cake. The sponge cake is big, and we use the worst flour. As long as it is fermented well, we won't be able to tell anything from the appearance. When we are cooking, we use whatever is cheap. If there is an early morning market nearby, it will save money. We can pick up some vegetable leaves and get some coarse salt. Have you seen the frozen chicken rack? The cost is 80 cents to 1 renminbi per chicken. Many people buy them because they are not a good breed of dog. Put 2 in a pot and fry the vegetables until they are done. Finally, scoop a spoon of gutter oil and pour it into the pot to stir. Well, this is called the oil slick. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he put the spoon out of the pot. Wei Wei followed the spoon. The charcoal fire below was strong enough. With a whoosh, the whole pot was on fire. Wang Wan felt distressed and said, "You only eat that? I won't eat it. I've tasted it twice, and I won't eat it in the future. Only poor people eat it. I'll give some of the money I stole to discipline them, and they'll be treated well. What's the point of being a leader? I'll respect whoever can teach me some skills, and I'll beat those who can't. If you are so good, why are you still cooking? I am still moving bricks. My body needs exercise." The vegetables in Zhang Xiaobao's hands were done. He washed the pot, put in the oil again, and prepared to cook. Listening to you, it is quite interesting. Wang Wan's knowledge of that place came more from the publicity. She had not experienced it personally. It is a pity that you don't have a chance to try it. Over there, the rich are the masters, and the poor can't fight. Even if you want to be a grandson, you have to line up. You also have to give half of your cake to those who can fight but have no money. In that place, you are not afraid of tiring work, but you are afraid of no work. No matter how tiring the work is, you can eat your fill. You are either beaten or beaten. Zhang Xiaobao cooked the new dishes and told Wang Wan as if he was telling a funny story. The cooks worked hard. In less than half an hour, the dishes were ready. 8 hot dishes, 1 soup, and 4 cold plates were served to the table where the students ate. The students were already in their seats, but they were standing next to their seats. Zhang Xiaobao cooked personally, so they did not dare to sit and wait. Zhang Xiaobao carried a dish and put it on the table closest to him. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, sit down. Everyone can have at most 3 cups of wine. White wine is not allowed. First, allow my wife to speak to everyone. Please." The students felt much more relaxed. They looked at Wang Wan and did not dare to look at her for too long. Wang Wan was dressed up today, so she was too bright and dazzling. What is there to say? During the exam, write well. After you finish the exam, you are not allowed to sleep in there. Xiaofan, if it is cold, I will ask someone to send you some charcoal. Don't expect me to give you any notes. Those who are sick from the cold will be thrown to the medical school and let the students there practice. Okay, it is Xiaobao's turn to speak. Wang Wan said casually and let Zhang Xiaobao take over. The students looked at Zhang Xiaobao again and waited for him to speak. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a cup of wine, coughed and said, it is a long story. Eat well, drink well, cheers. The students were stunned and raised their cups. Chapter 948. The fall quarter examination was just around the corner. The atmosphere in the capital suddenly became tense. It seemed that even the air was different from before. It was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. There were obviously more people patrolling the streets. The shouting in the restaurants and inns began to become urgent. The people who sold the so-called subjects were hiding like mice. Teams of boats from Sanshui County transported grain and meat to the capital. The merchants were happy but helpless. If it was last year, they could sell more. However, this year, Zhang Xiaobao said that if anyone dared to raise the price by more than 10%, they should not blame him for being impolite. Whether the rumors were true or false was unknown. In the spirit of believing that it was true rather than not, the merchants of Chang'an secretly cried while controlling the price. With the rising and falling of the cost of goods, they timely adjusted the increase of profits from selling goods or renting houses to maintain between 9.5% and 10%. I didn't say that. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the news, he felt wronged when facing the merchants of Chang'an who carefully controlled the increase of profits. Just take it that you said it. Wang Wan had just returned from her mother-in-law and mother's place. She had a lot of wool in her hands. She was assigned the task of knitting scarves for her 3 younger siblings. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to help hold the thread so that she could spin it into a ball. Zhang Xiaobao raised his 2 arms and cooperated with Wang Wan's small movements back and forth. The wool brushed down. He said, "Why should I say that the price increase is temporary? How much can it increase? The profit overflow of 30% has reached the limit. The consumption demand is obvious. The students' food and accommodation are all provided by us. I also brought things from Sanshui County. Do I need to stand up and threaten them personally? I'm not that despicable. Then you go and clarify it in the newspaper." Wang Wan gave an idea. If I clarify it, people will misunderstand it as encouragement. They dare to increase the profit by more than 100%. No, I have to find the person who spread the news. If it's a merchant, I'll let him close down. If it's an official, I'll let Xiaobei and the others go to his house for a heart-to-heart talk. Wang Wan quickly finished 1 round and changed again. She smiled and asked, "Is there a need to ban people from trading? Someone clearly wants to roast me on a fire. Just think about it. A single word from me, Zhang Xiaobao, is more effective than a decree from the imperial court. What do I need the imperial court for? I had nothing to do but talk to him, and everything was resolved. The problem was that the focus of talking didn't seem to be on me, but on Li Longji. With one word, I can decide the fate of the people in Chang'an. With another word, can I aspire for the throne? In a while, accompany me to the palace and find Li Longji to investigate. Once I find the culprit, I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily and passed the message to Xiao Bei. Seeing that there was work to do, Xiao Bei was eager to give it a try. Today, Li Longji didn't hold a court meeting. The money from the harvest was in place. The money collected by the government was deposited in the local Tang bank. A portion of the grain was in circulation, and a portion was collected. The tax revenue was more than 135 million strings of coins, which was nearly 30 million more than last year. With money, when Li Longji was in a good mood, he went to the royal zoo that he had originally built and devoted himself to scientific research. He used the corn that he tried to grow on his own land to feed the 2 large dogs sent from the distant Tubo. He wanted to change the eating habits of the 2 dogs. Other dogs could eat porridge, but he didn't believe that the 2 dogs in front of him couldn't. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came looking for him, they couldn't help but praise the 2 dogs in their hearts. They were too beautiful, too mighty. They didn't need to stand up. Just by standing on all fours, they could reach the height of a person's waist. They had long hair all over their bodies, big heads, noses, and eyes. If they had to find an animal to compare them to, they were more similar to African lions. Are you trying to make them believe in Buddhism? Become vegetarians? These 2 mongrels are quite pitiful, Zhang Xiaobao said sympathetically as he drew an inverted cross in front of himself. Wang Wan nodded. Mongrels should have a more specific name. What do you think of calling them Tibetan Mastiffs? Let's call them Tang Mastiffs. I think someone fed them meat before Li Longji came this morning. Otherwise, they would have been howling by now. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 2 Tibetan Mastiffs glaring at Li Longji. He tried his best not to laugh out loud. In his opinion, the 2 Tibetan Mastiffs were ordinary. They could not compare to the black dog Wang Wan saved in Luzhou and its children. Li Longji tossed out 10 handfuls of corn. When he saw that the mastiffs didn't eat them, he clapped his hands in disappointment. When he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he said with a smile, as expected, "These mongrels are different from ordinary dogs. Actually, we can make them vegetarians." "It'll just take some effort," Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji waved his hand. "Forget it. A vegetarian mongrel is not a mongrel. Why aren't the 2 of you studying at home? Do you want to see the new animals as well? Your Majesty, there's a rumor recently that I don't allow the prices in Chang'an to fluctuate too much. However, I didn't say that." Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged. "We know. We were the ones who said it." Li Longji admitted without hesitation. "Hm?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time. They had found the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't seal the palace gates. Even if Xiao Bei came, it wouldn't have much effect. "Xiao Bao, you 2 worry too much. I'm afraid that the prices in Chang'an are too high. That's why I came up with this idea. It's working." Li Longji looked very proud. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. Wei Wei turned to look at her godfather, Gao Lishir. Her meaning was very clear. "Do you think I can let the prices reach an uncontrollable level and not do anything?" Gao Lishir glanced at Li Longji. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Gao Lishir then said, "Xiao Bao, recently, a Japanese envoy came to the court. He went to all the princes and said that Zhang Xiaobao can decide the affairs of the Tang Empire with one word. The people only know of Xiaobao's name and don't know of the emperor's reputation. Thus, His Majesty decided to help them and let your reputation rise again. When the time comes, all the people who should show up will show up and be dealt with in one fell swoop. Your achievements are indeed remarkable. Many people have jumped out. Xiaobao, your prestige is still there. Look at the price control, it is really amazing. You said that the price increase can't be more than 10%. The merchants can steadily set the price increase between 9.5% and 10%. It saves them a lot of trouble. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He silently accepted the fact that he was used as a tool. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. Your Majesty, why don't you say it in your own name? Are you afraid that you're not as good as me? TSK, I'm not as good as you. I'm afraid that Xiaobei and the others don't have time to study. Once I say it, I'm afraid that the officials below will use it for personal gain. Xiaobei will jump up and down to catch people again. I don't want Xiaobei and the others to kidnap a group of 8th to 9th rank officials to Hanyuan Palace for a stroll during the court meeting. Li Longji's expression was lively as he curled his lips. He looked like he was doing it for the good of his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. It was true. His words were the power of the people. Li Longji's words were called policy. With policy, there would be countermeasures. The better the policy, the better the countermeasure. Xiaobei had just had her fun and her heart hadn't calmed down. Once she saw that there was a problem, of course she had to interfere. She didn't have other channels to deal with the officials and could only drag them to Hanyuan Palace. Was Hanyuan Palace a place to deal with small officials? No wonder the officials that Xiaobei had caught were dealt with so viciously by Li Longji. He couldn't blame Xiaobei and could only vent his anger on the officials that were caught. Even if it was a small matter, he had to deal with the bigger ones. Otherwise, he would be letting down the name of Hanyuan Palace. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaobao planned to go back and teach his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to leave, but Li Longji stopped him. Xiaobao, let's have lunch together. Recently, the people at the zoo said that there are too many animals. It's just for viewing. There's no need to eat a large group. It's too expensive. Let's eat a few first. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head to look at the sky and pondered. After a while, he didn't reply to Li Longji. He pulled Wang Wan and whispered together. After he finished whispering, he returned to his senses and said to Li Longji, if there's no one else at noon, just pick a large one and kill it to eat. The others are still useful. What are they useful for? Winter is coming. It's not easy to feed animals that eat grass. If we really feed them fresh grass, the price of grass will be more expensive than meat. I also want to ensure a profit. The zoo's money belongs to me. I plan to build a garden at the beginning of spring next year. Li Longji placed more importance on his own private money. The main thing was that no officials would object if he took it out to spend. He really wanted to know how Zhang Xiaobao would find a new way to spend his private money while guaranteeing the current profits. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan motioned for him to speak. So he said, Your Majesty, actually, the zoo doesn't have to pay to raise the animals. Then who will pay? Li Longji pointed to a pavilion not far away and asked Zhang Xiaobao to go over and slowly explain. The zoo wasn't open today. There was a stove in the pavilion, so it wasn't cold at all. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat next to each other and began to introduce the zoo to Li Longji. Your Majesty, in the past, we collected entrance fees and sold some animal and bird parts, such as hair and feathers, etc. When there were too many animals, we would kill one and freeze it. We would then divide it into portions and sell it to people who wanted to eat it. Together with the vendors' fees, it was quite easy to support the zoo. Now, the scale is getting bigger and bigger. If we kill too many animals, it won't sell well. I just discussed with Cuckoo. Cuckoo's idea is to have someone else pay to raise the animals. There are two ways. One is to name it. For example, a panda. Find a beautiful one that doesn't have a name. Between the clouds and the water will pay for it. If it's called Ha, then it's called Ha. If it's called Ha, then it's called Ha. If Xiaobei pays for it, then it's called Hihi. It's an advertisement. Li Longji thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, the second way. The second way is to prepare it for someone who really likes animals. Sell the animal to him alive for a sum of money first. It belongs to him. He should also solve the problem of food and shelter. However, he can't casually take it home to raise it. He has to keep it in the zoo. He can pay for his animals to build a house and put the animals in it. He can stipulate that he has the right to let the breeder take the animals out a few times a month and let them follow him to a safe place to play. He needs to pay the breeder a sum of money, which is to say, the zoo. Thus, his identity will be revealed. When he has nothing to do, he will take 2 camels out to go shopping, which will immediately attract a lot of attention. Zhang Xiaobao then talked about the second way he and Wang Wan came up with. Li Longji and Gao Lishir thought for a moment. The first way was okay. The money spent on advertising was not wasted. As for the second way, Xiaobao, the second way seems unreasonable. If he buys it, why can't he take it home? If he keeps it in the zoo for people to see, shouldn't he also collect some money? I can't bully people, right? Li Longji thought it was unreasonable. There was another sentence he didn't say. That is, if I really lack money, why should I ask random people for money? If I let you, Zhang Xiaobao, take it, will you dare to not take it? It's better to target you than to bully others. At this time, Wang Wan said, Your Majesty, it's different. He doesn't know how to raise animals. If he raises them himself, they will die. If he wants to raise them himself, he won't sell them. When Xiaobao and I were in the countryside, we saw cattle rearing. Some rich people bought cows, but they always died. I don't know if it was because the feng shui was bad or they couldn't find a good breeder. When they finally survived, the cows became thin and couldn't work anymore. They found someone who was good at raising cattle. When they couldn't bring this person back to their home, they placed the cattle in this person's home to raise. 10 or so cattle were enough to plow a large piece of land. Jin Gui, not only were they responsible for the feed, but they also had to build a cowshed in that person's home. What if the cows die? Gao Lishir asked. It depends on what was said before. If it's compensation, then it's compensation. But if it's compensation, the person who raised the cows also has to pay more. Let's try and see who's willing to buy. Li Longji was tempted. If he could sell half of them, it would be another large sum of money. Afraid that others wouldn't be willing to buy, Li Longji waved at a palace maid and called her over. He asked, You heard what I said just now. I ask you, if I sell you animals in my zoo, are you willing to buy them? The palace maid seemed a little nervous. She shook her head and nodded. Your Majesty, this servant can't sell. This servant has to serve your Majesty. If your Majesty really wants to sell, this servant wants to order a tiger on behalf of second uncle's family. Your second uncle? Gao Lishir asked in puzzlement. He's a 6th-rank military officer. When he has nothing to do, he likes to go hunting. When there's something to do, this servant will follow second uncle's family to take a look. Second uncle likes to come to the zoo and likes tigers. The palace maid told him about her mistake and looked at Gao Lishir nervously. Oh. Li Longji nodded. He didn't care if the palace maid sneaked out of the palace. It wasn't a strange thing. Everyone knew it. He couldn't pursue it at the moment. Otherwise, who would dare to tell the truth to him? Ignoring the palace maid's mistake, Li Longji said to the palace maid, "Find someone to send a message to your second uncle. Tell him that the zoo will take out animals from today. If he wants to buy them, let him go to the zoo to discuss with the manager." The palace maid nodded again and carefully returned to her previous position with a nervous and excited look on her face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that a tiger had been sold. When the palace maid's second uncle got the news, even if he didn't want to buy it, he had to pay for it. Moreover, he had to rush to the zoo to buy the first animal, the tiger he wanted, before everyone else. As for how much it was worth, there was no way to say. It was said to be worth 500 strings of coins. The cost of transportation in catching the tiger was almost the same, or even less than 500 strings of coins. If it was said to be worth 50,000 strings of coins, it wasn't expensive. He could tell others that the emperor first thought of him and then sold him a tiger. It wouldn't be a problem for others to raise his rank to the 4th rank for the sake of the tiger's face. Li Longji's first business was done and he was very happy. He glanced at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir understood that he wanted him to take care of the palace maid just now. There wasn't much reason. He was just in a good mood. "Xiao Bao, I heard that Zhang Xiaobao and the others are going to build an amusement park in Hongnong. Can you spare a place to raise animals?" Li Longji began to promote to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao bowed forward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao has the same intention. He is willing to build a beautiful place in Hongnong and let Your Majesty transport the extra animals there. Half of the profits will be used to pay for the construction of the site, and the other half will be given to the zoo in the capital." Li Longji felt that it was a bit of a loss. Half was too little. He discussed, how will the labor costs be settled? "It's better to let Zhang Xiaobao talk to Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care about money. He can take out 1.3 million strings of coins just like that. How can he be calculative with Your Majesty over such a small amount?" Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Li Longji paused and said, "Half is fine. There's no need to trouble Zhang Xiaobao. The weather is getting cold. It's not easy to come to the palace." Li Longji reluctantly agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's agreement. He had to agree because Zhang Xiaobao mentioned 1.3 million strings of coins. If he really let Zhang Xiaobao come personally, he might not even get 30% of the profits. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely keep talking about 1.3 million strings of coins. After discussing the matter, Zhang Xiaobao really did eat at the zoo at noon. He killed a bear and brought the bear paw back for Li Longji to eat. Otherwise, he would leave it for his brother and sister to have a change of taste. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to Savant's restaurant and continued to feel the tense atmosphere. Tomorrow's imperial examination was set to be held in Hibiscus Garden. Someone had already set up the examination hall. At this time, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The examinees were nervous, insomniac, and excited. They all had different expressions. Zhang Xiaobao, who had always appeared relaxed, became nervous at noon. It wasn't because of the imperial examination, but because someone reported that 2 of Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's children had hatched. Shuiyun's children were eagles, not chicks. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both became nervous. This was because eagles would usually do one thing after hatching, which was to push down their siblings who hadn't hatched yet. 11 eggs represented 11 eagles. If one fell, there would be one less. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even bother to eat. Together with Wang Wan, he brought his younger siblings and a large group of people to the artificial salt lake. Looking up with a pair of binoculars, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and asked the person next to him, "Is everything ready?" "Yes." Next to Shuiyun's and Hongwuan's nests, there's a big circle 1 centimeter lower. Just use soft grass to cover it. If the eggs are pushed out of the nests, they won't fall to the ground or into the lake, the steward who was asked said with certainty. What's Shuiyun's and Hongwuan's reaction? Wang Wan asked. Hongwuan hasn't come down. Shuiyun came down the day before yesterday and broke open the guard's house. He dragged out the quilt from inside, tore open the cloth, took out a lot of cotton, and brought it up. Today, an eagle hatched, so Shuiyun came down and called out a few times. Zhang Ying climbed up with a bunch of raised insects and hasn't come down yet. Shuiyun is also here. He's probably discussing with Zhang Ying how to raise the children. Little Gongzi, don't worry. We will definitely guard this place and not leave any loopholes. The steward guaranteed. Shuiyun was a high-ranking official and had made great contributions in the Tubo battlefield in the northern part of Hebei province. He and Hongwuan's children were probably not ordinary people. While waiting, several eagle cries sounded from the sky and a big white eagle fell down. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly took a leather arm glove from the side. Just as he put it on his arm, the big white bird suddenly slowed down and landed on Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew it. The two of us are still the best. Zhang Xiaobao touched Shuiyun's neck on his right arm with his left hand and said happily. Shuiyun also seemed to be very happy. This was a comrade in arms who had fought side by side. If it could speak, it might even praise Zhang Xiaobao's 2 sharp spears when Zhang Xiaobao flew into the sky to deal with the group of eagles. Brother, I want to touch Shuiyun. It's so beautiful. Xiao Bei wasn't afraid at all and looked up from Zhang Xiaobao's leg. Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and first touched Shuiyun. This was Xiao Bei, that was Xiao Yuan, and the others. Xiao Bei boldly reached out to touch Shuiyun. Shuiyun really didn't move and allowed Xiao Bei to touch its feathers. Xiao Bei was so happy that it giggled. Is the house warm? Zhang Xiaobao asked Shuiyun as if he was talking to a human. Shuiyun called out. Oh, it's warm. Where's the food? We're feeding the insects now. When they grow bigger, we'll have to feed them meat. I'll get someone to get some live lambs. You can choose for yourself. When the children can fly, you'll have to bring them to hunt for food. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shuiyun. Shuiyun nodded, which was strange. It wasn't clear if Shuiyun understood or if it was just a habit. Zhang Xiaobao also slowly climbed down from above and let Shuiyun rub its head against his face. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, Hongwuan has already fed the 2 hatchlings and is sleeping. I think 5 or 6 more hatchlings can come out today. By tomorrow, all of them will probably come out. It won't be too far away. When all of them come out, I won't have to worry. I'm thinking that before it snows, they can start to practice flying. The lake and the ground have to be prepared. The baby eagles can fly very far with a flap of their wings. Don't get hurt. It will be arranged. Xiao Bei and the others will each have 1. The remaining 2 will be raised first. I think Her Majesty will ask. Zhang Xiaobao had already begun to plan how to divide them. Eagles grew faster than humans. When they grew up, they might be able to carry Xiao Bei and the others into the sky. He just didn't know if Shuiyun could still carry him. A little further away from the shelf, as the news of the birth of Shuiyun and Hongwuan's children spread, many people gathered. Some came to watch the fun, while others wondered if they could buy one. There were many rich people who thought that as long as they had money, there was nothing that couldn't be bought. There were even people who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao in the inner courtyard outside if they would sell 1 or 2. The people in the inner courtyard were too lazy to answer. When they were annoyed, they replied, Shuiyun is an official. Why don't you try to buy an official's child and raise it? The people who asked didn't dare to speak again. If they did, they would be arrested. Brother, is there a red one? I want a big red eagle. Xiao Bei heard that she could get one and began to make her request. I don't know. I'll have to wait until the feathers are molted and the shape is fixed. There's a red one for you. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head, stood up, and continued to look up. Seeing that there were no big problems, he ordered, "Give the order. No unrelated people are allowed to come close. Enforce martial law within 1,000 meters. Other than Her Majesty, all other princes and princesses are to be stopped. Especially during my exam. If anyone dares to come over and cause trouble, shoot them on the spot. If they die, it's on me." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, the sound of orderly running came from the road leading to this place. Most people turned their heads to look and saw a group of strong men running over. They were all carrying guns. The eunuch at the front was Luo Bin, who often interacted with Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the group's attire, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. They were the Jinwu guards, Li Longji's personal guards. With a rough look, there were 200 people. Luo Bin ran to the front and panted twice. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Lord Zhang, Her Majesty heard that Shui Yun and Hong Wuan's child was born. She ordered this little one to bring 200 Jinwu guards to protect them. Whoever dares to wantonly harm the son of an official will be severely punished. Enforce martial law within a radius of 3 li. No one is allowed to pass or approach." Luo Bin's voice was very loud, no quieter than Zhang Xiaobao's. When the surrounding people heard this, they thought, "Great, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted to enforce martial law within 1,000 meters. The emperor actually directly cordoned off an area of 3 li and even sent out the Jinwu guards. If Shui Yun was a human, she would be satisfied with her life." Zhang Xiaobao was happy. "Good, let me thank Her Majesty for her grace. Lord Zhang, this little one can't go back. This little one wants to stay here. Her Majesty said that if Shui Yun's child's life is in danger because of other people's disturbance, she will chop off this little one's head. Therefore, Lord Zhang, this little one also needs to use your family's guards. If anyone dares to barge in, this little one will first beat them to death for the sake of my head." Luo Bin put his hand on his neck and gestured, as if he was afraid of death. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took out a few banknotes from her bag and handed them to Luo Bin. She said, "Then I'll trouble you." Luo Bin happily took the money. He didn't look at the exact amount, thinking that it couldn't be bad. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "Lord Zhang, Her Majesty said that you should keep 2. If you want to give the rest away, you can distribute it." "Your Majesty." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and walked back with his people. He secretly cursed Li Longji. No wonder he sent the Jinwu guards. He actually only asked for 2 and even said that the rest would be distributed. He didn't believe that Li Longji couldn't guess that the rest just happened to be 1 for each of Xiaobei and the others. 2 wasn't too much or too little. Shui Yun and Hong Wuan's children were all gone. "Wife, do you think this counts as our dear Her Majesty's kindness to Shui Yun?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were no outsiders around and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very helpless. "Forget it, forget it. It's mainly because Shui Yun's ability is too dazzling. Who doesn't want to get one? For the next nest, there will be a prince or something to greet us. I don't know if Shui Yun is convinced or sad to be valued so much. It should be. I've never heard that the little eagles have to live with their parents when they grow up and have their own families. Let's go. No matter how big they get, we still want a nest of children. We can't let Shui Yun outshine us. You can go give birth with the pigs." Shui Yun's storm could be said to have just started. The princes, and their sons were in a powerless situation. They couldn't compete with the emperor and could only continue to look forward to the next nest. The civil officials felt that the emperor's care for Shui Yun was excessive and discussed spiritedly. The military officials, on the other hand, were gratified. In their eyes, Shui Yun was a similar species. Back then, it was able to fly thousands of li to deliver news, which was incomparable to an urgent report from 800 li away. The emperor's care for it was a meritorious service that must be rewarded. The military officials knew that without Shui Yun, Wang Wan wouldn't have been able to achieve such impressive results. Shui Yun not only cooperated with small groups to launch sneak attacks, but also observed the enemy's situation and was responsible for air control. People said, Guan Shan's endless blade glints coldly, throwing away heads to fight for their lives on the battlefield. In Ling Tian, who dares to flap their wings, guarding 1,000 li alone, an eagle soars. Therefore, the military officials regarded Shui Yun as a hero. At the very least, there was no one in the heavens who could match up to her. Could it be that such a hero needed someone to disturb her when she gave birth to a child? Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that the civil and military officials of the imperial court were divided into two factions. They were fighting a war of words in front of Li Longji. The civil officials spoke in a genteel manner, quoting classics and classics. The military officials were more heroic, cursing as soon as they opened their mouths. They rolled up their sleeves, and their spittle flew everywhere. If it wasn't for Li Longji, they probably would have gone all out to fight. They wanted Shui Yun to see that they were also no match for the civil officials on the ground. After returning to Savant's pavilion, Zhang Xiaobao and the others ate first. Their hearts settled back into their stomachs, and their appetite gradually increased. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan worked together to gnaw off more than half of the lamb leg. They rubbed their stomachs and said that it was for Shui Yun's child to try what kind of lamb tasted good. In the next few days, they planned to try a few more breeds of lamb. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in front of a tea set and drank tea. Zhang Xiaobao drank 6 teacups in a row, and his mouth became even more astringent. He asked Wang Wan, "What questions do you think will be tested tomorrow?" "How would I know? I didn't ask, so it doesn't matter." "Are you worried that you won't be able to pass?" Wang Wan continued to pour tea for Zhang Xiaobao, not worried at all. "I'm not afraid. I have nothing better to do. Everyone else is guessing the questions, so I'll do the same. You have to prepare. After the civil examination, it will be the military examination. If you have 2 days of rest, you can call all the commanders at home over and come up with a good plan. It's difficult for cold soldiers to fight hot weapons." Zhang Xiaobao had been arrogant when he had accompanied Wang Wan to shout at the generals, but in his heart, he really did not have any confidence. There were 2 sets of rules for cold weapons and hot weapons. You couldn't say that if you slashed out with a knife, you could instantly appear 3 miles away and cut off the enemy general's head as easily as taking something out of your pocket. Wang Wan raised her teacup and stopped it in front of her chest. She said, "It's also impossible for everyone to have a submachine gun for hot weapons. The weapons we make are purely handmade. Only our own troops and Li Longji's personal guards have one each. There are also very few handguns. The rifling for handguns is harder to make than for rifles. Most of them are rifles. Rifles are powerful at a distance, but in close combat, can bayonets compete with cold weapons? It's also impossible for me to foolishly arrange my troops in an open field and wait for the enemy to fire their guns and cannons. Using cold weapons does not mean that I've taken out the enemy's troops. I can't use their guns. It's just that when determining the losses, the people who use cold weapons are not familiar with them, so the enemy's losses are small. This time, I'll let those arrogant generals who think that they have guns and cannons understand that guns and cannons are not omnipotent. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will suffer a great loss. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that in theory, there was no such thing as an invincible soldier. However, he felt that it would be very troublesome for him to deal with it. He drank another cup of tea and indicated to Wang Wan that he was full. He said, "I've got the information on all the generals. After the literary exam, I'll make a list and evaluate everyone. Okay, I'll leave the logistics to you. I may have to frequently move long distances to find opportunities. You can't make any mistakes about how to distribute the logistics and how to hide them." Wang Wan placed a lot of importance on this sand table exercise. She had to win. Zhang Xiaobao also said seriously, "Don't worry, I like to do this. I'll let the logistics cooperate very well. Give me the map, I'll study it again." Zhang Xiaobao said as he went to get the map. "You're not guessing the exam questions anymore?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "What's there to guess? I'm the top scorer. If they don't give me the top scorer, I won't be an official anymore. I'll leave behind a huge mess. Let's see who can clean it up. Whoever is the top scorer will take over. Just the great Tang bank alone is enough to tire him to death." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and went to the study to look for the map. Wang Wan sat there and kept laughing. The next day, the day of the imperial examination finally arrived. Some impatient examinees hurriedly finished their lunch and headed to the hibiscus garden. They just had to wear their clothes. When the time came, there would be soldiers searching their bodies. As for lunch, the imperial court would be responsible for the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. To be more precise, the restaurants that sold food and the shops that sold the four treasures of the study were responsible for it. The bowls and plates that held the food would have the imprint of the restaurant. The same went for the four treasures of the study. If it was in the past, the imperial court wouldn't give them anything. Now that Li Longji knew how to do business, some of the examinees would become officials. Whoever could provide them with things, even if they wouldn't be taken care of in the future, they would at least have a good memory. Therefore, there were many restaurants that were willing to provide food and stationery. Therefore, Li Longji charged them. Yes, you had to provide food and stationery, and you still had to pay. If you didn't pay, then your things wouldn't be used. The examinees all left with solemn expressions. Only Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the examinees of Jianjia Academy were not in a hurry. The people of the academy would follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the time passed, they would still be able to enter. After Zhang Xiaobao finished his meal, he sat there and drank some tea to help with digestion. Only then did he lead the group to Hibiscus Garden. When they arrived outside Hibiscus Garden, the soldiers were waiting information. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went straight in. The students of the academy had to stop and be checked. Regarding this, the other examinees who came around the same time did not feel that this was inappropriate. Who would dare to search Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? No one would believe that the two of them would cheat. If they wanted to cheat, they would have already memorized the answers to the questions. After entering the examination hall, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their seats according to their numbers. The two of them were next to each other, and there was only a wooden wall between them. There was a soldier with a gun standing outside every single room. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different outside. There were at least 20 people outside. In name, they were invigilators, but in fact, they were there to protect them. Wang Wan was also taking the imperial examination. She planned to give Zhang Xiaobao some pressure. It wouldn't be good to be compared to her wife, right? As the door outside closed, it was time for the examination. The official in charge of the examination first nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he praised Li Longji and emphasized the discipline of the examination hall. Only then did he walk in front of Zhang Xiaobao and ask, "Lord Zhang, is it ready?" Zhang Xiaobao glared at the examiner, which meant, "Are you stupid? You asked me." The examiner understood and immediately announced the start of the examination. When the examination papers were opened, they were not read aloud like before. Instead, they were given out. If they did not have enough paper, they could ask the examiner for more. Zhang Xiaobao opened the paper. The first question was about sutra. The Jinshi examination was about sutra. It was actually a fill-in-the-blank question. The so-called sutra was full of blanks, and the blanks were linked together. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and saw that it said, "I, Wang Ku, was born with the mandate of heaven to comfort Feng Xia." As for the rest of the paper, it was full of blanks. I thought it would be difficult. It's just Shangshu. If I knew it would be like this, I would have let Xiao Yuan do it. He can also get a good result. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart and filled in the blanks at the back. After he finished, he continued to look at the next one. It was an essay, which was a question. The examiner had to write a poem and an essay according to the meaning of the question. Zhang Xiaobao went over first. Writing poems and essays was a waste of time, so he finished the simple ones first. After that, it was the current affairs policy, also known as policy theory. The examiner was given a question and then discussed it. However, there were 5 questions. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the questions. They were really related to him. There were questions about Hunan province, foreign wars, domestic economic construction, railway construction, and river layout. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the questions, pondered for a while, and knocked on the wooden board next door. "What are you doing? Are you cheating?" Wang Wan asked softly. The soldiers outside were deaf and didn't see or hear. However, the person next door to Wang Wan heard it and felt indignant. "If you want to copy, just ask for the questions directly. Why are you asking each other at this time?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about these things and said, "Don't answer the current affairs policy. If you don't write the real thing, that's lying to the emperor. If you write the real thing and the examiner sees it, aren't you afraid that the secret will be revealed?" "Oh, that's right." Wang Wan responded and asked, "If you don't answer, your score will be low. Who dares to say that my current affairs policy is bad? Whoever wants to know, come and ask me. I will tell him. I will tell him all the secrets and layout. I will scare him to death." Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. "All right, I won't answer either." Wang Wan responded. At this time, the indignation in the hearts of the examinees who heard it disappeared and was replaced by understanding and admiration. Look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It wasn't that they didn't know how to write, it was that they didn't dare to. The current affairs policy that they were answering was to see if their ideas were compatible or not. The closer they were to the emperor, the higher the evaluation they would get. They were giving advice to the emperor. If they had any ideas, they would directly tell the emperor. How could they write it for many people to see? Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. There were a total of 3 major questions. Now, there was only a poem and an essay left. He picked up the brush and was about to write, but he wanted to know what Wang Wan was thinking, so he knocked on the wooden board again. "Are you going to write a 7-word or 5-word essay? Poem or quatrains? Don't disturb the others." "I won't write a poem or quatrains. I will write a song." Wang Wan was annoyed. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaobao looked around. Other than the soldiers in front of him, the other 3 sides were all walls. He muttered softly, "All right, I will also write a song." He looked at the questions. He had to write according to the questions. If he really did not answer the questions, it would be too ugly. Li Longji would definitely laugh himself to death. They had been competing since they were young. After so many years, he had always had the upper hand. No matter what, he would not let Li Longji laugh at him. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all that the examiner wouldn't dare to pass his paper to Li Longji. If he really failed on the first try, Li Longji would probably find an excuse to throw the examiner into jail and reinstitute another winter imperial examination. In other words, it would be another winter imperial examination. Anything could happen in this magical world. Wasn't it normal to have another examination in winter? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the paper and saw that it said, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak, I am good at nurturing, I am noble. With one look, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He put his mouth on the wooden board. Wife, did you see? Fuck, who came up with this question? The Analects of Confucius, Laozi, and Mencius. Is there a need to compete with 3 people in one sentence? If you let others hear it, won't you be teaching others? Stop talking. If you continue, I will get someone to throw you out. You can wait to participate in next year's examination. Wang Wan really did not know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. It was an examination, couldn't he be more serious? Who heard it? Who dares to throw me out? Zhang Xiaobao was really bored. He thought that the examination would be very difficult. In the end, it was just a fill-in-the-blanks question, 5 discussion questions, a poem, and a prose question. What was this? The soldier who was in charge of invigilating Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to be deaf and blind. The quarrel between immortals had nothing to do with mortals. Honey, don't write too fast. Slow down. I'm regretting it now. I'll let Xiao Bei and the others participate. Other than their handwriting being a little lacking, they should be able to enter the top 100 in other aspects. Honey, is your poem oblique or plain? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ramble. Che Yun, Xiao Bei can't memorize so many books. Don't tell me you want Xiao Yuan to help you cheat? Even if he knew the answers to the questions, so what if he passed the exam? You said yourself that you want them to learn and grow through playing. If it weren't for you insisting on fame, why would we come here? Wang Wan also felt that the questions were too simple. This was the country selection of talents. If one was selected, they would immediately become an official. In the end, the difficulty was even lower than the college entrance examination. It really made her speechless. Alright, I'll go right. You're reciting rhymes, right? I'm Ping Yun. You can't possibly say that I cheated by copying you, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned around, but he didn't write. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Similarly, Wang Wan didn't write either. It wasn't that she didn't know how to, but that she suddenly lost interest. The imperial examination was too easy. It was no wonder that Jianjia Academy would definitely accept anyone who participated. It wasn't because of its reputation, but because of the different education methods. Just like that, the two of them were separated by the wooden board and spent 3.5 hours, which was also 3 hours. It started at 7 o'clock in the morning, which was 7 o'clock. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished the fill-in-the-blanks questions and then talked nonsense. It was now past 10 o'clock, almost 10:30. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while. He raised his hand and was about to continue knocking on the wooden board when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the gap on the wooden board. He observed the gap and actually found something interesting. With a whoosh, the wooden board between the two of them was opened by Zhang Xiaobao, giving Wang Wan a fright. Shoo! Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger in front of his mouth. We can open it. It seems that Li, the emperor, was afraid that we would be lonely, so he deliberately arranged for someone to do it. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and began to look at the wooden board carefully. She nodded. The workmanship is very delicate. It's okay. Zhang Xiaobao echoed. How did you find out? Wang Wan was puzzled. You look down on me, don't you? What did I do before? Where did I hide the money that I couldn't find? Passbooks, real estate certificates, notebooks, bearer bank cards that always have 6 zeros as the password. If I don't find them, who am I going to threaten? What am I going to spend? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have 24 full-view surveillance cameras in your community, 4 doors, and 3 groups of mobile security guards? If I'm a little less capable, I'm not qualified to be your husband, right? Zhang Xiaobao touched the wooden board and said to Wang Wan with an expression that said, "It would be weird if I didn't see through it." Wang Wan chuckled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with watery eyes. She was indeed very satisfied to have a husband like Zhang Xiaobao. If she hadn't come with Zhang Xiaobao, and if Zhang Xiaobao was terminally ill at that time, she felt that she could get a sum of money that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to hand over by understanding him. After locking Zhang Xiaobao in prison, she could get him out through other means and be with him. I know. You were a thief in the beginning. The officials who were robbed didn't dare to report it, so you specifically picked the big fish to rob. You even dared to steal from the provincial political secretary's house. In the end, he mobilized people to arrest you. It was said that the case-handling officer who had never failed before saw you flying from building to building, so he could only announce that the arrest failed. Later, that secretary went to the CPPCC. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao to prove his innocence. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. It's useless to live in the provincial party committee's compound. Usually, no one will stare at the CCTV. I can set off a firecracker somewhere else. When it goes off, can you still keep your eyes on the monitor? I took the opportunity to go there. You can check the historical records after the theft. I was long gone. I can. Wang Wan said in a huff. You can? You can only stare at the monitor when it goes off and think about when it will go off. You go back. I am not going to be friends with you. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao's head with all her strength. You can, you can. I was wrong. When you were practicing, the firecrackers kept going off. Don't you have to stare at the monitor? Then you can be a security guard. A security guard with military rank. Many security guards are originally from the military. Go back and write poems. Don't disturb me. Wang Wan continued to push Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao stubbornly resisted. No, don't. There are many things to do this time. It will not be easy for them to answer. The exam will last for 2 days. We will be staying here tonight. Don't be anxious. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook for you. Do you want to eat double-cooked pork? How about braised frog? Wang Wan finally relaxed. She lowered her head and thought for a while. I want to eat casserole. No problem. Beef brisket and potatoes? Beef stewed with carrots? Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Pine mushrooms? Cabbage and pork ribs? Cod tofu? Dog meat? Dog meat is not good. It is not good for women to eat that. Also, I have to make dog sauce. Mutton and wood ear? How about this? We should have kidney beans in Beijing. I will make a stew for you. First, I will make braised pork. Then, I will put the kidney beans, potatoes, and eggplant into the stew. I will also add chili and tomatoes. After that, I will mix 2 cold plates for you. You can eat it with rice. Okay? Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth, and a series of dishes came out. Wang Wan frowned. Why are they all stewing? Sister, I am not the one who wants to stew. You are the one who wants to eat casserole. I will play along with you. You can find me a casserole that is not stewing. I will learn. Zhang Xiaobao spread out his hands. Then I want to eat. Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Wan said. I don't have time. Are you going to eat it tomorrow? I will get someone to prepare it today. I also have bear paws. I got it from Li Longji at the zoo. I don't intend to return it to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about anything else for his wife. Wang Wan bit her lips. I have eaten it once. There is no bear paws, and it is very hard to make. Sister, where did you eat? Buddha jumps over the wall. Let's not be so formal, okay? Actually, Buddha jumps over the wall is only a few words. Fresh, tender, numbing, smoky, sandy, smooth, sweet, and fragrant. Why does it have such a texture? It is because of the ingredients. The ingredients are not put together at the same time. Every ingredient is put together according to the time they are cooked. This is the texture. Actually, I am not willing to eat this. Not to mention that it is very hard to make, there is poison in it. Let me tell you this. I don't need to put as many ingredients as what others recommend. As long as you give me enough seasonings, I can use any piece of meat to make the same effect. It sounds scary. It is just the freshness of seafood, the tenderness of bamboo shoots, the sweetness of rock sugar, the smoothness of shark's fin, the sand of liver, the smokiness of ham, the numbing of rice wine, the aroma of meat, and the rest of the ingredients have the corresponding effect. Zhang Xiaobao pursued the essence of the ingredients and spoke the truth. But the food made by others is transparent. When it is cold, it feels like it is frozen. Wang Wan had eaten it many times. Others needed to order it, but she did not need to. I use fire alkali to make it more transparent. Isn't it easy to make frozen? You can stew fish and make meat with frozen. I will also make some starch and white alum for you. I will make as much frozen as you want. Therefore, don't listen to their boasting. What Big Brother is making for you is the real deal. Many of the ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall soup are suitable for the occasion. If I were the person who made the Buddha jumps over the wall soup back then, I would definitely sigh that I didn't have enough ingredients. Buddha jumps over the wall is an explosive food source. It is just like the stew I made for you. The stew is mainly made because it is hard to find meat, so there is only red braised pork. It is mainly made into vegetarian food, just like the pearl and white jade soup. Only those who are not good at cooking can win with ingredients. Look at the dishes I usually make for Xiaobei and the rest. Do I need to put in a lot of seasonings and ingredients? Even a fried egg has its own style. Why are French steak and Italian macaroni so classic? It is because they are simple. I can make whatever flavor you want to eat. In my eyes, steak is just beef, wine, and salt. Macaroni is just tender and smooth. Later, I will make steamed bear paws for you. You just need to put some salt and mushrooms. It is just tender and smooth with a little toughness. What else can it do? If you want to eat raw prawns and clams, do you want me to put 100 kinds of seasonings on you? Why do you need to use leftovers to eat fried rice? Toughness means that there is less water in the rice grains. I will use freshly steamed northeastern rice and roast it in the microwave. There is no difference in the taste. Of course, if you want to say that there is a slight fermentation process in the rice that contains water, then I will ferment it for you. Listening to Zhang Xiaobao talking about how to cook in the examination room, Wang Wan smiled. She smiled sweetly and happily. Xiaobao, why are you different from other people? Because I am not other people. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Many countries' presidents value me, but I don't value them. Because the president can be changed. Zhang Xiaobao is the only one. What do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. What do you think? Wang Wan became shy. How would I know you? Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. Let it be stewed. I will give you a chance to mix the ingredients. Put less chili. I know. Green chili, which is also called persimmon chili, has not been cultivated yet. Do you know how to cultivate persimmon chili? As the name suggests, it is a cross between tomatoes and chili. Understood. Hurry up and cook. I am hungry. Wang Wan used words to show who was in charge at home. Don't be unreasonable with me. I will only wait for 5 minutes. What can you do? Afraid of you? Someone, go to Savant's restaurant and get me something. Be 5 minutes late. Oh, 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that he couldn't get back his position as the leader of the family. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. Husband, are you angry with me? You want me to be 5 minutes late? No, I am afraid that they will accidentally break the tomatoes. I will cook quickly. I will light the fire now. It won't delay anything. Just watch. Zhang Xiaobao started to light the fire with a sense of accomplishment that belonged to a man. It was just stewing. Do you think I don't know how to cook? Thus, when it was close to noon, the other examinees were eating boxed lunches that were better than most of what they usually ate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in front of the pot, puffing out hot air as they ate the stew. The fragrance made the other examinees angry. Even if they could smell the stew, they were unhappy that Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask them to pay. Finally, an examinee next door couldn't hold it in anymore. He stretched out his neck and asked, "Why is it not Savant's restaurant who is cooking?" Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and raised his head. Savant's restaurant doesn't lack advertising opportunities. Go back and call for someone to chase you out. That examinee was very self-aware. He didn't think that he had the strength to contend against Zhang Xiaobao's authority. He resentfully retracted his head and continued to eat the lunch boxes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and said to Wang Wan, "Humans, their desires are really uncontrollable. There is no end to them. How can society develop without desires? Humans rely on their desires to win against other animals. Why don't you invite the head examiner over to eat together?" Wang Wan only remembered that she didn't invite anyone after she was half full. "We are taking an exam. Don't disturb the rules of the exam," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he picked up a piece of dried tofu with scallion oil with his chopsticks. Wang Wan put a piece of red braised pork into her mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Don't mention the rules of the exam to me. If you don't disturb, there will naturally be rules. It doesn't matter if I disturb or not. I thought that it would be very difficult. The imperial examination is too disappointing." When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the exam questions, he started to feel helpless again. Wang Wan didn't say anything for a moment. She took a small spoon and drank the soup in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao also became silent. He lowered his head and ate fiercely. Both of them had their own thoughts. Why? After a while, Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and looked outside. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Wang Wan. Because we are used to 12 years of compulsory education. We are used to not having a good job after graduation. We are used to having a lot of masters and doctorates. In the past, I didn't think about it. I just felt a little. Why do we have to go through such a long period of education and then lose the opportunity to get more survival resources? The country doesn't give any preferential treatment to people who receive education. Wang Wan also muttered. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and picked up the cucumber stick dipped in the sauce. He pinched it with his hand and bit off a piece. "Now you know?" "I know." Wang Wan nodded. In fact, the country has never thought of letting the people widen the gap between the people of the same country through education. Because everyone is learning, it is to widen the gap between one society and another society. In other words, it is to prevent other countries from surpassing the basic level of knowledge. Now, I'm thinking, if we can take all of our graduates from a certain university and bring them here, they can study tourism, mining, physics, chemistry, and so on, and then compare them with the outstanding people of the same age in Great Tang. The people of Great Tang will be trampled under their feet. This gap can destroy a country. It's just like how Li Longji is always afraid of the country that can shoot artillery shells from Luzhou to Chang'an. Therefore, the purpose of universal education is not to increase the competitive advantage of the people of the country. It is to ensure the survival of the race. When Wang Wan said this, she thought about why the emperor was willing to give the children of officials the position of officials. It was because the children of officials received a different education from the children of commoners. If there wasn't an endless amount of paper, if there wasn't a lot of ink, if there wasn't a lot of books, if there wasn't a good teacher, if there wasn't 10 years of hard study sounded good, but it was far inferior to 9 years of compulsory education with all the conditions, let alone 12 years of compulsory education. In Tang, a child who was willing to learn wanted to learn, but there were no channels of communication. Before Shi and Xiaobao came, before there was a large number of books, if they could get a book, they would be willing to give them more time to copy it. But what about when Shi and Xiaobao were together? Free libraries could be found everywhere. In fact, if you went to a stall selling books and renting books, you could go there without buying or renting. Very few people would chase you away. There was a child in the 6th grade of primary school who had just come into contact with the linear equation of 1 yuan. While walking on the street, he suddenly thought of a question that he didn't know how to solve. He would randomly stop a passerby or a salesperson and ask them about it. As long as they had the time and the mood, they would teach him. Because it was too simple, as long as they were older than him, they would know. But what about here? You could just grab a random person and ask them. Moreover, there was the internet. If you did not know a question about the Analects of Confucius, there would be many people who would teach you. There would also be several answers for you to choose from. Thinking of this, Wang Wan mumbled, "The truly frightening thing is not knowledge, but turning knowledge into common sense in life." When a person is not feeling well, they will naturally make self-judgment and take the corresponding medicine to treat themselves. When a place is hit by a disaster and floods, people know to drink water. When a person has diarrhea, they naturally know to replenish their salt. When there is fog, they will immediately wear masks and try not to go out. This is the true foundation of a nation by turning knowledge into common sense. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "That's why we feel that the questions of the imperial examinations are simple. Because the knowledge that you have been teaching me and I have been teaching Xiaobei and the rest is common sense that we take for granted. However, it is far superior to Tang's education system. Yes, Xiaobao, I've decided. I want to rebuild Tang's education system." Wang Wan waved her fist, looking ambitious. "But it's very difficult." Zhang Xiaobao still did not dare to say that he was going to build a financial system. "If it's not difficult, why would I tell you? Is it not difficult for you to tell me? It's difficult for 2 people, but it's better than 1 person. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Your reputation, my reputation, and our money. I want to build a university, a system-wide one. I want to hire teachers and recruit students. I won't allow anyone to cause trouble. For a period of time, I won't allow any political factors to interfere." Wang Wan picked up a piece of eggplant and chewed it vigorously, treating him as someone who was going to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of charcoal under the pot. He picked up the paper and fanned it a few times in the air before taking 2 deep breaths. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions and said, "Look, you don't need anyone to remind you. You only know how to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. This is the power of knowledge. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I support you. Wait until we finish the martial arts examination, okay? I'll think of a way for you. Isn't it just building a university? Finding students and teachers, not letting others cause trouble, and getting rid of all political factors? It's simple. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand to show that he was convinced. He indicated that Wang Wan did not need to continue persuading him. It's simple. Just say it now. Wang Wan wanted an answer that would make her happy. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly helpless. It's easy for me to do what you say, but I can't just spend money and not make money. If I want to make money, I have to put in a lot of effort. I have to wait until the martial arts examination is over. Wang Wan was just about to say that Zhang Xiaobao was greedy when she saw Zhang Xiaobao waving at the soldier outside. She was puzzled and asked, You really are Zhang Xiaobao? You won't take any losses. What do you want to do? Zhang Xiaobao waited for the soldier to come closer and said, I want a few papers. I'll answer them. I've studied for so many years. If I only answer one paper, it's too disgraceful. Official Zhang, what orders do you have? The soldier reacted quickly this time. When Zhang Xiaobao waved at him, his eyes were no longer blurry and his ears were no longer deaf. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the left and right. I want a few papers. Give me one paper for the theory of the classics, the theory of the law, the theory of the literature, and the theory of the mathematics. Oh, 2 sets. Official Wang also needs 1 set. The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Wang Wan's puzzled expression. He said, when you were taking the university entrance exam, you only had 2 days. Don't tell me that you only had 1 fill-in-the-blanks question, 1 poem, 1 essay, and 5 discussion questions? Wang Wan shook her head vigorously. How can there be such a good thing? I think you should give me 2 hours to answer the questions for the theory of the sciences. This is because writing with a brush is slower than a fountain pen. Otherwise, 90 minutes would be enough. Chapter 950. The soldiers did not take long before they returned to where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sitting. Behind them was the head examiner, and 2 other people were holding a set of papers. Sir, you want to review the questions? The head examiner asked. I'm going to answer the questions. You are Xue, Assistant Minister of Rights. Oh, I remember now. Xue Yuan, right? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the head examiner and thought for a while before saying his name. The head examiner nodded happily, yes, yes. You have a good memory. Do you want to answer all the questions? Do you want to extend the duration of the imperial examinations? No need. It's just a small question. In a while, bring the examiner here. I will answer it for him. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be scolded. Because he was alone, extending the duration of the imperial examinations was worse than delaying the autumn quarter examinations by a month. Thus, he immediately took the papers and did not say anything polite. He invited the head examiner to eat and let him leave after greeting him. Assistant Minister Xue did not feel that Zhang Xiaobao was neglecting him. If he really asked him to stay for a meal, that would be a lie. Why would he ask him to stay for a meal when there were 2 people eating? However, he had doubts about whether Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could answer all the questions. Zhang Xiaobao poured hot water into a cup of barley wine. This was the first wine that appeared during the distillation process. It was also called Liuzi wine and had a relatively high alcohol content. However, no matter how high the alcohol content of barley wine was, it was still not as high as rice or corn. The first wine was around 50% alcohol content. You still want to drink during an examination? Give me the questions. Let me see. Wang Wan took the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao and took a sip. She drank a quarter of the wine in one gulp and finished half a tael. I'll leave you a sip. 1 tael per person. You will feel refreshed. After drinking, you will be able to answer the questions. What kind of questions are these from the mathematics section? The fill-in-the-blanks questions actually have to be memorized. Luckily, I memorized them before. Thank you, grandfather. Bye. That old man taught me a lot. Do you see this? This is the mathematics exam. This was clearly not asking people to calculate. Instead, it was bringing up the forward, gouging out a row of words, and asking people to fill in the blanks. There's a calculation problem. I've left a space here, which means that there's no need to write down the steps to solve the problem. Let me see, the road is 80 feet long. The 2 brothers will walk it in pairs. The brothers will take 4 feet each step, and the younger brother will take half a step. A total of 35 steps. Was this what the imperial examinations were about? It means that there is a road that is 80 feet long, and 2 brothers are walking on it. The elder brother takes 1 step and covers 4 feet, and the younger brother takes half of the elder brother's, which is 2 feet. Then the 2 of them walk a total of 35 steps, and each of them is asked how many steps they have taken. Zhang Xiaobao felt helpless after reading the questions. It was too simple. It was just a 2-dimensional linear equation. Wang Wan did not even need a pen and could directly say the answer. Of course, it was not a blank. There were steps to solve the problem. Let x plus y equals 35, for x plus 2y equals 80. I really should call Xiao Bei and the rest over. Let's not talk about the college entrance examination. If there were such questions in the middle school entrance examination, the children would die of happiness. Let me see again. Oh, there's a 2-dimensional quadratic equation at the bottom. It seems that not everyone can calculate pi. Xiao Bao, now you know the importance of a system, right? Wang Wan held a roll of paper in her hand, took a pen, and finished answering all the questions for the mathematics section. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and copied it. Otherwise, it would take some time to solve the 2-dimensional quadratic equation. He might as well eat a few more mouthfuls of food. When the 2 of them finished their meal and began to drink tea, they had finished answering all the questions except for a poem, a prose essay, and some discussion questions that hadn't been written yet. There were no multiple-choice questions, no error correction questions, just filling in the blanks, discussion, and so on. The only question the 2 of them answered was the mathematics section, which was how to judge a case. The judgment was not fixed and had a certain degree of flexibility. The 2 of them had already memorized all the laws of the Tang Dynasty. After Zhang Xiaobao finished writing, he said to Wang Wan, "Look, aren't the laws set for the upper class? If our family followed this rule, even 10 heads would not be enough to chop off." Are you saying that the law is useless? Wang Wan asked. No, I'm saying that everyone should quickly become upper-class people so that they can avoid the law, Zhang Xiaobao said. If someone can be above the law, it can only mean that the system is not perfect. The one who is wrong is not the law, but those who are clearly avoiding the law. Not only are they not ashamed, but they are also complacent. If you do too many bad things, one day you will run into a ghost. I'm a good person. Don't look at me and say that we're not going back today. Call Xiao Bei and the others over later. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Sauerkraut hot pot with a chimney. At the same time, let them answer the questions and experience the imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao reopened the mathematics section paper and began to think about how to write poems and prose. Just as he came up with some ideas, someone came to disturb him. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, you 2 are looking for me, the person asked politely. Oh, you're the examiner for the mathematics section oral examination? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person and asked. Yes, Lord Zhang, do you think there's something wrong with the questions? The person was very nervous. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. No, it's just that it's too simple. Yes, it's simple. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and said seriously. Ask what? The person was surprised. Ask me a question, and I'll answer it. Also, examinee Wang Wan, ask together. Zhang Xiaobao's attitude was very proper. Examinees should act like examinees, at least for now. The person rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, Lord Zhang, then I'll ask. Go ahead and ask. I asked you to ask Wang Wan and me. Zhang Xiaobao urged. Okay, thank you, Lord Zhang. The person stood respectfully and then asked, I'll ask, Lord Zhang, that the Tang bank's reserve rate increased by 1 percentage point, and the bank's deposit rate also increased by 1 percentage point. Normally, this should suppress consumption, but why is it that in some cases, there is a trend of consumption increasing? Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, this is mainly because the Tang bank's lending to the outside world decreased during this process. At the same time, the examination and approval requirements were also stricter. This caused the private lending to expand, which led to a situation where the consumption of certain items accelerated. Also, outside of the provision of non-essential items, those who have a large amount of other items and hoard them, in order to cash them out, have to lend the cash to the private lending institutions that also raise the deposit and withdrawal rates. When they judge that the profit lost from dumping the goods is less than the additional interest gained from depositing the money in the private lending institutions, they will sell a large amount of goods at a low price. This will increase the consumption of these goods in the areas under their influence. This is a short-term, localized increase in consumption. If it exceeds the short term, and there is an expansion of consumption, then it can only mean that there are people who are speculating. If the effect is not big, then I can ignore it, but if it exceeds the bottom line of my heart, I will firmly suppress it. Thank you, Lord Zhang. The person was very happy. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Yes, Lord Zhang. If the quantity of small goods does not reach the taxable quantity, then no tax will be collected. However, there are people who deliberately sell large goods in the form of small goods according to their assembled parts to avoid tax. What should be done about this kind of thing? The person asked another question. Tax will be collected according to the overall quantity of goods sold in a unit time, and a fixed tax will be levied on the increase of assets. At the same time, strict examination will be carried out. The business operation and tax declaration items must be consistent with the actual items recorded in the transaction process. If they are the same, the accounts will be audited. If they are different, in addition to making the difference in tax payable, punitive measures will be imposed. For the first time, the fine should not be too large, and it will be mainly a warning. If the offender commits a second time, the punishment will be increased, Zhang Xiaobao answered. Thank you, Lord Zhang, and, wait. Wang Wan opened her mouth. She stared at the person and asked in confusion, this year's oral examination of arithmetic has started to test this? No, the students want to test them on this, but they don't understand. After Lord Zhang and you went to Hongnong, Lord Zhang's lectures in Beijing were stopped, and the students had to study by themselves. Didn't Lord Zhang give the students a chance to ask questions when he was busy? The person had a blank expression on his face, as if he was wondering why Wang Wan had brought up the oral examination. Looking at the situation, when the examiner asked him to come, she did not tell him the details. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to the person, You. Alright, after the martial arts exam, I will resume class. You can write down all your questions and hand them to me after class. As for the other people's questions, I will gather them together and answer them all together. Let's not talk about this now. You can ask me about the oral examination of arithmetic. Wang Wan and I will pass the examination of arithmetic as well, so we can begin. Wang Wan also sat up straight and waited. The person smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Zhang, you are making things difficult for me. How could I dare to ask you such a small question? Don't tease me, okay? You want to take the arithmetic exam, and I will tell you now. You and official Wang have both passed. If you insist on making me ask, then you are scolding me. Ah. Okay then, you can go do your own thing. I will answer the questions of the advanced subject. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and bade farewell to the person. The person bowed and said, Lords, you are busy. I will take my leave. After he finished speaking, he really left. The examinees on both sides of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had all pressed their ears to the wooden board to listen. When they heard the person's question, they were all at a loss. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's answer, oh, it should be said that it was an answer, they were first shocked and then felt inferior. Look at him. He had nothing better to do and took the arithmetic exam. The examiner who came for the oral examination could only ask for advice and did not dare to ask questions related to arithmetic. Wang Wan watched the person leave and laughed. No wonder the examiner arranged for an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. If they really arranged for someone to be the head of the secretariat or the head of the various departments, they would not care whether you took the exam or not. They would definitely pester you and ask you all kinds of questions. Just now, you gave me a fright. I thought that the Tang Dynasty's arithmetic exam was already so difficult. According to this, when Xiaobei and the others grow up, when they take the exam, won't they ask about the tax refund and differential subsidies for exported goods in the Tang Dynasty's import and export trade, as well as the issue of the imposition of punitive tariffs for anti-dumping measures in the process of protecting the cost of its own goods? When you finished answering the second question, I only realized it. But you foolishly waited for someone to continue asking. Why didn't you think about it? Is that a question that examinees should be asked now? How would I know? I thought it was just a question. Moreover, the question is not difficult. Is there a difference between 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. Oh, that's amazing. You know 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2? Is it the 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2 question that can be expressed as the sum of the product of a prime number and the product of b prime number? Wang Wan argued. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Prime numbers. A long time ago, there was a person called Goldbach. He said, answer the question, answer the question. Don't say things that are not related to the exam. Don't disturb me. I want to write a poem. Zhang Xiaobao sent Wang Wan back and packed his things. He once again became a good examinee who knew the rules. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about. This was not a field that he should be involved in. When encountering such situations, he should follow the principles of the 36 stratagems. First, he should avoid it. Second, he should leave. This field could easily cause people to die without a burial place, especially that Chen guy. He was not a person, but an existence as bright as the stars. Zhang Xiaobao was most afraid of people with the surname Chen, because even history could not be erased. Just by hearing their name, he could feel his own insignificance. He could fight against Li Longji, but he did not dare to have the slightest disrespect for a certain group of people in his heart. There will always be some people who cannot be measured by money. Yes. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak, I am good at nurturing, I am noble. Answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it in his heart. He picked up his pen and prepared to continue the advancement exam. He actually did not want to write a song line because there were many words in a song line. There were only 4 quatrains and 8 quatrains. However, when writing a modern poem, the requirements were stricter. The question was very simple, and the content was not difficult to understand. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to write a few times before, but he did not know where to start. Just now, Wang Wan said 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, which reminded him of some people. Now, he felt that it seemed to be easy to write. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and started writing. What is the Tao? Worship an official, return to the province when winter comes, snow is pure and innocent, find my Tao, leave kindness in my heart. For seasons in the world, people are the heavens. This Tao is not mysterious in the distant emperor, I do not know where to go or stay. Looking up, the blue sky is empty, looking back, the thick earth is full of jade rooms. Even ants seek the warmth of spring, how can people avoid the cold of autumn? Brocade returns home, respect the elderly first, do not talk about official status, fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen stoke firewood, and put winter vegetables in front of the table. Deep in the cold, cracked hands, revealing the light of the fire, moist and gentle face. When I say there are many dishes, I hurriedly put down my chopsticks, when he says there is little meat, he pushes the plate. The cucumbers are crisp, the leek sprouts are fresh, the children are laughing and playing at the table. During the meal, I asked about the deceased, the newly built tower to worship the deceased. The fields are often produced in all seasons, the things by the water are occasionally left behind. The turbid wine floats to the bottom, the gourd soup scars the bottom. The tipsy finger goes to the sway foam, propose to use soil to cultivate mountain treasures. What can be chosen from 10,000 kinds of mountain treasures? Mushrooms are best fried and stewed. Tremella still needs to be cultivated, but purple mushrooms can be produced in the same basket. The host is pleasantly surprised and often urged to drink, returning guests forget their worries and keep drinking. Or all of Sanshui County. And all of the 4 seas can be mapped. Suddenly there is a noise outside the door, pushing open the window to listen to the light bell. Zhang Wang is afraid to be behind, Guli outside the village is happy to compete. First, white cut chicken pieces are tender, then brown smoked beast head Tang. Hurriedly waving and bowing to thank, the noise buzzing in the capital. Inform the capital and the county, the roadside is the same Yanglu song. The Yellow River divides Wei and divides Yellow River, Dingshui clear and turbid together. 1,000 coins are easy to buy a tiger staff, 100 knives are hard to find a falcon bow. My sister Bei Er prepares a gift, staying up late to set off fireworks. The young child asks how many people belong to, bending his fingers 3 times until the moon is full and waning. Invite wine to wet hands, take bowl to add frost to boots. Celebrate until the rooster crows, wake up, drink until the moon sets. Drink half a jar of wine, suddenly go to the chicken coop, suddenly come to study. The school windows are bright, the tables and chairs are arranged, the sun is shining in the west. But there is food and drink between classes, no wonder the children are reading and studying. Clear soup monkey head with abalone, big wonton stuffed with water chestnuts. Suddenly there is an old man patting the shoulder, laughing and praising Sanshui Zhen. Remember to be modest and laugh back, these are small things not worth boasting about. Then he shakes his head and praises good fortune, then shushes and waves his hand, saying that life is short. Is it difficult to detoxify the poison and control the soup? The old man did not mean this meal is accompanied by gentleness. Since it is gentleness, what is there to say? It is almost breaking into the house to hit the spoon. The old man cupped his fists and apologized, I bent my hand back to bury myself in thought. 9 bends form a river, the word is a few, the valley name is a pond. You county children eat 10,000 li vegetables, that side of the snow is thick and cold. Winged abalone, monkey head and soup, Lu Zhou's water chestnuts are far away. Huayuan sealed the water and solid, the sound of sand and howling resentful mountain high. Why not use the horseback deer and flying dog? Goshawk sleigh guarding the empty sky. Officials always forget the small weight. Tseng Yi was ambitious in the beginning. I heard that and was shocked. This year the great Tang is sunny. How can the imperial court be perplexed? How can the inner court be so peaceful? Disaster in all places. Chongping is in a hurry to report to the capital. I read all the reports in the capital. Are you sure it is not shocking? I am angry and stare. I am determined to think about it. I anxiously shout to Chuanzhou, slowly reply to the county, saying that Chongping has little grain, and that the shops should pay taxes. The meaning of thousands of words. It is difficult to blame the officials and natural disasters. I am angry. I have many excuses. When I meet with trouble, I first evade. The troops quickly set off to the ground, brandishing the knife to cut the vegetables, pulling out the tendons and breaking the bones, all of the surname to be exterminated, lives taken and souls taken away. Originally, I killed all the corruption, but looking back, I am still alive. Opening my eyes, I am startled awake, holding the edge of the bed. The space between my eyebrows is painful. I think before I am drunk. Shouting loudly to vent my anger. When I wake up in the examination room, the ink is dry. The sun sets and the sun laughs silently. The charcoal star is full of sound. Suddenly I hear the eagle cry, the new moon, the water clouds and red lawn. Raising his hand and waving it, he is actually looking for the top spin. Beasts are psychic. They know how to use their lives to win over officials. Full of masculinity, they are full of righteousness. Sighing to find the people as the heavens. There is a dream in a dream. It is fate. Come down, don't stop me. Zhang Xiaobao threw away the pen and opened his arms. Shui Yun and his wife, Hong Wan, came down one after the other. The wind brought by their wings made the soldiers unable to stand steadily. Stand still on the table, don't move. I almost died of exhaustion from writing a song of more than 1,000 words. I can't ruin it, otherwise I will go to your house every day to cry. What's wrong? Something happened at home? You don't care about the children? Zhang Xiaobao patted the table and talked to Shui Yun and his wife. Shui Yun and Hong Wan really jumped on the table and looked around curiously. Wang Wan pulled the board away and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, then looked at the paper and asked, "Is it really more than 1,000 words? It's punctuation. Anyway, it has more words than Xiaobai." Zhang Xiaobao patted the paper. Wang Wan thought for a while and realized who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Bai Jui, who wrote the Song of Everlasting Regret. Then she curled her lips and said, "How can you compare to him? He has quality. I have speed. Give me 2 days and I will write better than him. He writes this kind of thing when he has nothing to do. Do I have time for nothing? If you don't believe me, look at Shaoli. He hasn't written for a long time. He is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and he is so busy. I have decided to work hard to live for a few more decades or even 100 years. I will wait for Xiaobai. He has just grown up, so I will arrange things for him to do. You want him to write poems? He should write reports and self-criticism every day." Zhang Xiaobao said viciously, then opened his mouth and laughed. Wang Wan was also amused. "Fortunately, I didn't get you into the spring and autumn annals. Otherwise, there would be no Analects of Confucius. What are Shuiyun and Hong Wan doing? How would I know? I saw them flying in the sky and waved my hand, and they came down. Their eyes are quite sharp. I will have someone go to the lake to check. Don't let anything go wrong." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to order the soldiers to go and check. Before he could find the soldiers, a person rushed in from outside. It was Luo Bin. He hurried to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, looked at Shuiyun and Hong Wan and said, "Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, the children are all out. Lord Shuiyun just fed them. Lord Zhang said that the children are asleep now and asked me to tell you the good news. I didn't expect Lord Shuiyun to come in person. Oh? All 11 are safe? Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. That's amazing. They can open their mouths to eat insects without opening their eyes, Luobin continued to report. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Amazing, really amazing. In fact, when we were young, we could take the initiative to drink milk with our eyes closed. We are amazing together. Yes, yes, Lord Zhang is right. Luobin echoed. Suddenly, he saw that in another single room, there were examinees poking their heads out to watch the fun, so he quickly said, since Lord Zhang and Lord Wang know, I will go back. Keep an eye on them, or I will lose my head. Okay, when I go back after the exam, I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said goodbye to Luobin. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Shuiyun and Hong Luan. After thinking for a moment, he said, after I deal with the imperial examination, go back to Sanshui County with me first. I really don't feel at ease in the capital. There are too many eyes and different minds. Sanshui County is our territory. If anyone has the ability to infiltrate Sanshui County and harm your children, he might as well deal with the palace. The difficulty is almost the same. Shuiyun looked at Hong Luan and nodded to Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, you two go back first and take care of the children. When I finish the exam, I will go to see you immediately. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lifted the table and pushed it upward. Shuiyun and Hong Luan took advantage of the force to rise into the air, circled twice, and flew in the direction of the lake. After the two eagles left, Wang Wan curiously reached for the paper. Let me see what you're writing. Dream, I had a dream. Oh, there were two. Chapter 951. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she stopped writing and looked at the sky. It was time to light the lantern, and Xiaobei and the others were coming. She rested her chin on her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobao, tell me, what did you dream of? I dreamed that I suddenly returned to my hometown, Sanshui County. It was a dream. Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. Did you suddenly return to your hometown in a dream at night? Wang Wan helped. Don't interrupt. I first sighed about the glory and wealth of people. Then, I met an acquaintance, Zhang Xiaobao continued. Who? Which Zhuangzi? Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao glared at Wang Wan. That's what it means. I got confused as I wrote. Can you remember the person in the dream? Okay, continue. Yes. You're interrupting, old friend. When you saw me come with gifts, you were very happy. You warmed the stove and went to pick some vegetables. Winter vegetables. You kept me eating and drinking with me. I asked if your family was doing well. He said it was okay. He built a new house and went to worship his ancestors. As for me, I saw his hands. They were cold and his face was red. It's not easy to make money. He even gave me vegetables when they were valuable. I was thinking. Zhang Xiaobao drank a cup of water when he said this. Wang Wan happened to finish the sentence and asked, was there a feeling of cutting spring leaks in the rain at night and yellow beams in the new kitchen? Then you drank 10 big cups of wine, 10 cups of wine in one go. Zhang Xiaobao put down his cup and waved his hand. No, I'm not as stupid as Du Fu. I didn't ask Weibo to cook chives and cook rice. Stupid? It's nothing more than using homemade things to entertain friends. One is that you don't regard yourself as an outsider. The other is that you only have those things at home. It's simple and unpretentious. Wang Wan asked in confusion. It's obvious that you don't have a life. Have you forgotten that leeks can't be cut when it rains? After cutting them, the roots will rot. In spring, when the leek roots rot, won't you have to spend a lot of effort to plant them again? You'll miss the good seasons. Huang Liang in the new kitchen. The new kitchen referred to the newly built stove. If you built a new stove, would you dare to light a fire to cook yellow rice when it was wet and rainy? Especially the word room, it's a verb for stirring. At that time, there were no red bricks. Let's try it tomorrow. I guarantee that the stove top will crack. If you use the spoon to stir, the stove top will have to be rebuilt. Zhang Xiaobao was mimicking the actions in Du Fu's poem. Wang Wan was enlightened. I remember now. I was only thinking about the artistic conception of the poem and forgot about the things in my life. How much wine did you drink? Who knows? I was only focused on drinking. Anyway, a lot. I drank until I was confused. Yes, I told him to cultivate mushrooms next year. Those things are easy to cultivate. He was quite happy. Later on, quite a number of people from our family's manor, the Gu family's manor and the Li family's manor came. We drank with them and only slept when the sun rose. Zhang Xiaobao described the feeling at that time. Oh, you fell asleep in your dream? Continue. Wang Wan held back her laughter and signaled Zhang Xiaobao to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face with his hands as if he was reminiscing. Then I fell asleep. In my dream, I flew and flew. One moment I went here, the next moment I went there. I flew to the school. In the morning, I ate in the school. They made wontons, which were wontons stuffed with water chestnuts, shark's fin, abalone, and monkey head mushrooms. The children of our two families do this in the school? Don't they have milk and eggs for breakfast? Didn't I say? In my dream, an old man suddenly appeared and praised our school. He said that the food was good. I just said a few words of modesty, and he said that it was good, but there were people who died. At that time, I was frightened. I tried my best to calculate the mutual promotion and restriction of food. I suspected that if there was poison in the soup, and I was about to rush in and knock over the spoon or something. The old man said again, not our school, but somewhere else. The food at your school is good. This made me angry. I thought, he said to ask, where is it? He said the line between Huayuan, Qizhou, and Mingsha, where the Yellow River is. He said that it was snowing and the road was blocked. He asked me if I had been an official for too long and forgot the people in other places. He asked me why I didn't send my deer, dogs, and eagles to help. Zhang Xiaobao said it as if it was true. Wang Wan was fascinated and asked, yes, why didn't you send them? This year, there are very few places in Tang where it snows. Moreover, there is Chongpingcang, so there is no need for it. I asked him, are you lying to me? Why didn't I see it when I was reading the news in the capital? He was very angry, meaning that he didn't lie. He asked me to investigate, so I did. The radio signal was transmitted layer by layer. Soon, the reply was slow, and I found that something was wrong. The reply almost made me die of anger. The official said that Chongpingcang didn't have food. Don't blame them, blame natural disasters, blame the merchants for not paying taxes properly and defaulting. Do you think they are joking with me? I believed them, so I sent troops to kill them all. I confiscated their property and exterminated their family. As I killed them, I turned around and saw that the people I just killed were alive again. I was shocked and woke up. I was back in the house of the old friend I met earlier. I was so depressed that I shouted with all my strength. Just as I shouted, I woke up again and found that I was in the examination hall. It's over. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands and looked at Wang Wan. He laughed first. Wang Wan also laughed and nodded, good, Xiaobao, you are good. You wrote blindly about things that didn't happen. You answered the questions in a dream. Next time, be more realistic. I don't like what you said. Who said that one can't dream? Did Tao Yuanming do it? Did Li Bai do it? Oh, he didn't do it now. There is no chance. Which great poet doesn't dream? Zhang Xiaobao defended himself, looking very angry. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao's head, be good, don't be angry. You are right. Great poems all dream. Great brother still needs to cook. Quickly prepare, Xiao Bei and the rest are here. Sure enough, Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others came. They were probably afraid that it would be too tiring to come in, so they were still wearing their official robes. They walked with their little legs and looked around curiously. Someone come and help me hold down the papers. Let's eat first. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, come here. It's time to eat. After eating, look at the questions. In the future, you will have to do it too. Zhang Xiaobao greeted the soldier and came out of the room with Wang Wan. They found an empty space and set up the stove to make hot pot. Xiao Bei and the rest were obviously not thinking about eating. They looked at the room used for the examination and found it very interesting. The lights in the examination hall were lit up. The electric lights were powered by a new small steam engine that burned coal to generate electricity. The examination hall was brightly lit. The other examinees also had their meals delivered. They couldn't come out to eat together for fear of telling each other the questions. They were still in the room. The restaurant that delivered the meals was very generous. They learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they had lunch. Each person had a small pot with charcoal under it. The bottom of the pot was seafood, and the cut mutton was placed on a plate. They could choose from more than 10 kinds of seasonings. The cost was not small. Just now, outside the door, we saw some examinees leaving. Xiao Bei took off the bits and pieces of decorations on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his understanding. Basically, they gave up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have missed the time to eat dinner. Xiao Hai, who usually didn't like to talk, would only speak in front of his brother and sister. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, brother, Shuiyun went to Savant's restaurant. We went to the lakeside and heard that all 11 eagles had hatched. We wanted to go up and take a look, but it was too high and we didn't dare to climb. Yes. It's good that you don't climb. When an eagle hatches, it's about the size of a chicken. When we go back to Sanshui, you will see it. Pick one you like. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Hai's head. Everyone started to eat. As they ate, Wang Wan found that Zhang Xiaobao was absent-minded. She picked up an oyster, cooked it, and put it on Zhang Xiaobao's plate. She asked, what are you thinking about? Ling State. The Ling State that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was the big states in Huaiyuan, Anjing, and other places that he had written. You're just writing nonsense. Do you really care about it? Wang Wan was helpless. Why do you think I'm thinking about Ling State? Our family's business is not in Ling State but in Feng State. Our family's fleet only passed by Ling State when they traveled the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze his own psychological activities. Wang Wan scooped a small piece of tofu and dipped it into the pot. She said, because it is indeed snowing in Ling State. According to the intelligence the day before yesterday, the Yellow River is expected to freeze earlier than usual. However, the inaction of the officials in your dream didn't happen. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his brother and sister who were eating happily. He frowned and said, it's better to prepare in advance. There is a lot of activity this year. All the powerful businessmen are going to Japan. I'm worried that we won't be able to react in time if something really happens. Since the Yellow River hasn't frozen yet, we must move our daily necessities to a place in the northwest. Store up red deer, dog-pulled sled, and falcons. Prepare to be ready in case of an emergency. I'll listen to you. We'll make arrangements after dinner. Let's eat first. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. If they didn't suffer a disaster, they would only lose a part of their profits. It was better than a disaster that killed people. Wang Wan preferred the current means of transportation, especially the sled dogs. After they were developed, their transportation ability would be terrifying and better than cars. Xiao Bei and the others listened while eating, but they didn't interrupt. This was a learning process. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In the Tang Empire, human lives are always more important than money. Even if we believe that the response of all parties is fast enough, we can't let our guard down. While we enjoy the beautiful things in life, we must respect the lives of others like us. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of paper from a specially made paper bag and wiped Xiao Bei's mouth as he said this. Xiao Bei waited for his brother to finish wiping and asked, "Does the Japanese count?" "Japan? Japan. Not my race. It's beyond my reach." Zhang Xiaobao tried to figure out the language and replied. "I understand. In fact, I love everyone. It's just that sometimes the Japanese don't trust me. I'm very sorry about this." Xiao Bei said straightforwardly. Wang Wan chuckled and rubbed Xiao Bei's head. "You're so smart. Your brother's education is going to succeed." When Zhang Xiaobao and the others finished dinner, the other examinees were already full. They stayed in the single room and drank the tea prepared by the restaurant. Someone brought new bedding. After the examination, the bedding belonged to the examinees. No one cared whether they took it away or threw it away. Xiao Bei and the others gathered around to look at the questions. All the fill-in-the-blanks questions that required memorization were not a problem for Xiaoyuan. Xiao Hai was responsible for all the math questions. As for the other questions, Xiao Bei and the others thought hard. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the conclusion that the younger siblings would not be able to pass the imperial examination for the time being. They were stuck at the topic of policy. The ones who really showed their ability in the imperial examination were Xiaoyuan and Xiao Hai. "It seems that we still need to wait," Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Xiao Bei was very distressed. She found that she was not particularly smart. She looked at the current affairs policy questions one after another and did not know where to start. She would rather be in charge of a county where all the officials listened to her. She could use the various models summarized by her family. Coupled with her own strong financial power, she was confident that she could manage a county well. However, when she was faced with the examination questions, there were some words that she did not recognize and could not give a reason why. Hiding behind the other children, Xiao Bei lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. She was angry with herself. "Xiao Bei, what fun things are you thinking about?" Wang Wan saw that the usually active Xiao Bei was not, so she pulled her out from behind the others and asked. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks and said sullenly, "I'm the stupidest. Both men and women know more words than I do. How am I supposed to know how to fix the road and where to fix it with all those messy questions? I know why it needs to be fixed. It's to make it easier to walk." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and signaled with her eyes. She meant, "Look, you asked them to come, and now you've dealt a blow to the children, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little regretful. He had always let his younger siblings develop a kind of confidence that they were not afraid of difficulties and that no matter how big the world was, they could do it. Therefore, the things that he arranged for his younger siblings were things that they could do after they worked hard. When Li Longji sent Xiao Bei to Hongnong, he was worried about it. However, his younger siblings did very well. He and Wang Wan were very pleased. Xiao Bei, come here. Come to Big Brother's side. Don't be afraid when we encounter difficulties, right?" Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and said to her. That's right. Xiaobei still had not recovered. If you ask me to do things, I'm not afraid. If you give me a county, I'll manage it. If I ask the people to plant things, I won't be afraid if the plants are bad and there's no output. I can compensate them. Then, I'll remember that if the environment is similar, they can't plant the same things. I'll spend my own money to teach them a lesson. Xiaobei hugged her brother's neck and said her thoughts. Suddenly, she pouted. But what's this? I don't understand what you're asking. Fixing roads costs money. Why do you have to ask why and how to spend it? That's right. Our Xiaobei is right. Do you still remember our family's ranch in Fengzhou? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the pressure he was under was unprecedentedly great. He would not stupidly tell his sister about the details of fixing roads. Otherwise, it would be useless even if she memorized it. That was a way of thinking. Therefore, what he had to do was to temporarily let his sister forget about the current situation and relax. He had to guide her according to her intelligence and experience with words that she could understand. Wang Wan watched from the side. The other 8 children were also listening to their brother. When Xiaobei heard her brother's question, she suddenly smiled and said, I know. We even went to catch the Tujue together. What's his name again? Prince Xian of the left. When we came back to Fengzhou, our dog pulled the sleigh and couldn't see the end of it. At that time, he was scared silly. Hee. Ah, our Xiaobei is so awesome. I almost forgot that you still have to ride the dog. The dog ran away when it saw you. Zhang Xiaobao played along and pretended to be surprised. Bad dog. Xiaobei gave a definition of a dog. Then we saw the river, the Yellow River. Do you still remember it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei looked up at the sky and thought. I know. It's winter, but I don't see the trackers. When will we go again? Wait until next spring. When the ice melts, we can take a boat, okay? Zhang Xiaobao made a rowing gesture. Okay, pinky promise. Xiaobei stuck out her pinky finger. Zhang Xiaobao also stuck out his pinky finger, and the two of them came to an agreement. Wang Wan listened in puzzlement. She wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would solve the problem. Zhang Xiaobao continued, when the river just turns around the bend, it's turbulent, and it's hard to pull the cable. There's a rich merchant who has his own fleet, so he wrote a letter to me. When was it? The day before yesterday? Was it the day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan as he spoke. Wang Wan understood. It was the night before yesterday. The merchant asked you to judge whether his idea was good or not. That's right. 2 nights ago, he told me to buy some gunpowder and blow it up along the tracker's path. So, it's not this wide. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands to show a 1-meter wide gap. He said that he wanted to blow up the path 3 times wide and blow up the place where the trackers used to climb. This way, he could use horses to pull the cable. It would be faster, and the horses would have more strength. I thought about it and realized that this person. Is he stupid? Xiaobei was finally brought to the topic by her brother, so she interjected. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be deep in thought. I also feel that something is missing. Something is not right. Do you still need to think about it? That path can't be blown inwards. There's no place to support it, and there's a mountain on one side. If he blew up such a wide path at the bottom, the soil on the top would fall down. Then, he would spend money to remove the fallen rocks and plant new trees. Otherwise, the top side of the mountain would be completely bald. When it rains, the soil and rocks would roll down. If he planted the trees, would he guarantee that they would survive? If he wasted time, the others wouldn't sail and wait for him? Xiaobei let go of her brother's neck and waved her little fists. Yes, our Xiaobei is still the best. I'll scold him later and tell him that he can't pull the cable like before. What's the point of building a road? Zhang Xiaobao affirmed his sister's words. Xiaobei clenched her fists and thought for a while. Then, she said, if he wants to transport goods from Fengzhou to Yunlingzhou, he's willing to fork out a lot of money. Why don't he just blow up the cave and use cement to build the inside? He can just transport goods by land. That's right. Our Xiaobei is still the best. Who said that she couldn't answer the current affairs question? I think that the other examinees will encounter the same problem. They can't compare to our Xiaobei at all. Zhang Xiaobao imitated his sister and waved his fists. Xiaobei regained her usual vigor. The questions in the imperial examinations aren't specific enough. I don't know who came up with the questions, but we can't generalize. We need to analyze the problems in detail. Yes. I also object to this, so I decided not to answer the current affairs question. I just asked blindly. Zhang Xiaobao was indignant. I think he hasn't stayed in a place before. He doesn't understand the situation of the people and lacks a foundation. Xiaobei evaluated as if she had made a lot of achievements in a place. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't correct his sister's mistake. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. Xiaobei, it's late. Let's go back first. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll go to the lakeside and see Shuiyun and her family. Zhang Xiaobao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he sent away the 9 younger siblings who had a lot of opinions about the current affairs of the imperial examinations. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaobao, you're amazing. Wang Wan praised Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. I didn't think that you would be able to use this kind of method. How did you know that Xiaobei would be able to answer? Wang Wan was very curious. I've personally met Xiaobei 3 times when the topic of capturing the Tuju as virtuous prince of the left was brought up. Thus, Xiaobei has a very deep impression of that place. Furthermore, she has been thinking about the problem of road construction. Even though she has temporarily diverted her attention, she is still subconsciously thinking about this problem. Moreover, with Xiaobei's personality, if you ask her to make a comprehensive plan, she might not be able to make one, but she can always find flaws in other people's plans. When we came back to take the train, we told them more than once to blow up a cave so that the train could pass through. Children are different from adults in one respect. They can always think about things for a long time, but for them, they either forget or treat things from a long time ago as if they were just yesterday. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. So you're sure that she will definitely cooperate? I'm not sure. I'm also betting. At most, she won't respond to the topic just now. Then, I'll think of another topic. I won't scold her and say things like, "You're so stupid. Do you want to be beaten? You can't even solve such a simple question. What have you been thinking about all day?" I'll say to those adults who educate their children like this, "You're so stupid. You can't even teach such a cute and smart child. Is there water in your brain? You can't even teach a child. What else can you do?" Zhang Xiaobao once again blamed the adults for the child's poor grades and looked down on them. Wang Wan shook her head. You're always thinking differently from normal people. I'll go back and continue writing. Are you going to write essays too? No. I'll go back and think about the problem of opening a cave that Xiaobei mentioned. I'll find someone to look at the geographical environment. If it's feasible, I'll open one. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Lingzhou. You took it seriously. Xiaobei's words are full of loopholes. Why wouldn't I take it seriously? I can find someone to correct the mistakes. What a child says isn't necessarily wrong. In China, if a child says that he will find a way to fly, grow a pair of wings, and jump off a cliff, the adults will usually stop him from thinking about it. Outside, even if the adults don't think it's feasible, they will still encourage it. Thus, the first foreigner to fly with artificial gliders appeared, and the first plane appeared in a foreign country. We didn't restrict our younger siblings, so the first child who can grow on his or her own appeared. Okay, you think about yours, and I'll write mine. Wang Wan didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Okay, I'll arrange the cloth and food first. Chapter 952. Zhang Xiaobao did as he said. He summoned his men and ordered them to stock up necessities from Jiangyi Province, Guanyi Province, Hedong Province, Shannan East Province, Shannan West Province, and Hunan Province along Guanyi Province and the Yellow River. The Zhang families and Wang families' shops in areas prone to winter were to slow down their shipments and not engage in any promotional activities. They were to be prepared to cooperate with the local authorities in case of a disaster. Lu Zhou's fleet of gunships in Lingnan Province was to be deployed and semi-forced labor in the areas outside Great Tang. It was a paid labor migration. Lu Zhou planned the land and prepared to implement the railway project. After putting aside the matter of harming private interests for public good, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to think about his sister's proposal to build a tunnel. However, no one gave him the time to do so. The people from the Ministry of Revenue arrived. This year's autumn harvest was mostly done, except for the areas where the second and third crops were planted. The taxes paid by the local authorities to the bank had to be verified. Zhang Xiaobao had someone summon the inner court official in charge of this matter to check the account books with the people from the Ministry of Revenue. The general account books were already in place. Li Longji had seen them before. Now, they were making a detailed report. In the end, one of the people sent by the Ministry of Revenue boldly asked if the money in the Great Tang Bank was interest-free and had never been lent out. Under Zhang Xiaobao's intense gaze, the person lowered his head and retreated. Zhang Xiaobao could not explain to the other party. Since the money could not be withdrawn from the Great Tang Bank in the capital in one go, there was naturally a buffer period. Moreover, the money was interest-free. How could it not be involved in lending? The lending of money was a form of gain. At the same time, it was a way to stop losses during the depreciation of the currency. This additional profit was not under the Ministry of Revenue's control. It was directly under Li Longji's responsibility. How was Zhang Xiaobao supposed to explain this to the people from the Ministry of Revenue? Why did they have to ask this question when everyone already knew about it? The people from the Ministry of Revenue went to check the detailed data with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. The people from the Ministry of Rights came and asked Zhang Xiaobao if he wanted to arrange some activities during the new year, such as ice lanterns, fireworks, dragon dances, and so on. In truth, the Ministry of Rights wanted to ask for money from the Ministry of Revenue, but the Ministry of Revenue declined on the grounds that the accounts were still being verified. The Ministry of Rights felt that it was a bit difficult to do this with their own money, so they asked Zhang Xiaobao for a plan. Let your thoughts run wild. Don't be stubborn. The person who came was also a student of Zhang Xiaobao's class. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite with his words. If you were polite with your students, they would be worried that you would alienate them. Yes, then what should I do? When the person saw that Zhang Xiaobao was drinking wine, he hurriedly helped Zhang Xiaobao fill up the glass that he had just drunk a third of and respectfully asked for advice. Zhang Xiaobao took out another glass and gestured for the student to pour it himself. After the student poured a little, he raised the glass and said, "This year's harvest has been good. Under the wholehearted education of your Ministry of Rights, the quality of life of the people has improved, the grades of the students have also improved, the soldiers have taken on a new look, and the merchants. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Even if the Tang Empire is rich, if you don't start, the merchants and wealthy people will organize activities themselves. You just need to put up a notice in the Ministry of Rights and let the merchants in the capital contact you. Money will be available. The specific expenses will be paid by the merchants, and they will also give the Ministry of Rights a sum of money to let you complete the activities. Take the money and ask Gao, my adoptive father, ask him if he needs anything, not for you to bribe him. If my adoptive father really wants to take bribes, it won't be your turn. His Majesty likes to hear honest words and is not afraid of hearing from you that the Tang Empire's etiquette is lacking. Of course, it's best if you don't say anything lacking during the new year. Try your best to say something that makes people happy. If you really want to repeat this over and over again, the Ministry of Rights should be held accountable first. The new year is to look forward to and celebrate last year's harvest, not to reflect on it. Spend the money that should be spent. As for the rest of the money, you have worked hard for a year. Cultivate yourself, manage the family, and govern the country. Use the extra money to help the Qi family. Let me say this first, get things done. Don't purposely leave more money for the Qi family. Just do enough. Next spring, you will also need money to work. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the person from the Ministry of Rights was moved. Teacher Zhang was really good. Everything he said was true. Thus, after seeing his teacher finish the wine in his glass in one gulp, the person from the Ministry of Rights realized that he had poured too little wine for himself. He quickly refilled his glass and finished it as well. Teacher, don't worry. We definitely won't be greedy. Teacher, please continue with your work. This student will take his leave. He also retreated step by step. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other person's empty glass and felt his heart ache. That wine was his. Were good grapes so easy to make? It depended on how the grapes grew. If I had known this would happen, I would have prepared some yellow wine and drank as much as I wanted. To think that I still came empty-handed. The Ministry of Rights shouldn't just focus on spiritual civilization. They should focus on material civilization as well. Zhang Xiaobao grumbled. He poured himself another glass of wine and took small sips. Things seemed to have happened at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about the cave for less than 15 minutes when the person from the Ministry of Personnel came. He told Zhang Xiaobao that it was the end of the year and the evaluation was about to begin. He wanted to know if the evaluation standards this year should be higher than the previous ones. Zhang Xiaobao resisted the urge to smash his glass and chased the person from the Ministry of Personnel away. He told him to go back and tell the head of the Ministry of Personnel, the head of the Secretariat, and the Emperor. All of them have nothing better to do. I'm not the same as the head of the Secretariat. Why are all of you asking me? How can I be in charge of so many things? Zhang Xiaobao muttered to himself gloomily. The soldier standing guard outside stood straight and tried his best to show Zhang Xiaobao that he was more powerful than the Prime Minister. With a hua sound, the wooden board was pulled open from the other side, revealing Wang Wan who was rubbing her hands. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's cold. Get someone to send a batch of hand stoves to the examinees. Next year, the imperial examinations will start in spring. Get someone to put up the heater first. Otherwise, the stove will have too much dust and it will be difficult to endure many nights." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I think the Ministry of War will be here soon. You deal with it. If I interfere, Xiao Yuan will find trouble with me." Zhang Xiaobao said that he would arrange it right away. There was no need for him to specifically instruct someone else. Someone immediately went to do it. He was afraid that the Ministry of War would ask if the army was going to celebrate the Chinese New Year, so he first informed Wang Wan. Xiao Yuan was Yuan Xianyao, the current Prime Minister. Why would the Ministry of War come? Even though I'm teaching the generals, they won't come to curry favor with me like scholars. I'm guessing that the people from the 6 ministries. How many ministries are here now? 3 ministries, more or less all of them are Yuan Qianyao's intentions. He might be waiting for you to finish the examinations and promote you to the head of the secretariat, making you a deputy minister or something. In the future, when he's more relaxed, he'll push everything to you. Okay. Wang Wan made an okay gesture with her hand. He's not afraid that I'll seize his power? You've already seized his power. You're a provincial commander. Why don't you stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office and run around everywhere? How else do you want to seize power? Wang Wan said with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I can't enter the capital to be the deputy minister. Otherwise, what will happen to my father? Let's discuss again. Father? Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao called out, Father, again. His father really came and just showed himself. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stood up and went forward. He asked his father, Father, your Ministry of Works is fine? I'm just taking an examination. There's no need for you to come personally. Zhang Zhong was followed by 2 officials from the Ministry of Revenue and a group of people from the Seedling Protection Team. They were all working together to check if there was any danger. Provincial Commander Zhang is here. There's no need to be nervous. Zhang Zhong lifted Weiwei's arm and said. The people from the Seedling Protection Team behind them widened the surveillance area to give Zhang Zhong more space. They put their guns against their bodies and locked the safety, lowering their guard a little. Wang Wan also came over and stood side by side with Zhang Xiaobao. She also asked, Father, do you have other matters? She was used to other forms of address and called Zhang Xiaobao the same as her father. Deputy Provincial Commander Wang is right. I'm here for something. Zhang Zhong put aside his family the moment he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't give official greetings to his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was acting in a business-like manner and glared at the guards. Why didn't they send someone to inform him in advance? Father, if you have something to do, you can send someone to inform me. When I'm done with the examination, I'll look for you. Why did you come here personally? Zhang Xiaobao went forward and pulled his father to his seat. Wang Wan supported him on the other side. Zhang Zhong followed along and didn't say anything. When they reached their seats, Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan accompanied him for the time being. He turned around and walked to the empty space behind where they had eaten earlier. Wang Wan poured tea and waited for Zhang Zhong to sit down. She pulled a chair and sat on the lower right side. She asked, Father, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'm here because... Father. I went back to complain to Gong grandfather, Wang Wan said unhappily. Gong grandfather was Zhang Zhong's father and Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather. Zhang Zhong heard this and could only sigh helplessly. There are outsiders here. There are so many examinees and officials watching the examination. Besides, I'm here to talk about the Ministry of Revenue. It's not good to talk in private. Then did you eat? Wang Wan didn't know what to do with her father-in-law. Of course, she had to admit that this kind of official was the most respectable. Zhang Zhong saw that his daughter-in-law was unhappy and hurriedly said, No, it wasn't just dinner. I didn't have time to eat lunch. I only forced myself to eat a piece of cake. Now, I don't feel hungry. That's because you're too hungry. Don't drink the tea. Let's drink the wine. Xiaobao has prepared the wine. Xiaobao will bring the food over in a while. Wang Wan quickly removed the tea and replaced it with wine. No matter how one looked at it, this was the behavior of a good daughter-in-law. This wasn't something she learned after coming over with Xiaobao. She had been taught this in the past. True upper-class society had to know the rules. Zhang Zhong held the wine while looking at his son's song. He glanced over it and nodded. It's more than what I wrote back then. The others were speechless. What kind of evaluation was more words? The imperial examination didn't seem to have anything to do with who wrote more or less words faster. The two examinees next door were once again in awe. The person who had just arrived was the current Minister of Works, the top scholar of the Jinshi examination more than a decade ago. The two examinees, who had endured psychological shocks time and time again, really began to perform beyond their usual standards. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't avoid them from talking to other officials. Things that involved specific national policies in the officialdom were very helpful to them. Perhaps just a sentence could let them discover another door that was wide open. Hence, they were extremely grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the examinees nearby were willing to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk because they could find inspiration from it. After all, the policy questions were asking them what they wanted to do. Zhang Zhong was still worried about disturbing the other examinees, so he deliberately lowered his voice and said to his daughter-in-law, "Cuckoo, the oil extraction was successful. According to what you and Xiaobao said, we extracted the oil according to the temperature during heating. Everything was produced. Great." Wang Wan was very happy. The oil extraction was successful. That was an earth-shattering change. There was no need to say what it meant. Of course, the so-called advanced technology now was technology that she and Xiaobao didn't use back then. They didn't even use the traditional extraction method. It was too wasteful. Zhang Zhong nodded first, then waved his hand and sighed. "It's good, but there's a kind of gas inside. It's not easy to control and release it. It leaked out and then met with an open flame. In the end, it exploded." Wang Wan stood up. Her face instantly turned pale, and her hand started to tremble uncontrollably. The examinees in charge of this high-end technology project were all talented people. Not only were their handiwork skills excellent, but they were also smart and flexible. They were also willing to learn. They and their families had been heavily protected. How could Wang Wan not be afraid? He was the academician in her and Xiao Bao's heart. "Don't be afraid." Zhang Zhong saw his daughter-in-law's reaction and quickly comforted her. It didn't explode. No one died. One person's left face and the other's right leg were injured. Less than 15 minutes after the incident, the doctors in the nearby medical school started to treat them. They said that the injured left eye would be affected. When I went over, I heard the person in charge say that there was a loud bang. A ball of fire rose into the air and then turned into smoke. According to your and Xiao Bao's instructions, we carried out a small experiment and hid very far away. But we didn't expect that the gas would also spray far away. They were accidentally splashed on their bodies. I went to take a look. The wounds were quite scary. They were black and wrinkled. Wang Wan sighed and sat back weakly. She rubbed her face with her hands and said sadly, "It must be LPG gas. What's wrong with it? Is the device not working, or the temperature can't be lowered? Is the extraction speed too fast? During the cooling process, the unit cooling area is too small and the time is not enough? It started to release LPG gas. It must be asphalt that was splashed." Sigh. That thing fell on the body when the temperature was high. How lucky. Open flame? Where did the open flame come from? Didn't I tell them to be careful? Don't mention the open flame. That thing there, a flash of static electricity is enough to explode. Could it be that the pile of things spontaneously combusted? Someone nearby started a fire? Lightning in the sky? Fireflies? Fireflies are the cold source. Zhang Zhong listened to his daughter-in-law talking to herself and was speechless. He really couldn't figure it out. Were the gods really omnipotent? His daughter-in-law was right. The person in charge also had the same idea. It was just that the possibility was not as high as what his daughter-in-law said. In the autumn, the experimental site was in a valley. There was a small pool next to it. The person in charge estimated that there was a fire in a hill more than 4 miles away. The fire flew over and happened to hit something in the crack of the collection tank that couldn't withstand the pressure. Then, Zhang Zhong gave an assessment of the possibility of a disaster. Wang Wan was stunned after hearing it. If the pressure tank cracked but didn't explode directly, then what was the reason? The gas was cooled and frozen during the liquefaction process? From a few miles away, something that could burn and was burning or at the ignition point flew over. When it reached the experimental equipment, it ignited the LPG gas. The probability was too small. Of course, according to Murphy's law, the more one was afraid of something happening, no matter how small the probability was, it would always happen, or it would definitely happen. Wang Wan knew that the injured person didn't feel good, but there was nothing she could do. She thought that the medical doctor had already taken measures. If she had to find a trace of comfort in the accident, it could only be attributed to the fact that no one died. What's wrong? What's wrong? Honey, what's wrong with your face? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a big tray. They were together every day, and even all the time. Zhang Xiaobao knew his wife too well, so the moment he saw Wang Wan, he knew that something was wrong with her. Wang Wan took a deep breath, stood up, and took the tray from Zhang Xiaobao. She put it in front of Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "He's injured. One of his eyes might not be able to keep it." It happened when he was extracting oil from different temperature layers. According to the analysis, there was a crack in the LPG pressure collection tank, and there was a mountain fire a few miles away. Burning things came directly, or things with a hidden ignition point limit flew over. The leaked gas was directly ignited in the air, and then the things on the ground were blown onto people. Did the flammable gas explode? No one died? An academician of the Academy of Science, and only one of the eyes of a technician is gone? What about other aspects? Zhang Xiaobao also became nervous. People who had never enjoyed the benefits of science and technology would never know the importance of scientific talents. It was not an exaggeration to say that a real top talent could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Being alive was a kind of deterrence. There's another person whose leg is injured. It's a small injury. When the weather is hot, the burned leg will be uncomfortable. It can be relieved with a cold compress. Wang Wan was not worried about the other person. Zhang Xiaobao nodded slowly. The development of science is actually the accumulation of accidents. Dad, you came here because of this? Why didn't anyone tell me and Cuckoo? The two of you had an exam, and I suppressed it. I didn't come here because of the accident. If there's an accident, it's because I didn't eat. I came to tell you that the diesel engine was done. When the accident happened, we had just successfully passed the diesel engine. The diesel engine was inside it's called the internal combustion experiment. First, it was used to test the power generation. Everyone was afraid of the explosion, so you don't have to worry about casualties. I came to tell you that the Ministry of Works is running out of money, and the Ministry of Revenue is not letting go of the money. I don't dare to continue to take money from the family because people are saying that our family wants to use technology to threaten the emperor. Do you know how much the diesel engine cost? You and Cuckoo mentioned it. They designed, built, scrapped, redesigned, rebuilt, and scrapped. The waste parts were piled up like a mountain. The person in charge of the diesel engine project told me that the entire diesel engine, the countless parts inside, what's the pressure resistance inside, what's it called? The cylinder? Wang Wan guessed. That's right. It's more difficult than making guns. The steel used to make guns and cannons will be useless once it's used. There's one less copper pad inside, and that won't do. There's a curved iron rod inside, and that won't do. The quality of the balls in the bearing is weak. Once it's rotated, then. No, what's the bearing inside? Oh, it's called the cylinder's inner cover, and that won't do. If there's too little lubricating oil, it'll break when it's ground. If there's too much lubricating oil, it'll block the thing called the nozzle. The spring elasticity has to be about the same. There's also the small steel balls, and they have to be round to a certain extent. Ever since you guys proposed the diesel engine and gasoline engine when you were thinking about the steam engine, we didn't even dare to think about the gasoline engine. Just one diesel engine alone cost 4 million strings of cash. How much did we earn in a year in the past? I'm afraid that people will say that we can't get money again. There's no other way. If you and Cuckoo didn't propose this project, I would have stopped them long ago. We really can't afford to spend the money. Zhang Zhong, who hadn't eaten for 2 meals, drank wine while eating the barbecue made by his son. He ate mutton skewers, bean rolls with coriander and scallions, garlic and eggplant, oysters with oyster sauce, and so on. His mouth didn't rest. He complained to his son without delaying his eating and drinking. Zhang Xiaobao, who was his son, listened to his father speak. He quickly peeled 2 cloves of garlic and put them in front of his father. He said carefully, "Dad, eat slowly. There's no hurry. There's a turtle pot in a while." The so-called turtle pot was turtle soup. The turtle blood was released, and the liquor was mixed with desert cistanche, acanthopanax, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao had to ask his father if he was going home tonight before he could consider whether to serve it to his father. Otherwise, if he finished it and didn't go home, his body would be too hot, and it would be harmful to his body. Zhang Zhong enjoyed his son's cooking. Why is the mutton a little tough? You can even taste that? Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. It was just released not long before dinner with Xiaoyuan and Xiaobei. It was released less than 2 hours ago, so it can't be tough. Dad, what you're eating is wild boar meat. I made it for Xiaobei and the others to play with, not mutton. Oh. No wonder. Let's not talk about mutton or pork first. What about the money? Zhang Zhong took a closer look. It really didn't look like mutton. He stared and continued to ask about the matter just now. Spend it. What else can we do? How much is 4 million strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan in lip language. Wang Wan thought about it and also said in lip language, according to the grain calculation of our time, 1 copper coin is about 80 cents. 4 million strings of cash is equivalent to 4 billion yuan, and then it's equivalent to 2 billion yuan. 2 billion yuan for a diesel engine experiment with the worst technology. Isn't that a little expensive? It's not expensive. We did the first one. Yes, it's not expensive, Zhang Xiaobao said affirmatively. Chapter 953. Zhang Zhong still didn't know how his son and daughter-in-law communicated when they always opened their mouths but didn't make a sound. Seeing that the two of them were communicating again, he could only bury his head and eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to communicate. 2 billion is not expensive. Wang Wan felt that the price of forcibly promoting a technology was too high. For the sake of a financial income of a few million strings a year, Japan had to resort to all kinds of schemes. In the industrial development of the Tang Empire, just a diesel engine cost 4 million strings of cash. If it were Japan, the country would have collapsed. Do you think 4 million strings of cash is a lot for technological development? It's not 40 billion. 40 billion? Fuck. Zhang Xiaobao didn't use lip language this time. He hugged Wang Wan, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. Wang Wan almost used the technique of cutting tendons. She stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you doing? So many people are watching. Use more strength. I'm suffering from passive breathing. Just now, maybe it was because of the smoke from the barbecue, or maybe it was because of the anger. My breathing isn't smooth." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes also began to redden, and then more tears gathered. "Really? Your body is already so weak? Take a rest first. I'll kill the people in the medical school. We do a physical examination once a week. I don't think I'll live long if I can make you have such a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly felt that something was wrong. She put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and felt the artery. Suddenly, the beating was nearly 3 times faster than usual, which was more than 200 beats per minute. Then, it suddenly dropped to about 80%, and then it sped up again. Wang Wan had encountered such things before and understood that this meant that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately suppressed and regulated his psychological activities and blood movement. Then, this situation happened. She didn't know what impact Zhang Xiaobao had suffered. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath, then squatted and waved at Wang Wan, who was pushed away by him. "That means I'm fine. Come with me, Dad. I want to talk to Xiaobao about something." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked towards the back. "What are you doing? Why are you reacting so strongly when you were caught cheating?" Wang Wan used her hand to point between Zhang Xiaobao's ribs, which was the esophagus that connected to the stomach. A few times in a row. Zhang Xiaobao took advantage of the force and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was bright red, and there was also some food that he had eaten at night. After spitting it out, his breathing became much smoother. "I'm fine. I just remembered what happened in the past. The pressure in my blood is concentrated in my stomach. I'll be fine after eating porridge for 2 days." Zhang Xiaobao didn't look very good. A person who can kill thousands of people with a wave of his hand also feels psychological pressure? To the point of gastric bleeding? Can't you be more cultured? No matter how angry or sad he was, he couldn't have stomach bleeding. Did you listen to too many storytellers? Vomiting blood every time you open your mouth? It's scary. It's just the heart and the bronchus. I haven't seen anyone vomiting blood from their stomach and lungs. Zhang Xiaobao knew his own body well. He used his finger to point at the place where Wang Wan pointed, which was the junction between the esophagus and stomach. Since Wang Wan could point at the right place, it was impossible that she didn't know the situation. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in puzzlement and asked, "I want to know, what's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? Fortunately, you pushed your blood pressure to the stomach and broke through. Otherwise, you would have a nosebleed or a brain hemorrhage. Since you know how to control the body's oxygen supply and blood pressure transfer, why can't you control your emotions?" Zhang Xiaobao vomited another mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth and spat out everything in his stomach along with the blood. Only then did he say, "I couldn't control it. I thought of something. That person surnamed Xin, the governor, you know what he is?" Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. "He won't recover. He's my dog. I know that because he sold the country's cutting-edge technology, you used his son abroad to deceive him. Then, he lost more than 40 billion for the country, but nothing happened in the end. Don't worry, he's dead for sure because I'm dead. Before we arrested you, he was the one who first provided the information to the Special Second Division. He wanted me to make a contribution, but in the end, didn't I become your wife? Even if my grandfather knows that it has nothing to do with him, what do you think will happen to him? Even if my grandfather is willing to spare him, what about my opponent? Someone has to take responsibility for a failed arrest. You're too stubborn and vengeful. The country doesn't belong to you alone. Why did you do that to him back then? Are you uncomfortable because you didn't see him die with your own eyes? Okay, don't drink anymore. I'll make porridge for you for the next 2 days. Drink some cold water first and then vomit. Wang Wan wasn't worried about Zhang Xiaobao's health. It was just vomiting a little blood. It was nothing more than a cut in the cardia that connected the stomach, which was the opening of the esophagus. Once the pressure in the stomach was released, the wound would automatically close. If he didn't continue to vomit, he wouldn't bleed anymore. He sold the gravitational conversion technology of the Perpetual Motion Association. There's no such thing as perpetual motion in this world. The so-called perpetual motion is the interaction between the gravitational force of a planet and the force field of a galaxy. How much do you think this technology is worth? Why can't I take revenge on him? Others can be true villains, but I can't be a hypocrite for once. Zhang Xiaobao might have been dreaming earlier. Then, he had to bear the pressure of his sister's education. In addition, his father came over and said that someone was injured. Also, he drank a lot of alcohol. Because of the problem of money and technology, he couldn't control himself and vomited blood. Zhang Xiaobao himself also knew that his emotions weren't right. He also knew to adjust at the last minute and transferred the blood pressure that should have been concentrated in the brain to the stomach. In a situation where the breathing rhythm couldn't be adjusted and the blood supply couldn't be effectively reduced, he used active bleeding to relieve the pressure. I'm really fine. I'm just angry sometimes. 40 billion yuan, but I can't even get the future of a ministerial official. What the hell is this? Zhang Xiaobao said as he took off his robe and then exposed his upper body. Wang Wan didn't need to say anything. Immediately, someone brought an ice pack and stuck it on Zhang Xiaobao's blood vessels where they were more concentrated. Zhang Xiaobao refused the cold water that someone brought. Let's talk about it later. Drink some warm water and spit out the brown blood. Tell me first, how much is that technology worth? Isn't a diesel engine worth 4 million strings of cash? How much was the first atomic bomb worth? Wang Wan put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and nodded. Well, we'll continue to increase the investment. If you want to hear the truth, I'll tell you. That technology is worth 47 lives because it wasn't developed by us. I know the inside story. For that technology, we sacrificed 47 heroes. There was one person who was 6 years older than me at the time. If he had the same background as me, he was more talented than me. He was the combination of Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan. He didn't leave behind a name, so even you wouldn't know who he was. He was the Real fighter, and history wouldn't record him if he didn't have any outstanding achievements. That was because he was just an assistant who joined a project in a certain country. He can't even compare to our second department's intelligence team. Lu Xing's people left, but there's still a shining evaluation. At least he crossed the night sky. Of course, I also shone. I don't know if I crossed the night sky. I only know that I found a husband. Will he really die? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Wang Wan nodded. Yes. Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good life, like Yan Zheng. Or rather, he's not as good as Yan Zheng because Yan Zheng still has spiritual sustenance. Because of his poor health, he has a bunch of wives, but only one son. Didn't his son get into an accident? A car accident. I think you know better than me, right? Now that you mention it, I feel much better. Thank you. About his son, right? It's like this. The traffic in foreign countries is more chaotic. A Mercedes-Benz can't beat a big truck, right? That was definitely an accident. The road is too narrow. Actually, there's a possibility of recovery for a person in a vegetative state. My last impression was that he had been in a coma for 3 years. Maybe he woke up in the 5th year. Who knows? Miracles always happen around us. Zhang Xiaobao's mood improved and he revealed another secret. Yes, it was an 8-lane road with 4 lanes in each direction. When the lights were shining brightly, a truck accidentally drove through a place where there should have been a protective barrier, but for some reason, the protective barrier disappeared. It crashed into the driver's seat at a 32-degree angle. It was too coincidental, and the truck exceeded the speed limit. The speed limit is 120, but it actually went 170. It was pulling a load of scrap bearings. It's probably a failed product of our diesel engine experiment. In the end, it exceeded the speed limit and was overloaded. It's too horrible to look at. The driver who escaped should be killed. He should be wanted globally. It seemed that Wang Wan was very familiar with the process of how her dog's son became a vegetative state. Take it away, take it all away. Why did you put so many ice packs on me? I'm not hot, and you're still touching me. My heart rate dropped below 80 beats per minute. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. He took off the ice packs and planned to go back. Wang Wan took back her hand. Wei Wei shook her head and said, Xiaobao, it's a pity that you don't want to be an astronaut. Can you tell me, how did you transfer the pressure to your stomach? Practice hard. Haven't you tested it before? Before you are ready to break a board with your foot, your blood flow will be 4 times faster than usual. When you kick out your right leg, your left shoulder will automatically swing inward. The muscles of your collarbone will instantly stretch. Your abdomen will be strengthened to protect your internal organs, and your pupils will become small. When someone hits your arm with a stick, you will stretch out your arm and shout. The muscles of your arm will automatically contract, and most of the capillaries will rapidly expand and close. Zhang Xiaobao made a kicking motion and explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan quickly stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, don't move too much. You just vomited blood, so try to exercise less. I understand. People with colds and fevers always like to vomit to reduce the internal pressure of the body. Because the higher the blood pressure, the more confused the brain will be. Yes, people who drink too much vomit. In fact, one is an instinctive reaction to vomiting alcohol, and the other is to reduce the pressure on the body. Otherwise, it will be easy to have a brain hemorrhage. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he cut an ice pack and rubbed his face with the ice to make himself look more energetic. Wang Wan was stunned and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. She saw a very thin blade reflected under the light. Wait, you just vomited and took off your shirt. Where did you hide it? On my waist. You asked such a simple question. Don't worry, even if I am naked, I can still fight back when I block bullets for you. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. How can I meet you? The blade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand swung twice and disappeared under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan suddenly blushed happily. There are others here. Nonsense, do I need you to block bullets for me? Did you forget what I do? I was trained to block bullets for others. If we really encounter danger, we will dodge left and right. Block what? Stupid. I mean, why didn't I see you take out the blade? You have to do something. Don't move, let me check. Don't touch, where are you touching? At night, be careful. Itchy, as a woman, you have to be reserved. Not here, you can't touch. I am really itchy. Think about it, how can I let you see me holding the blade? If someone saw it, it would not be called stealing, it would be called robbing. Even a thief has to be professional. If you are caught, you are not allowed to fight back. We eat for a living. Do you know what a thief is? That is. Move like lightning, the wind is not in a hurry, steal the rice porridge in the bowl is not dry, pluck the short hair on the head of a martial monk, wipe the oily mud on the mouth of an abbot. On the 3rd day of the season, I was entangled in the beams of the bedchamber, and on the 9th day of the season, I was bare-chested and perched under the well. Steal from the poor is not a good man, steal from the rich is a legend. Escape from 10,000 miles away, follow like a shadow waiting for the right opportunity. No matter what, this big brother is a professional. Just by practicing techniques, this big brother's hands have lost a lot of skin. That is like holding a pearl in a pot of boiling oil. Take the needle from the slit of the blade. I told you, but you still touch. If I don't put it there, do you think I dare to put it there? What if I cut off something? What will you do? Stop, don't move your hands. Zhang Xiaobao twisted his waist and dodged back and forth. Finally, Wang Wan touched him. He stopped there, not daring to move. Wang Wan was 120% careful. She looked carefully. Indeed, she found a thin blade near the waist of his pants. She almost hurt her hand. She gently took out the blade and held it in her hand. Wang Wan admired it while saying, Hey, you are amazing. I feel like you are not talking about a thief, but a sniper. Zhang Xiaobao was not happy. Can you not talk about a thief? Comparing a thief to a sniper is an insult and blasphemy to a thief. A thief like me can play the role of a sniper at any time. But a sniper may not be a thief, because he only knows how to snipe and not steal. A qualified thief can both snipe and steal. When the two people returned in front of Zhang Xiaobao's whole body seemed to have lightened by 5 kilograms. The pressure in his heart and the fetters in his heart were finally released. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was more realistic. He also had times when he lost control of his emotions. It was so strong that it directly affected his body. Zhang saw that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. Seeing that his son's face was not as bad as when he left, he was relieved. He did not ask about his son's health. He believed that his daughter-in-law was not worse than him. Have you finished discussing? Zhang asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao moved a chair and sat down. He casually took a bowl of water that was handed over by a person next to him. Inside the bowl was something black and gray. It was the golden sore medicine. Zhang frowned. He looked at the person who delivered the medicine and Wang Wan's expressions. He was about to ask his son what was wrong with him, but he suppressed the words and turned to ask Wang Wan, what do Cuckoo and Xiaobao plan to do? Wang Wan was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Just now, the two of them did not talk about the specifics. They only formed a unified idea to increase the investment. Raise funds. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and continued the conversation. Zhang lowered his head and thought, that's not right. Researching technology is not like doing business. Businessmen need to get something in return for their money. Although they will give you money if you insist on it, we can't owe them a favor. Don't raise funds from the businessmen. You said before that there were officials who were talking behind their backs. I asked them to pay. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Bei and the others were delayed for a long time and didn't have time to study systematically, I would have asked Xiao Bei to talk to them. It's almost the end of the year, and the officials need to be evaluated. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his father eating. He rubbed his stomach. He had just vomited and did not feel hungry, so he endured it. Zhang reached out his chopsticks and ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, he thought about his son's words. He swallowed and said, Father has been an official for many years. Some words can be tolerated. There's no need to think about revenge. No, it's not that. I'm serious. The bank that His Majesty asked me to manage is making too much money. I will discuss with His Majesty and ask His Majesty to take a portion and take the majority. The officials will take a small portion and invest it in a new business. It will be called Technology Application Investment and Development Company. As we invest, we research, and we repay. Repay? Tell me the truth. How much profit did we make from the diesel engine? Zhang Zhong did not think that the diesel engine that cost 4 million would ever make a profit. He guessed that it was to increase the military strength. His son and daughter-in-law had said before that any technology that was developed must first serve the military. Wang Wan helped Zhang Zhong pour wine. She guessed Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts and said softly, "Father, once the diesel engine is developed, it cannot be measured by money." Zhang Zhong had an expression of "as expected." His daughter-in-law continued, "It must have something to do with the military." Wang Wan continued, "The diesel engine can be sold directly, and the price is 10 times the cost. If we can make one, we can sell it. However, we cannot sell it. The returns that Xiao Bao talked about could be money and enjoyment. The process of using it is also a form of return. Xiao Bao must want to make a car that is much smaller than a train. It can be driven on the streets of Chang'an. It can be used to transport people and goods. It can be used to increase the status of an official." When it came to making a car, a picture appeared in Wang Wan's mind. It was a picture in a history book. It had once supported an era. It was called a 3-wheeled tractor. When it was driven, it was like riding a bicycle. There were pins on the 2 handles, which were the brake devices. This car was easy to operate. There was no need to change gears or step on the clutch. It omitted the turn signal. It was simple and simple. The best part was that when it was not being used as a means of transportation, it could be easily changed into a popcorn machine. With a clatter, popcorn, and other things like the golden cudgel were made. They were crisp and delicious, suitable for both young and old. With a little saliva, they could be used as building blocks to play with. One stick was about 1 meter long. If 5 sticks were sold for 1 copper coin, they could go from being full to well off in half a month. Madam, what are you thinking about? Tell me, father is waiting to hear." Zhang Xiaobao urged. "Make a popcorn stick, pack it, and sell it to Japan. No matter how far the road is, we will definitely sell it to Japan." Wang Wan said what was in her mind. Zhang Zhong was at a loss, but Zhang Xiaobao understood. "Madam, it seems that we are thinking the same thing. Sorghum rice and millet can all be made. Add some bran to it, and it will taste better. Father, Cuckoo is talking about the application of diesel engines. When it comes to making cars, other people don't have them, but the officials do. The money they invest will be used. Otherwise, if they live a little further away, it won't be easy to go to work." Zhang Xiaobao first said what Wang Wan was thinking, and then explained it to his father. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed, there are more and more people coming to the capital. We have to expand, and the road is longer. Can the diesel engine be used on the gunships?" Zhang Xiaobao did not answer. He gave his father a look, indicating that the walls have ears. Wang Wan took a pen and paper and wrote, "Father, with the diesel engine, who will use the steam engine? The diesel engine is like a cow, and the steam engine is like a person. Can farming be faster?" Yes, the diesel engine can indeed farm faster than cows. Dozens of cows added together can't compare to a diesel engine. It can also dig wells and assist in building houses. In any case, there are many benefits. Don't leak it out. Xiao Bao plans to rent the steam engine ships to Japan and Xinhua first. When they taste the sweetness, he will sell it to them directly, the most old-fashioned kind. Wang Wan's pen flew. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with her delicate and beautiful handwriting. He also picked up the pen and said, "Got it." Zhang Zhong did not have a direct comparison of how the diesel engine plowed the land and dug wells, so he was very angry. If that was the case, it would be too easy to make money with the diesel engine. 4 million strings of cash was not expensive. The people who were eavesdropping suddenly realized that there was no sound. They guessed that it might involve important secrets, so they retracted their thoughts and continued to answer the questions. They also decided that they could not say the words diesel engine even in their dreams. If that's the case, it's also feasible. When I go back, I will add another circle of guards around the periphery. It's too easy for them. Zhang Zhong did not mention the specific application of the diesel engine. The word "them" referred to the officials who spoke behind their backs. It's too easy. After all, they can enjoy it. However, there is still a waiting process to make the finished product. The time between the investment and the return is a little long. There's another thing that I almost forgot. Father, our family's business this year is not very good. I haven't put in much effort, so I have to stop providing some of the officials' items for friendship. We will discuss it again after the financial situation is relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao said two things as if they were talking about family matters. Zhang Zhong understood, and so did the soldiers. Even the people who were eavesdropping just now understood. The person next to Zhang Xiaobao's room stopped writing and couldn't help but shiver. He thought, Zhang Xiaobao is so bad. He asked the officials to take out the money, but he didn't know when there would be a return, so he stopped giving them things. It turns out that he has been thinking about how to take revenge from the very beginning. A villain, no, a gentleman, repays evil with good. How do you repay good with good? He repays evil with justice. He is a gentleman like Confucius. Sigh. You. Zhang Zhong really didn't know what to say. This son of his, he was unwilling to wait for revenge. Chapter 954. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care what other people think. I don't have enough money for the research, so I'll take it from home first. Diesel engine, gasoline engine, spark plug, let the technicians of the light bulb factory and the electronics factory work together to build it. The overall industrial system must be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao also feels bad for spending 4 million yuan on diesel engine research. It's because the overall industry can't keep up. Otherwise, who would want to spend more than 3 billion yuan on diesel engine research? Zhang Zhong can't think of any other way, that's the only way. I'll go back. Before I came, I saw General Gao and told me that your adoptive mother made a small jacket for you and Cuckoo, but it hasn't been put on the sleeves yet. You should take some time to try it out. It's getting cold, so don't forget to bring ginseng and antler from the north of Hebei province. Zhang Zhong said and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked him to the door together. When Zhang Zhong walked away with everyone, the two looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao touched his clothes and felt a warmth in his heart. He smacked his lips and said, now that you mention it, I just remembered that the pine nuts from Heilongjiang are not bad. Tell the people who reclaim the land not to cut down the red pine forest, humph. Hearing him humph, Wang Wan knew it was definitely not a good thing. What are you thinking of now? Nothing, I'm a good person, I'm a gentleman, you have to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao began to laugh. Admit it, with your ability to be a sniper and a thief, if you were a villain, who would sleep on the roof beam? Wang Wan said that Zhang Xiaobao was a gentleman on the roof beam. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, thank you. You can thank me when you eat porridge in the morning. What should I eat? Dumplings? I want 3 delicacies, a dumpling with half a big prawn inside. It's meaty, and it's not too fresh. It's cold, it's not good to eat 3 delicacies. You eat pork and century egg porridge. I don't want century egg in my bowl, it burns the stomach. You eat porridge, I'll eat the dumplings. Where were we? Oh, the problem with the red pine forest. There are many resources in the Black Dragon River, so try not to destroy them. Given the current population of the Great Tang and the efforts of the Sinongsi, we can still feed ourselves without the black soil. We can open up a piece of black soil and plant soybeans and potatoes. We can have enough for ourselves. The pine nuts are not bad either. In the red pine forest, they can only be found after a few decades. We can leave some for the squirrels to pass the winter. We can pick them back, fry them, and give them as gifts. A bunch of retired old men need to have some. Godfather's share can't be left out. Her Majesty usually eats them too, right? Zhang Xiaobao said slowly. Wang Wan looked at him with a smile and said, "How strange. Your Majesty not only eats pine nuts, but also drinks water. Tomorrow morning, I must eat wontons. It seems that everyone likes to eat pine nuts. You should prepare more for Xiaobei and the others. They also have their own connections. The children in Hongnong County are Xiaobei and the others' collaborators. I believe that Xiaobei and the others won't forget others if they have good things. Give each of them a bag, at least 1 kilogram. Why do you give them 1 ounce of pine nuts? Also, give them to all the officials who don't gossip behind their backs. I think that the officials who don't speak ill of my father should be included in the group of people who are willing to do practical work. My family's finances are not good this year, but no matter how bad it is, we should squeeze some. Yes, squeeze some. Give some pine nuts, mushrooms, wyverns, tiger bones, musk, deer antlers, and so on to the people who do practical work. Let's not talk about personal feelings. Let's talk about righteousness. Shouldn't we give some? What are we going to eat tomorrow morning?" Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the officials with a serious look. Wang Wan chuckled and said, "I'll eat porridge with you tomorrow morning. It's good for women to eat porridge. 3 delicacies are too spicy." She finally knew why Zhang Xiaobao was snorting. It was because he didn't give some good local specialties to some people. "Thank you. I can finally be sure that you are the same as me. We are both good people. Good people. You should live a long life. What do you say?" The snow does not fall, the love is deep, the ice does not freeze, the oil in the jar. Speaking of which, who are the plum blossoms blooming for? Look up, the water gurgles in the river outside the courtyard. Why, when winter comes, the stream is clear. Remember, the cottage cooks the goose returning home, the clouds in the sky. Stop, wait a minute. Xiao Bao, my husband, we are enemies. Stop talking. If you continue, I will throw up everything I ate tonight and accompany you to starve. Okay? Wang Wan raised her hand to show that she was convinced. No, I don't mean that. If you really want to throw up, I will feel bad when I see you hungry at night. I will do it myself. Actually, I'm just expressing my thoughts to you. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back. Is a husband who can't control his wife? Is a man who can't scare his wife? Do you dare to eat wontons? Eat wontons with prawns and 3 delicacies? Wang Wan bit her lips. She really couldn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao. She helped Zhang Xiaobao to sit down and folded a small fan with the papers. Then she put the tea bowl and a stack of towels on the table. Finally, she put the wood to press the papers and stood aside to look at them. "Madam, what are you doing? Why is the layout so familiar? When I sit down, why do I feel like I am giving orders? The wood to press the papers is in the wrong position." Zhang Xiaobao looked around and asked. Wang Wan clapped her hands with satisfaction and said, "This should be called a paperweight, but there is no such name now. It is called a wake-up block. Do you know what it is? His Majesty has one, and so do we." Zhang Xiaobao still hadn't recovered. "That's right. But what you are doing now is called falling down. Let me think, how do you say it?" "Oh, yes, a wake-up block is divided up from top to bottom, from the king to the ministers. The king is in charge of the civil and military officials, and the civil and military officials are in charge of the common people. I know, no wonder it looks familiar. I'll do it, madam. Take a rest and look at me. It is said that the saints are in charge of spreading Confucianism, and the Taoist masters are in charge of shocking ghosts and gods. The monks are in charge of teaching Buddhism, and the Taoists are in charge of persuading Xian men. One fell into the hands of Jianhu, wandering in all directions to persuade the world. Who high friends don't provide for me. If you want to have skills, you can talk about family. Let's go back to the previous chapter. It is said that the lazy squirrel picks slowly in autumn, and the cunning magpie builds its nest in winter. One day, Old Wolf led his family out to look outside. The wind was blowing from the north, and the snow was drifting from the south. He gently lifted his leg and slowly put his foot down. He walked all the way, but unexpectedly, he didn't see any rabbit fur. Oh, this is not good. He didn't want to talk about it, but Old Third was crying and howling. There are guests here who want to ask, where are you talking about? Everyone, please don't be anxious. Let me start from the beginning. This place is in the north, and the east is facing the tide. In the 12th month, it is desolate, and in the 3rd month, it is budding. Let's return to the main topic. It is said that Old Wolf brought his family to look for food. The heavens don't open their eyes, and the earth is not kind. There is a nest of gray rabbits, and their fur is soft and tender. But today, there is not a single trace of snow under their feet. Could it be that they also heard the beautiful scenery of the beach, and flew to the sea to take a bath? It's over. If I had known this would happen, I would have booked the tickets first. Now that I'm here. Xiao Bao, let's take a break. I admit that it is a waste of your talent to let you manage the great Tang Bank. You should go to the Pear Garden and lead a new era of storytelling. Wang Wan gave Zhang Xiaobao a big thumbs up and praised him. It's just a so-so. Zhang Xiaobao cupped his hands politely. I'll go and write another paragraph. You should think of your evil plan first. You want people to invest their money, but don't give them anything. At first, I really thought that you thought of a good idea for the Ministry of Works to research it. Wang Wan watched as Zhang Xiaobao came up with one plan after another, all for the sake of revenge. She was speechless. She turned around and pulled up the wooden plank. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair, picked up the wooden plank and lightly slammed it on the table. As the saying goes, giving medicine may not bring good results. Dogs bark, but they don't recognize good intentions. Yes, I'm a good person. I really intend to help them. In the future, when I make good things and make money, I will give them a share. That will save them from being greedy. Of course, if they continue to be greedy, I will clean them up. After they raise the funds, they will start a few more projects. The money they take out will be gone in the blink of an eye. If they don't have enough money, they will have to stop the projects. If they stop, there will be no results. Who will repay them? When the time comes and they want my family to take the money, they will have to consult my father. Killing many birds with one stone. I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and started to mumble to himself. Under the cool night sky, talking to himself was a special feeling. Just as he was thinking of the next topic to continue mumbling, the person who delivered the hand stove came. The hand stoves sold in Zhang Xiaobao's 2 luxury stores were very expensive. Therefore, they couldn't give it to him. They could only borrow it. When they left the examination hall, they would have to take it back. They can make a lot of money. How stupid. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the hand stove on the table in front of him and muttered again. Whose money are they making? Wang Wan had finished writing the essay. She didn't plan to write the poem. It was not fun. It was too easy for her. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's muttering, she pulled up the wooden plank and asked. Finished writing? Zhang Xiaobao saw that there was someone chatting with him and was happy. Good. I said that the businessman who gave the bedding was stupid. He actually didn't take it back. They don't lack that little bit of money. Wang Wan touched the unopened cotton bedding and said. Zhang Xiaobao patted the table, I lack it. No matter what, I will not give them the hand stove. In the imperial examinations, how many people are on the list and how many become famous? In the future, I will take out a hand stove and say who uses it. I will sell it at a sky-high price and give it away as a gift. In the future, my character is called loneliness. Some people call it loneliness and defeat. Why can't my character beat invincible loneliness? Wang Wan was very surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's casual words. She automatically filtered out the second half of his sentence. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan suggested, why don't we buy the bedding of the examinees? Even if we leave it for 8 to 10 years, when they are promoted, the value of the bedding will increase. Even if insects eat the bedding, they will still be able to cover it. I suddenly decided not to use the character anymore. In the future, when the two of us are together, if someone asks, we will tell them that we are the two peerless beauties. Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to pick up the folded fan Wang Wan gave him and fanned himself to show his elegance. Wang Wan made a sword gesture, I don't want you, I will do it myself. I am that full moon night, at the peak of the Forbidden City, a sword to the west. The people from the Ministry of War really came. Guess who they are looking for? Wang Wan was still gesturing when she saw a group of soldiers coming in. The one at the front was a small official from the Ministry of War. He is looking for the heaven-flying fairy. He is still missing the Ministry of Justice. Then, the 6 ministries of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries will be complete. I don't think the Ministry of Justice will come to me to ask about punishment. Otherwise, I will try it on the people who come. Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also guessing in his heart. Why would the people from the Ministry of War come here? Was there a small country that did not care about their lives? If there was, it could only be from the southwest. They felt that there were many mountains, forests, and dense miasma. It was reasonable for them to play a game of provocation. The person from the Ministry of War walked to the space between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a serious expression. He put on a smile, Military Commander Zhang, Military Commander Wang, what a coincidence. Both of you are here? Zhang Xiaobao stared at the person who came and did not say anything. Wang Wan picked up the cup of cold tea and put it to her mouth, as if she was tasting it. The person who came was probably a specially selected expert. He was not embarrassed at all and continued to smile. My 2 lords, are the guards of the soldiers very considerate? Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, ? The person who came scratched her head. My 2 lords, the soldiers guarding the examination hall sent a message. They said that other than the Ministry of Justice and our Ministry of War, the people from the other 4 ministries are all here. We can't control the Ministry of Justice, but we can't not do anything, right? We are from the same family. Stop, Cuckoo and I are from the same family. Don't make things difficult for us and don't say we. Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. Yes, the 2 of you are a perfect match. The Ministry of War sent me here to greet you and, the other ministries have activities. We, the Ministry of War also have something to do, right? Tell me, should we choose a country to seize 2 cities or occupy a piece of land? The person from the Ministry of War had a humble attitude and a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell that he was from the Ministry of War. More like the Ministry of Commerce. He showed a sincere smile when he met people and dried his saliva without wiping it. Wang Wan put down her cup and turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao could not ignore this person at this moment. The person who came was talking about serious matters. The army also had its own activities. Let's have a martial arts competition, Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Lord Zhang, we have always competed in the past. We can't do it again this year, right? The person's voice was very soft. Organize a long-distance cross-country training? Wang Wan also helped. Lord Wang, it's the new year. We have to take a break for the new year activities. The usual training is not small. The people can't work during the new year, right? The person rejected the idea again. Hearing that the people were mentioned, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other and said at the same time, the military and the people celebrate together. Xiaobao, tell him in detail. Wang Wan gave up the opportunity to show off. Zhang Xiaobao, Why me? Logically speaking, you should know better than me. The two of you are not saying anything, right? The military and the people, a martial arts competition? The person who came finally stopped smiling. He was really afraid that the two of them would nod. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's "I'm not saying anything" look, so he waved his hand at the person who came. No, it's not about the military and the people fighting each other. Lord Zhang, you're afraid that something will happen, right? The person who came thought that he understood. Yes, I'm worried that if you can't beat the people, you'll be punished by Her Majesty. Listen, this celebration is to improve understanding. Why did we become soldiers? To protect the country and the dignity of Her Majesty. If anyone speaks ill of Her Majesty, we'll beat them up. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist. The person who came nodded vigorously. Yes, Lord Zhang is right. It's fun to listen to, so we'll beat them up. No wonder Lord Zhang came to take the imperial examination. You're really knowledgeable. It would be a pity if you didn't take the imperial examination, right? Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaobao, who was looking at her angrily, indicating that she wasn't laughing at him. Zhang Xiaobao endured it. Come, let's continue talking. Is your life in the army tough? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Tough, it's not tough. The person who came was just saying that it was tough, but when he saw Wang Wan, he quickly changed his words and patted his chest. We soldiers are all made of iron. We're not men if we frown. We're that tough, aren't we? Wrong, it's impossible not to be tough. Even if it's not tough, we have to make it up well. If it's tough, it has to be tougher than eating coptis. Even if we're fed until we're full of fat, we have to spit out the bitter water first. We can even deceive the enemy, let alone the common people. All is fair in war, right? Zhang Xiaobao also followed the other party's words. The person who came kept swallowing his saliva and didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Xiaobao, can you say something human? The top scorer of the imperial examination is indeed extraordinary. You know that all is fair in war. When we led the soldiers of Shannon to fight in Tubo, don't you think it was tough? Wang Wan wasn't willing to do that. It was tough, so we don't have to make it up. We'll do it as it is, right? Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's words and asked the person who came. The person who came was a little nervous. It was too scary. Why did the top scorer of the imperial examination speak so incoherently? He nodded his head lightly and asked softly, Lord Zhang, how do you say it's tough? Just say it directly. The water we drink is too cold, the steamed buns we eat are too hard. It's not easy to say, right? Steamed buns? The army is eating steamed buns now? Not cornbread. Yes, cornbread is more expensive than steamed buns now. Let me think, No, you can't say it. You have to say, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The north wind is whistling and the clouds are covering our heads. I hold the steel spear tightly. Can't you say it like that? Zhang Xiaobao said and stopped to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. You want to anger me to death, right? Yes, no? Yes, no? Zhang Xiaobao smiled at the person who came. I'm sorry. She is a straightforward person. Being a soldier is all about bravery. Now, let's talk about something serious. In fact, we can't say it's tough. We have to say it's sweet. Think about it. If it was in the past, would we be able to eat steamed buns? Now, people in many places still mainly eat millet. If we look at the rural areas, we don't have enough staple food. You used to be a soldier too? Oh, really? Where? North? Lingzhou? Or North? Fengzhou? Is it really there? I know that place. My family has a ranch with a lot of horses, cows, and sheep. During the new year, I will send a batch of sheep over for everyone's nourishment. The conditions there were really bad. It was okay in summer, but in winter, the wind was strong. If you didn't lower your head, you would be blown away. Living in a tent was better than living in a house. The stove in the house couldn't be extinguished. If the fire went out, people would freeze to death. If the fire burned, the stove would fill the house with smoke. But it was still sweet. The steamed buns were as hard as rocks, and they didn't scratch the mouth. Why? If they did, they wouldn't scratch the mouth as much as when they were eating chaff. The people would rather eat chaff and leave the white flour for us. They know that the border is not as good as their home. It's okay if the steamed buns are frozen. When you eat them, you can train your teeth, right? Bite off a small bite and melt it in your mouth. The more you bite, the sweeter it gets. We also have meat. The people don't eat it, but they send it to us. After smoking it, we can see whose teeth are stronger. When you eat the jerky, you can tear it off and chew it. It's chewier than eating the tendons. The longer you chew, the tastier it gets, right? The person nodded repeatedly as he listened. He also pulled a chair over and sat opposite Xiaobao, listening carefully. As he listened, he couldn't help but continue, now that you mention it, it's true. The steamed buns are cold at first, and then they become sweet. People who don't know would think that there is sugar inside. I'm not talking nonsense. When I was guarding Feng province, I was in charge of a group of people. There was a soldier who came from the south. He had never been cold and refused to obey me. He always boasted to me that he dared to risk his life. When it came to killing, he asked me to stand behind him and block the Tujue's arrows first. Guess what happened in the end? I guarantee you won't be able to guess. He even told me that he would block the arrows and snow. He was so cold that he cried. After standing guard for an hour, he rushed into my tent. He cried and said that it was so cold outside. He showed me his frozen and swollen hands. He dared to say that he didn't obey me? I casually told him a good idea, and from then on, he was convinced that the idea was good, and it was amazing. I told him, there is a horse nearby, you can walk the horse slowly, and as you walk, the horse pees. Then you put your hands under the horse's pee and flush them. It will be warm. After you wash your hands with the horse's pee, even if they become cold, it won't happen again. He was so convinced. At that time, he ran out and tried it. When he came back, he smiled at me and said that the idea was good. He said that I was knowledgeable. If he didn't want to be the leader, he wouldn't do it. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the group now. Last winter, when the Tujue were running north, our group in Feng province knew that they were afraid. We had to know where they ran to, right? Hence, we followed the scouts everywhere. He followed under the flag with the word Feng. His riding skills were good, and he was as swift as the wind. The Tujue were really good at running and were really ruthless. Those who could be caught were all left behind by them. How long would it take to chase them like this? Everyone else came back on their own. He was the only one who was stupid enough to continue chasing. He really caught the leader of a small tribe. When he went out, he had 3 horses, but when he came back, only one was left. The person he caught had fainted, and he himself was wearing a horse's skin. His face was full of blood. He thought that he had killed a horse and drank its blood and urine. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but who knew that his feet would be frozen? Luckily, there was a doctor from the Dei Medical College and a few students there. One reason was to treat his illness, and the other was to practice. They helped him cut off his frozen toes. He only had a thumb left on his left foot, and all the toes on his right foot were gone. He couldn't stay in the group and didn't want to leave yet. So he opened a small shop there and made horse nails. In July, he sent a telegram saying that the business was good. He said that he wanted to wait there for a few years. If Devilish Cuckoo wanted to lead an expedition to the north, he wanted to follow. He could nail a horse's feet and carry a steel spear. He said that it wouldn't be a problem to cut off a few toes. He could still fight when he flipped over and held up the flag with the word Feng. He said that if there was anyone who wasn't convinced, he wouldn't say that he was under the Feng flag. He would crawl when he saw him in the future. To be honest, I really don't dare to compete with him. Whoa. The person from the Ministry of War was attracted by Zhang Xiaobao. While he was talking, the examinee beside him suddenly cried. When he cried, the other examinees nearby also cried. The person from the Ministry of War was puzzled. Could it be that he spoke too loudly and affected the examinees taking the imperial examinations? Lord Zhang, did I say something wrong? Or did I make too much noise? Chapter 955. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. Absolutely not. It's not your fault. It's their own problem. What's your name? It was very impolite to ask someone's name directly like Zhang Xiaobao did. However, the person from the Ministry of War didn't think that he should be angry. Instead, he became excited. Zhang, Lord Zhang, my surname is also Zhang. My name is also Ju. The official who called himself Zhang Ju stuttered. He knew very well that high-ranking officials usually weren't interested in asking for the names of insignificant people. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but that they couldn't remember it clearly. However, if they really asked, it meant that the high-ranking officials cared about the insignificant people. When Wang Wan heard this, she said, "Very good. There's no need to talk too much. Just tell the truth, and the party will be successful. Every boy has a dream of being a hero, and no girl wants to find a good-for-nothing. You guys are heroes. Invite the injured hero under the wind flag over and let him tell us how he caught those people. Let him get on a horse again and show the people who want to know about the army how strong and fast the wind at the border is. Husband, sing Stargazing for Lord Zhang. I've never been willing to teach this song to others because shooting stars shine. I don't dare." When Zhang Ju heard Wang Wan call him Lord Zhang, he was excited and nervous. "I'll send him a telegram immediately when I get back and tell him to ride 3 horses." After he earned enough money, he bought a lot of good horses. Lord Zhang, stargazing. Stargazing? It's a topic in the field of astronomy. It's about how big the stars are and why they blink. It's all knowledge. For example, there's a new moon in the sky. When it's new, the moon is small and the stars are bright. If you look up now, there are 7 stars that look like spoons. They're called the Big Dipper. There's a story about fighting, and setting up formations. One of the stories is called the Big Dipper. Of course, the most amazing thing isn't the Big Dipper because it's too far away. It's the Big Dipper that covers the entire world. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said to Zhang Ju. The examinees who were crying just now quietened down and listened carefully. The exam was not urgent, and there was still a whole day tomorrow. If they could get some useful information from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and answer the questions according to what they said, how bad could they be? Zhang Ju pondered over what Zhang Xiaobao had said. He felt that it was very profound, but it had nothing to do with the result he wanted. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang is talking about singing. What satellite is amazing? Powerful? Not only was it formidable, was there even a need to send people to find out where the Turks were hiding it? For example, if you wanted to listen to something, you could just look up at the starry sky and point your finger, and you would hear it. It was so convenient and so simple. Unfortunately, there isn't one for the time being, and it won't appear for a long time. But I think that with the development of science and technology, I'll be able to see it in my lifetime. Zhang Xiaobao sighed helplessly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao with her hand. Sing, sing. Yes, sing. Looking up at the starry sky doesn't mean looking at satellites, but stars. What a familiar name. Sing, madam, your husband has been feeling a little unwell recently and has gone off-key. Why don't you sing a song? What I want is the effect of going off-key. If a soldier sings like someone from the Pear Garden, who would believe it? The songs of the military camp are simple and honest. Of course, don't stray too far from the song. As Wang Wan spoke, she tore off a piece of the exam paper and stuck it on her lips. Then, the prelude to Looking at the Starry Sky played. During the prelude, Zhang Xiaobao didn't forget to show off to Zhang Ju. My wife knows a little about music. Please don't laugh at me. After the prelude ended, he was still laughing at Zhang Ju when Wang Wan glared at him. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly opened his mouth. Night, looking at the starry sky, I am looking for a star. I see you, you can see me. The night is deep and hard to dream. Even if you turn into a shooting star and leave resolutely, you will always shine in my heart. Zhang Xiaobao's singing had nothing to do with the off-key, he said. He sang along with the music and actually sang with a baritone effect. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strong penetrating power. The instrument isn't good, so the effect is poor. Zhang Xiaobao was modest. Why don't you say that you don't sing well? Don't use me as a modest person. Wang Wan spat out the paper in dissatisfaction. Zhang Ju didn't seem to hear the conversation between the two. He looked up at the sky, and after a few breaths, he muttered to himself, I have to bring them over. Blockhead and Chow should be 3.5 years old, right? Lord Zhang, what are you? Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand in front of Zhang Ju and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I miss my wife and children. When I left home, the children's mother was about to give birth. I haven't seen them for 3 years. I miss them. Maybe she's also looking at the starry sky and thinking about me. She told the children that they have a father. Their father is... Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll have someone give you eye drops. This thing can't be scraped off and sold for money in the future. The psychological quality of the examinees in this world is too poor. You're not allowed to react. If you want to cry, hold back your tears. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to take the imperial examinations. If you really want to cry, why don't you take the examinations properly? After passing the examinations, you can become a local official and lead the people to produce more food, raise more cows, horses, and sheep, and send it to the barracks. That way, the soldiers can eat and drink enough and have the strength to kill more enemies. What's the use of crying? If crying can solve problems, would cuckoo and I be so tired? This world has never fucking believed in tears. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Ju was about to continue talking, so he quickly stopped him because he had already heard the sobbing next to him. He helplessly shook his head. Wang Wan heard Zhang Ju's speechless words and knew that he missed his family. She said, "Bring your family over first. In the future, it'll be easier to travel and you'll have more opportunities to see each other." "The children are also a pair?" "Yes, a boy and a girl. I just arrived in the capital and haven't settled down yet. I was thinking of waiting a bit and at least renting a house. When they come, I'll have a place to stay. But now, I'm not waiting. I'll talk about it when they come. There's always a way." As Zhang Ju spoke, an expectant look appeared on his face. Of course, the examinees who saw him wouldn't dare to think of him as a cowardly child. After all, who would dare to say that he was a coward? Wang Wan took off a bangle from her arm and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need Wang Wan to say anything. He took off the jade pendant and passed it over while muttering softly, "My jade pendant isn't strong enough." Wang Wan didn't respond to his words. She took the jade pendant and placed it together with the bangle before passing it over to Zhang Ju. "Don't listen to Xiao Bao's nonsense. Xiao Bao loves children the most. We'll take one each and won't be biased. Since sister-in-law is here, don't worry about finding a place to stay. Xiao Bao will settle it. If there's a battle, he'll help me deal with 2 enemies. Consider this as repaying the favor." Zhang Ju was taken aback. He took a deep breath and didn't refuse. He extended his hands and solemnly accepted the items. He nodded, not even saying a word of promise. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Ju was the type of person who didn't say anything but would do it. Even if he was given a mission that was certain to kill him, he would accept it without hesitation. "All right, Lord Zhang. Now, let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. Count it as one of the tasks. Let those who don't forget their military spirit even after leaving the military camp count as the second task. The third task is to sing military songs. The military will compete in tactical movements and marksmanship. Teach them to the civilians. Count it as the fourth task. For the fifth and subsequent tasks, you can discuss with Xiao Bao in detail. Ask him to solve the problem of temporary housing for his family members. I'll go back and take a nap first." Wang Wan yawned and walked back to her room. She loosened her bedding and fell asleep on the wooden bed behind her. The wooden door between the 2 rooms wasn't closed. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. Why is it me again?" Zhang Ju was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be too tired, so he said, "Lord Zhang, 4 tasks are enough. You don't have to worry too much. You can tell this to my wife." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. How could Zhang Ju dare? He shook his head slightly. "Then let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. I can think of a solution for the housing myself. If you think of a solution in front of me, won't others look down on me? Do I even need to think of a solution? It's too late now. It's not good to disturb your majesty. Tomorrow morning, I'll hand in the papers and talk to your majesty. Then, the matter of temporary housing for the soldiers' families will be settled." When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he forgot that he had just vomited blood. He poured a cup of wine and was about to drink when he remembered. He helplessly handed it to Zhang Ju and said, "Drink wine and warm yourself." Zhang Ju excitedly took the cup and said awkwardly, "My wife brought my child here. There's no need to trouble your majesty, right? It's not your family's matter. When your family comes to visit you, they also need to tour the capital. The capital's military camp is very strict, so it's not convenient for them to come and go. I can't think of a solution for you alone. If it's really just your family, what's wrong with me giving you a courtyard? At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suspected that the person in front of him had changed. Could it be that in order to talk to him and Wang Wan, he had practiced the words and actions at the beginning? Zhang Ju suddenly understood. Right, Lord Zhang is a person who does great things. You have the world in your heart. No, your Majesty is the one who has the world in his heart. The world is too big for me. If I have too much, I'll vomit blood. I'll really vomit. I've already given you the wine. I won't drink for the time being. I'll drink medicine. Let's talk about proper business. The military and civilian celebration must be carried out properly. We must not go through formalities and let the soldiers know who they are fighting for. We must also let the common people understand how a stable life and dignity come about. Zhang Xiaobao also yawned. He took a sip of water and began to talk to Zhang Ju about the other aspects of the military and civilian celebration. An hour later, Zhang Ju left happily with gratitude and admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked around, then hugged his quilt and squeezed Wang Wan to sleep. The examinees nearby found it hard to calm down. They finally understood how difficult it was to be an official. Especially officials like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they couldn't even have a moment of peace when they came to the examination hall. People came to ask about the matters of the imperial court one after another. There were all kinds of questions, and they didn't give them any time to think. Of course, the most terrifying ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them didn't reject anyone. It was as if they didn't need to think and ideas kept popping up. It was no wonder the emperor specially held the fall imperial examination for them. It was also no wonder the top scorer was chosen first. Not to mention their status, just based on their ability, who would dare to criticize them? Thinking of this, the examinees nearby felt much better. They didn't have the mood to sleep anymore. They pondered over the words they heard and started to answer the questions. The sky was clear. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up at the same time. Hand in your papers and tidy up. I need to talk to Li Longji about something. After that, I'll go to the lakeside and visit Shuiyan's family. The children should be able to resume their studies. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his eyes and turned to speak to Wang Wan. Wang Wan straightened up. You're not eating? Eat some porridge first. Li Longji hasn't eaten either. When we get there, we'll eat with him after the imperial court. The imperial court, yes, it's the imperial court today. All the civil and military officials are in the palace. I'll go and see who is talking behind my father's back. I'll teach them a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao lifted the blanket and got off the bed, preparing to wash up. Wang Wan followed him. The two of them had just finished tidying up when their younger siblings arrived. They were still wearing their official robes. Why are you here again? I said I'd take you to the lakeside to play in the afternoon. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, we'll eat with Uncle Emperor later. We remembered that we were going to hand in the imperial edict yesterday. We heard that there were officials gossiping behind my father's back, so we wanted to take a look. Who did you hear that from? It seems that there are spies everywhere. Okay, Big Brother will take you to see them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the speed at which news spread. He helplessly led his younger siblings out of the examination hall. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, good heavens, the ceremonial guard was really complete. There were 9 groups of carriages lined up in a row. Some were holding up placards, some were holding up lids, and some were holding up lids. Guards wearing black clothes stood on both sides of the carriages. The red and black water fire rods were intertwined, and the official flags were fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao looked at himself and Wang Wan. The people around them were really too shabby. He regretted not bringing the ceremonial guard of a regional commander. When a regional commander entered the capital, he would be able to enjoy the treatment of a clean street. Wang Wan also remembered that her younger siblings were also high-ranking officials. She pulled Xiao Bei closer and asked, "Are you going to hand in the imperial edict or to cause trouble?" Brother Xiao Hai said that he wanted to experience the ceremonial guard. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to forget. He's not afraid of forgetting, but he's afraid of others forgetting as well. Xiao Yuan also said that when it snows, the snow covers the autumn frost and covers the golden yellow. The water in the hibiscus garden no longer flows. Xiao Bei pushed Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan out. Wang Wan nodded dumbly. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Your teaching methods are really amazing. Those who studied literature have already begun to study philosophy." Xiao Zhu took the time to draw a picture of the water shining on the snow. Xiao Zhu nodded happily, "It needs to be colder. It'll be better if it freezes. Then let's go." Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to bring over 2 horses. He and Wang Wan each rode on one, leading the way. Behind them was a large group of people and horses. The passers-by who had woken up early to work all made way to the side of the road. They stopped and looked sideways, guessing what kind of major event had happened. As the group advanced, it was unknown how many merchants on the street were shocked. It was also unknown how many people's hearts were affected. Not caring about what other people were thinking, the group went straight to the palace gates. The people guarding the palace gates had already received the news, so how could they dare to stop them? They didn't even dare to ask. They watched as the carriages and horses dismounted one after another, forming groups to enter. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaobao and his group arrived late. The morning court session had already started for more than an hour. Li Longji was sitting high up in his seat and roaring at the officials. With the development of technology, the person in charge of relaying the emperor's orders was free. Without the emperor saying a word, he would shout the original words at the top of his voice. A microphone extended from beside Li Longji's chair. As the technology still needed to be improved, the effect of the microphone wasn't very good. It could only be placed closer to the mouth. The loudspeakers were placed in various places. The person who placed them was probably planning to create a surround sound system, but his understanding of this technology wasn't that thorough. As Li Longji shouted, the officials lowered their heads and listened. Occasionally, they would exchange glances with each other. Yuan Xianyao, Li Linfu, Zhang Jiuling, Wang Bei, Jiang Cen, Wei Shu, Lv Yenzhua, Yu Wenrong, and the other officials glanced at Zhang Zhong from time to time. As the emperor was roaring at Zhang Zhong, there should be people who were happy. Those who were close to Zhang Zhong should be worried for Zhang Zhong. However, the emperor's words didn't sound right. The Ministry of Works is important. Aren't the families of the injured worried? Aren't they in pain? Li Longji looked down and questioned the microphone. He didn't stare at Zhang Zhong. Are you saying that if someone in the Ministry of Works is injured, their family isn't worried? Aren't they in pain? What are you doing? I don't want to hear excuses. The Ministry of Works should be managed by the officials. If someone is burning a mountain in the distance and sparks are flying here, why don't you expand the area? If 3 li of martial law isn't enough, then 5 li. If 5 li isn't enough, then you have to enclose 10 li. I don't want to hear about accidents caused by flying to Mars again. Li Longji continued speaking. There was something wrong with his words. Enclosing land cost money. The land didn't cost money, but the facilities needed money. In order to keep it a secret, at the beginning, there was a man-made river in the middle of the Ministry of Works. If the land was expanded, wouldn't the man-made river have to be dug again? It was all money. Before Li Longji could say anything, he continued, we know that research is expensive, but we also know that the money we spend today can still be earned back when we make something tomorrow. We can't let our great Tang's craftsmen suffer because of a lack of money. The revenue for this year has already been released. The Ministry of Works needs to promptly manage the Ministry of Revenue. If someone deliberately obstructs and disregards the safety of the great Tang's research and development of weapons, they will be punished even more severely. The people from the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was filled with grievances. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. Every time Zhang Zhong came to ask for money, he would not say anything courteous. He would always be bold and self-righteous. In the end, when he made something and made money, he would not give anything to the Ministry of Revenue other than the taxes due. He would just transfer the money away. Even if you, Zhang Zhong, transfer it to your own account, that's fine. You're greedy, you're selfish. But you insist on transferring it to the Ministry of War and the Western Agriculture Temple, saying that it's a related research project. If we do as you say, what do you need the Ministry of Revenue for? It wasn't easy to wait until you ran out of money. As soon as you ran out of money, Her Majesty immediately sided with you. Why? Just because you have a son and a daughter-in-law? I still have a grandson. This is too much of a bully. Li Longji did not have the time to care about Wang Bei's thoughts. He continued, this year's revenue has to be at least 10 million strings of cash for the Ministry of Works. Even if I have to eat one less bowl of rice, even if I have to make one less pair of boots, even if, hearing this, the silent Zhang Zhong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He wasn't moved. Rather, he was worried that the emperor would disrupt his son Xiao Bao's plans. Holding the ceremonial tablet, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. Just as Li Longji was happily speaking, he saw Zhang Zhong interrupt him. He was surprised and a little unhappy. I'm speaking up for you. Don't be a hindrance. Minister Zhang, you have something to say. Li Longji glared at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's position was closer to the front, to the left of the stairs in front of Hanyuan Palace. When he heard the emperor's order, he looked around and took small steps toward the emperor. The officials stared at him. The Jinwu guards didn't stop him. Gao Lisher even stepped aside. Zhang Zhong spent a lot of effort to move that little bit of distance. When he arrived in front of the emperor, he didn't block the emperor's face. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for him to speak. Zhang Zhong reached out and covered the microphone tightly. Then, he bent down and whispered into the emperor's ear. Everyone was curious, but they couldn't hear anything. When Zhang Zhong finished and released the microphone, they heard the emperor's voice, Is that true? Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong again. Zhang Zhong nodded. That's good. Minister Zhang, you've worked hard. The emperor nodded and signaled Zhang Zhong to go back. The group of officials wanted to tear Zhang Zhong's mouth open and ask him what he just said. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at the officials. He coughed twice and said, The Ministry of Revenue will temporarily suspend the allocation of funds to the Ministry of Works. The officials were stunned. What did he say? It seemed that the reason was because of Zhang Zhong. Why didn't he want 10 million strings of strings? There must be a conspiracy. Minister of Revenue Wang Bei also thought so. Zhang Zhong didn't want the money, but it was more worrying. After pondering for a while, Wang Bei stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, if the Ministry of Revenue doesn't provide funds, I'm afraid that our research will be shelved. He stood up to be a good person. Some of the officials curled their lips. Minister Wang is right. Therefore, I have a way to solve the problem of the Ministry of Works' lack of funds without affecting the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji followed Wang Bei's words. The officials understood. No wonder Zhang Zhong didn't let His Majesty allocate funds from the Ministry of Revenue. He has another way. I heard that he went to the Hibiscus Gardens examination hall because he was worried about the examinees. Coincidentally, his son, Zhang Xiaobao, and daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, were also there. Yes. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Therefore, Minister Zhang didn't neglect official matters because of personal feelings. He had a cordial conversation with the two examinees. The two examinees, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, said a lot of heartfelt words because of the kindness of the imperial court. Therefore, someone is probably going to be unlucky. The officials were all thinking about their own matters, and the court was silent for a while. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. He was still thinking about what Zhang Zhong said. He had to think of more things from it. After all, it was Xiao Bao's idea. There were many twists and turns in it. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Qianyao stood at the front. He didn't care about the gazes of others and moved down from behind the officials until he was behind Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling was shocked. "Ghost, you don't make a sound when you walk. Yuan Zhongshu, do you feel that the wind is strong?" Zhang Jiuling turned and asked. Yuan Qianyao raised his hand and waved. "Zishou, you're too polite. I just want to talk to you." "Okay, may I know what you want to teach me?" Zhang Jiuling saw how Yuan Qianyao addressed him so intimately and started to think. Yuan Qianyao didn't care whether the other party was criticizing him or not. He asked kindly, "Have you met with Jidushi Zhang recently?" Zhang Jiuling was relieved. Yuan Qianyao wanted to get useful information from him because he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Jiuling shook his head regretfully and said, "Before Xiaobao left the capital last month, I met him once. Xiaobao came up with a new dish from Lingnan and asked me to taste it. The taste was really good. Xiaobao's culinary skills are amazing." After that, Zhang Jiuling shut up. Yuan Qianyao was depressed. He thought to himself, "Do you think I don't know that his culinary skills are good? Even the emperor ate it. But don't you know what I'm asking? Good culinary skills can affect the imperial court. His ability to scheme is even better." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Yuan Qianyao could only continue asking. There were a lot of things to do in the Hall of Secretaries. "Unfortunately, I couldn't go." During the banquet, did you tell Xiao Bao about the situation in Great Tang in the near future? But you have to tell me the truth. I'll look for you for a drink later." "I did, but it's definitely not directly related to today's matter. Yuan Qianyao can personally talk to Xiao Bao about the situation. His Majesty is going to speak." When Zhang Jiuling replied to Yuan Qianyao, he saw the emperor sitting up straight and reminded him. "Okay, I'll go back. Find some time to drink." Yuan Qianyao quickly moved back from behind the others. Just as he returned to the first position on the left, he saw the emperor glaring at him. Then, the emperor said, "I have a little spare money," and left it in the hands of the empress's adopted daughter. Today's matter suddenly reminded me of that money. I plan to take out some to show my sincerity. Does everyone agree? Oh. I see. The officials knew what the emperor was talking about. It was the income from Great Tang's bank. The so-called adopted daughter of the empress was Wang Wan. But that sum of money was definitely not a little. As for how much it was, they had to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's bank was really amazing. At the beginning, it was a partnership. Later on, his family withdrew first. Then, he kicked the other shareholders out one by one. Now, it was the emperor's alone. Zhang Xiaobao helped to manage it. Among the officials, the one who was the most upset was the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. He clearly knew that there was a lot of money, but he couldn't interfere. Among most of the officials, he was the one who knew the extent of their wealth. First, the emperor stopped the expenses of the imperial palace that were supposed to be paid by the Ministry of Revenue and directly took money from the bank. As a result, the days in the imperial palace were several times better than before. If they wanted to build a building, they could build a building. If they wanted to build a pond, they could build a pond. Even the office of the Ministry of Revenue had been renovated by the emperor. It was very comfortable. Then, when there was a small disaster in Great Tang, before the local report was submitted, the money from the Bank of Great Tang would be sent over in the name of the emperor. When the people needed to raise money to build roads and bridges, the bank would also immediately provide subsidies. Just this year alone, with a rough calculation, the private bank had already sent out no less than 10 million strings of coins. The Ministry of Revenue was saving money, and the national treasury was ample. The money used for this calculation was calculated by the Ministry of Revenue using other local reports, but there was definitely money that was spent in other areas. This didn't just mean that the emperor's bank was rich. It also showed the extent of Zhang Xiaobao's intelligence network. His wealth is rich and imposing, but his intelligence network is spread all over the world, Wang Bei muttered helplessly. Li Longji sat on the throne and waited for the others to digest what he said. He was very happy. You finally know that I have money. Don't blame me for not letting you manage the bank. It's just that your families are too poor. I'm afraid that you'll embezzle, and I'm even more worried that you won't be able to manage the bank well enough. In the end, someone has to manage it. Why can't I send Zhang Xiaobao? Finally, someone stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, how much does Your Majesty intend to give to the Ministry of Works? I'm not giving, I'm investing. After the Ministry of Works produces something, it has to give a generous return to the investor. The diesel engine will be put into production very soon. Everyone knows that I don't have much money, and I still have to spend it on the palace. Thus, I intend to take the lead. Everyone can also participate in the investment. When the time comes, according to the proportion of the investment, I plan to invest 8 million strings of coins in the Ministry of Works research project before the new year. The Ministry of Works' other expenses will still need to be supported by the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Works isn't a shop. Right, after the new year, I'll increase it according to the situation. What does everyone think? Li Longji tried his best to be modest. When he said 8 million strings of coins, he tried his best to sound calm. Suddenly, the entire Hanyuan Palace Hall was filled with sighs. AI. AI. Only Zhang Zhong didn't react. Looking at the others sighing, he understood that it was a feeling of powerlessness. They couldn't stop what their son and daughter-in-law were doing. This was because the lives of the people of Great Tang were indeed better. The Great Tang's army was also more elite, the national treasury was more abundant, and the number of literate people had increased. This was especially so because of the relationship between the surrounding countries. A group of them had already been wiped out. No one could find an excuse to attack their son and daughter-in-law because they wouldn't be able to do it. The truly amazing thing wasn't the emperor's bias but the hearts of the people. Zhang Zhong was filled with emotions. He even thought of treating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children. Then, he would stand on the side of justice and evaluate them. In the end, when he thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children, he was very resistant in his heart. No other family's children could compare to his son and daughter-in-law. They didn't have the right to have them. They were his. Even he was jealous of himself, let alone others. Gao Lisher pondered by the side and frowned. He walked up to the emperor and turned off the microphone. Your Majesty, isn't it too chaotic? The Ministry of Works is a part of the imperial court. You're investing in it, and you're asking other officials to invest in it as well. Who does the Ministry of Works belong to? Li Longji also pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not chaotic. The Ministry of Works isn't affected. We're investing in the research projects of the Ministry of Works, and they're independent and related. You think that it's chaotic because there are too many things to manage. The functions of the various departments are getting more and more complete, and there's even a need to set up a new department. In history, the people who held power ruled over the people. They hunted, farmed, woven, and built. They didn't manage much, and the punishment for those who were punished was decided by a single word from them. As for the latter, they ruled over the country and established the 6 ministers. The ministers ruled over 100 people, and they ruled over the people. Wasn't the food of the people at that time comparable to what we have now? After hearing the emperor's words, Gao Lisher understood and replied, "Your Majesty is right. In the past, there weren't many officials, and there weren't many departments. The food and clothes of the people were the same. Now, there are more officials, and the lives of the people are better. In the future, there might be more departments and more departments. As long as they're capable and aren't greedy, the lives of the people will be better." This subject was wrong. It's fine. Lisher is also eager to protect his master. This plan was suggested by Xiao Bao. Since he said so, it means that he and Cuckoo don't think that the division of the officials isn't detailed enough. It's not to the point where they're confused. Li Longji faintly felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be very familiar with the current system of officials. They even had a system, several systems that they could choose from at any time. Yes, it was a system, not a single official position. A huge system didn't only apply to official positions. It also included the military, the economy, agriculture, technology, and so on. They could set up a set or pick out a part of it and take it out. How did they learn so much? Was the country of those 2 experts really so complicated? How much did the people live in such a country? Did they eat meat every day? Did they have a carriage pulled by a steam engine every time they went out? Or a carriage pulled by a diesel engine? Did every village have a radio station to quickly transmit news? It was really scary. Life was too good. When could Great Tang be like this? Li Longji tried his best to think about the living conditions of the people in that country, but he still couldn't think of anything. He decided to ask Xiaobao and Yaowan for more details so that he could compare. Then, the Great Tang would try its best. Li Longji and Gao Lisher started to chat on their own. The officials below also had their own thoughts. Those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family were eager to try. They were waiting for the emperor to finish talking with General Gao and ask how much money they had to fork out so that they could participate. The officials who remained neutral looked back and forth between those who were in favor of the Zhang family and those who were against the Zhang family and those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were conflicted. They were angry and worried. They were angry at Zhang Zhong, but they couldn't suppress their anger anymore. A few days ago, when Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the 9 children went to Hong Nong, they felt that there was an opportunity to get some benefits from Zhang Zhong and get some power. Zhang Zhong was easy to talk to. As long as it didn't interfere with his official business, he would usually give up his power when it was necessary. The people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were fighting with Zhang Zhong over the distribution rights of the Ministry of Works small products. The products developed by the Ministry of Works were naturally sold by the Ministry of Works. When the Ministry of Works developed new technologies, all kinds of things would happen. Thus, when the main technologies were developed, there would be many side products. The Ministry of Works chose to take out the technologies that were not cutting-edge, attract investors, and act as distributors. This was also why the Ministry of Works had so many projects at the same time and still had money to spare for the Agriculture Temple and the Ministry of War. Everyone knew that when it came to making money, the Ministry of Works would definitely use Zhang Xiaobao's ideas. They didn't need to worry about losing money, but they needed to consider how much they could earn. Zhang Xiaobao was someone who was above the top tycoons list. Why did the Ministry of Works lack money recently? It was very simple. It was because when Zhang Xiaobao went to Hongnong, he had already thought of building an amusement park. Thus, part of the technology that was used to connect the gears and bearings during the manufacturing of the diesel engine was temporarily stopped from auctioning the distribution rights. Zhang Xiaobao did not use the deficit management cycle model in the development of the Ministry of Works. However, he was also very careful. If there was a mistake, the cash flow would immediately be cut off. Wasn't it cut off now? The day before Zhang Xiaobao asked the technology to stop auctioning the distribution rights, the people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family had already looked for Zhang Zhong and said that they would recommend a few distributors to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong also agreed. It didn't matter who he gave it to. His son and daughter-in-law were too strong, so he had to compromise. Thus, the matter of selling the distribution rights was stopped. The people who were already against the Zhang family and Wang family hated them even more. During the period when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not around, they tried to find fault with Zhang Zhong. Among them, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, was especially so. On the day when Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, the people stopped for a while. However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaobao was busy with the imperial examinations and did not do anything to retaliate, they thought that he was scared. When Wang Bei finally waited until Zhang Zhong came over to ask for money, he also sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. That person was testing Zhang Xiaobao's reaction. But he did not know that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything when he returned because the diesel engine was not completed yet. The separation of oil was also not done yet. The most important time was in the next few days. But last night, when he sent someone to look for Wang Bei, Zhang Zhong brought the news back. Thus, the officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family guessed this in the morning. At this time, they found out that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything to retaliate because Zhang Zhong felt that the Ministry of Works was not a problem and did not want to distract his son. Yesterday, something happened in the Ministry of Works. Zhang Zhong went to the examination hall. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to tolerate sand in his eyes was proven this morning. Today, there was a court meeting. The officials woke up early and went to Hanyuan Palace Hall to wait for the emperor. Before they went out, they had to eat something to fill their stomachs. However, they could not drink too much water. Otherwise, when they went to the toilet during court, what would they do if the emperor called them? However, if they did not drink, they would be thirsty. What could they do? Eat fruit. Eat a pear or an orange. Since the beginning of autumn this year, the Zhang family and Wang family began to supply tomatoes to the officials who were qualified to attend court. There was a plot of land in the Sanongxi that belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Every day, early in the morning, they had people send the tomatoes to the officials' residences. Today, Wang Bei ate an egg and a handful of steamed buns. He did not dare to eat any more. After eating too much, he would feel sleepy. He reached for the tomatoes on the fruit plate. Why did they change? The tomatoes turned into oranges. Looking at the color of the orange peel, Wang Bei understood that the oranges must have been transported from the south. After a long time, the oranges would not be fresh. As for the oranges from the north, they were not ripe yet. Even if they were, they would not taste good. If the oranges were born in Huainan, they would be oranges. The Sanongxi was trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wang Bei did not care about this problem. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. What he cared about was why the tomatoes were gone today. Could it be that they were eaten by the servants? Wang Bei's face darkened slightly. When he asked, someone answered. It was said that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came this morning and told the people who usually collected oranges that there were no tomatoes today. Because the tomatoes forgot the cold of autumn and wanted to prove that they were strong, they provoked the autumn wind. As a result, they fell ill from the cold and did not grow. They also kindly asked us to tell master that autumn is here and the weather is cold, so you should wear more clothes. Because where the autumn wind passes, what should be red will be red, and what should be yellow will be yellow. The autumn festival is deep, and not only the sky is high and the clouds are light. When Wang Bei heard the servant's reply, he was immediately stunned. It was a blatant threat. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao was also so straightforward? He did not know that he had wronged Zhang Xiaobao. Last night, Zhang Xiaobao was still discussing the military and civilian get-together with the people from the Ministry of War. It was Zhang Zhong's daughter who reacted first. It was Zhang Zhong's future son-in-law, Xiaoyuan, who told people to say those words. In addition to Wang Bei, there were other officials who opposed the Zhang family and Wang family. They all received the same treatment in the morning. When they saw Zhang Zhong whispering to the emperor just now, how could they not be afraid? Xiaobei and the 9 children wanted them to admit that it was all an illusion that caused the disaster. This kind of counterattack was too fast and too persistent. Just as the atmosphere in Hanyuan Palace Hall was different from before, someone outside raised their voice to report. Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor, Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao, Deputy Wang Wan, Tang Dynasty's Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaohai, Patrol Inspector Wang Zhu, Zhang, have arrived. When Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and the other officials heard the voice, they all looked at the road leading to Hanyuan Palace Hall. If it was only Xiaobei and the others who had arrived, no one would report. If you came late, how could you be justified? However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both Jidushi. They were important officials who oversaw a region. Of course, no one would care if they went to Xingqing Palace to eat, drink, and play. If they came to court with official status, they would have to report. At the end of the road, under everyone's gaze, a group of figures slowly appeared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing the official robes that their families had hurried to send to the outside of the palace. They walked side by side at the very front. The two of them looked indifferent. No one could tell whether they were happy or angry. Xiaobei and the other 9 people lined up in a goose formation, 5 steps behind their brothers and sisters. They maintained the formation, puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Their faces were full of anger. Hiss. Some of the officials could not control the shock in their hearts. They quietly inhaled the cool autumn air. Wei Wei lowered her head, feeling the pressure of the battle formation in front of her. In fact, Xiaobei originally planned to arrange an arrow formation. Considering that the tip of the arrow would be pointed directly at Uncle Emperor, it was not good. Therefore, she changed it to a goose wing formation. The middle of the formation shrank back, and the 2 wings extended diagonally, luring the enemy to attack from the middle. As soon as Li Longji saw Xiaobao and the others unexpectedly arranged a battle formation, he was stunned at first, but then he could not help but chuckling. Seeing Xiaobao and the others slowly approaching, he first whispered to Gao Lishir, who was standing next to him, "Look. It's indeed Cuckoo, who is in charge of the army. Unexpectedly she can make a lot of changes in a goose wing formation. If it were a real battle, the most annoying thing would not be the 2 wings, but her and Xiaobao. If there are 2 square groups of archers and shields there, it would be very awkward. You see, if the enemy attacks, take the 2 wings, the square groups of archers and shields will push forward, pressing against the enemy's formation. However, the enemy's main commander will be in the middle of the goose wing, so the enemy will face the enemy head-on, while the enemy's main commander will be protected. If the enemy attacks the 2 square groups, the cavalry on the 2 wings will move horizontally, while the 2 square groups will retreat slowly, encircling the enemy. If the enemy attacks one wing, the other wing will wait for the center formation to move. Look carefully at the goose wings she arranged. Is there any difference from what you usually see?" Gao Lishir was also looking. He saw that the head of the goose wing formation behind Xiaobei was actually above the head of the character, person. The goose wing formation was when a person wrote, the angle of the character, person, was facing the person writing, so it was not called the person formation. Normally, there would be a dot at the head of the character, person, but now there were 2 dots next to Xiaobei. It seemed that Wei Wei was retreating. This was very puzzling. After thinking carefully, Gao Lisher said, "Could that be an artillery formation? What kind of formation is Cuckoo using? If there are artillery soldiers, it means that there are bullets in front of them. Why is there a need to arrange a formation? She could just charge forward and be done with it." "I don't understand, I don't understand." "We don't know either. We'll ask later." Li Longji was also very puzzled. During this short period of time, Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already reached the bottom of the stairs, where the officials were parallel to each other. They stopped in their tracks. Li Longji turned on the microphone and asked in a very gentle voice, "Did Minister Zhang and Minister Wang just come back from the examination hall?" Replying to Your Majesty, "That's right. That's why we came late. We hope Your Majesty will forgive us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed together and replied, "Not guilty, not guilty. With Minister Zhang's talent, becoming the top scorer will be as easy as pie. We congratulate Minister Zhang first." Li Longji suppressed the urge to ask Zhang Xiaobao if he had a good plan and tried to speak in a calm tone. The people who opposed the Zhang family and the Wang family looked nervously at the 11 people and silently cursed. The emperor's words were too empty. What did he mean by becoming the top scorer? Wasn't the fall quarter examinations just for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If he couldn't become the top scorer, what was the point of the fall quarter examinations? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what other people thought. He replied, "Many thanks for Your Majesty's words. This subject has come to deliver the imperial edict and report that the post-disaster reconstruction of Hongnong County in Guo Province of Hunan Province has been completed. 613 Hunan Province officials involved in the disaster have been escorted to the capital. Me too. I'm this subject." Zhang Xiaobao had just finished speaking when Xiaobei shouted from behind. Following her words, the 2 wings of the wild goose formation immediately separated. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai, who were on either side of her, stood in a straight line with her. They were no longer in a horizontal line like before. Xiao Yuan was in front, Xiaobei was in the middle, and Xiao Hai was at the back. This caused the main line to become a long snake formation. The 3 people directly walked towards their older brother and older sister. When they saw the position behind the 2 rooms, Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right. Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right, strengthening the main line's offense and defense. The 2 wings of 3 people each formed a word formation. One was in front of the main line, while the other was in front of the main line. They formed a long snake formation diagonally with the main line, moving forward and backward slowly, with the main line following. The military officials in the imperial court secretly cheered, while the civil officials frowned. They didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and his group insisted on changing the formation in Hanyuan Palace Hall. After Li Longji saw this, he smiled and said, "Oh? Xiaobei also came to deliver the imperial edict?" "Yes. Replying to Your Majesty, this subject and my colleagues received Your Majesty's imperial edict and traveled through the night to Hongnong County. We immediately stabilized the situation and captured the fugitives who wanted to escape. This is now done. This subject is waiting to deliver the imperial edict." This time, Xiaobei didn't mention the 1,300,000 strings of cash. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He agreed with Xiaobei's words. They did get up immediately after receiving the order. Whether it was day or night, not all officials could do this. Some people curled their lips in their hearts. They didn't believe that after Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, they didn't meet with the emperor and insisted on coming to the imperial court to deliver the imperial edict. Li Longji waved his hand at Xiaobei and said, "Minister, come to Zhen's side. Zhen has something to ask. If Jidushi Zhang doesn't have anything important to say, please return to your seat first. Zhen will continue the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say anything now. He and Wang Wan stood next to Zhang Zhong, squeezing the people around them down. Xiaobei and the other 9 children ran up the stairs by stepping on the carvings in the middle of the steps. Xiaobei leaned against the side of the dragon throne. The other 8 children weren't as noisy as Xiaobei and stood at the back. The back was warmer than the front. The weather wasn't too cold, so the heater wasn't on. Just now, Zhen mentioned the matter of investing in the Ministry of Works. Have you all thought about it? As Li Longji spoke, he moved to the side, indicating that Xiaobei could sit next to him. Xiaobei looked at her father with a frightened expression and shook her head. She didn't dare to sit next to him. The last time she sat next to him, she was scolded when she went back. Not only did her father scold her, but her mother and grandparents also scolded her. Only her brothers and sisters were the best. She didn't know that her brothers and sisters didn't care about imperial power. It was just sitting there for a while. It wasn't like they were stealing your position. It was just a country's leader. Who was afraid of who? After Li Longji finished speaking, only Zhang Zhong glared at Xiaobei. The others pretended not to see it. The censorate always remained silent in front of Xiaobei, because no one had a clean tail behind them. The main issue was whether or not to participate in the investment. "Your Majesty, I am willing to invest 1,000 strings of coins into the research of the Ministry of Works." Zhang Jiuling was the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, I am also willing to invest 600 strings of coins." Li Linfu followed. "Your Majesty, I would like to invest 2,000 strings of coins." Another person spoke. It was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. "Your Majesty, I." The officials began to speak one after another. Without waiting for them to finish speaking, Li Longji coughed and said, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. After the court is dismissed, I will get someone to record the amount for the next topic." "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Under Wang Bei's signal, an official from the censorate gritted his teeth and stepped forward. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold wind in the late autumn morning or because he wasn't feeling well, but his voice was trembling. He looked at the tablet in his hand and didn't look at Zhang Xiaobao. "Speak." Li Longji spat out a word. The person who stood up took 2 deep breaths and swallowed his saliva. His voice was still trembling as he said, "I am not accusing you. I am just casually speaking. There are too many guards around General Shui Yun's house. Your Majesty sent the Jinwu guards, which is against the rules. I hope General Shui Yun's good friend can reduce the impact." Li Longji sneered in his heart. "Since you dare to stand up, why hide? If Shui Yun was a person, of course I wouldn't send the Jinwu guards. But he is an eagle. He doesn't have a mansion or guards. If the Jinwu guards don't go, will Xiao Bao agree to give me 2 eagles?" Li Longji was, after all, the emperor. He said, "Oh. Let me ask General Shui Yun's good friend." Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Xiaobao stood up expressionlessly and said, "Your Majesty, I have been busy these past few days. Shui Yun and Hong Wuan's son is still young. I plan to finish my business in the capital and take them with me when I return to Sanshui County. Your Majesty can withdraw the Jinwu guards first. I will shrink the defense circle and deploy more hot air balloons and small boats in the lake. When the little eagles won't be tortured to death by moving around, I will immediately take them back. Thank you for your reminder. May I know your surname? In the future, I, Zhang Xiaobao, will return to Shui Yun's family and properly repay your kindness." Xiao Bei pouted. Her big eyes widened even more as she looked over angrily. The person from the censorate sat down on the ground and looked up at Wang Bei, hoping to get help. However, Wang Bei lowered his head with a gloomy face and ignored everyone. He didn't expect that after testing the waters, Zhang Xiaobao would have such a big reaction. He was too arrogant. If this continued, the country would no longer be a country. The person from the censorate felt cold. He clenched his fists and stood up again. He first said to the emperor, "Your Majesty," this official's leg suddenly cramped. "Please forgive me." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Lord Zhang, this official is the censorate's attendant censorate. Please excuse me." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his neck and looked like he was about to be killed. Zhang Xiaobao saw him like this and nodded, "Thank you." He immediately said to Xiao Bei, who had left the dragon chair and was about to walk out of the Hanyuan store, "Xiao Bei, come back. Just stay here." "Oh." Xiao Bei stopped her stealthy movements and turned back in dissatisfaction. The censorate surnamed Chen was no longer cold. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao gratefully and returned to his position. He knew very well that he wouldn't be retaliated against. What Xiao Bei wanted to do was very simple. She wanted to go out of the palace and find someone to bring his information here. Was his butt clean? Was there a need to ask? If he really let her go out, he would be arrested by her before the morning court ended. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're a good person. You don't want to lower yourself to my level. Wang Bei, you're good. Just you wait." Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't pursue the matter, so he didn't care anymore. He said, "Since that's the case, I will first withdraw the Jinwu guards and let General Shui Yun's family be alone. She can ask her comrades to help protect them." The so-called comrades referred to the people from Tubo. Usually, they would stay outside the city. Once Li Longji opened his mouth, it meant that they could come in and stay by the lake. This group of people was stronger than the Jinwu guards. Some of the officials secretly laughed, while some felt sad with Wang Bei. Next topic. Gao Lisher shouted from the side, "You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."